This buzzcut kid was once a notorious school thug, the kind everyone feared. But after just 3 months in juvenile detention, he's already back, rolling around in a wheelchair like he's joined the ranks of the disabled. It turns out, the South Korean government, feeling completely powerless against the rising tide of juvenile crime, decided to abolish the juvenile protection law. Now, young offenders get shipped straight to military-run facilities for re-education. If they don't fall in line, the guards teach them a lesson, with some good old-fashioned physical discipline. Lee Minsu was just an ordinary student, but he was framed and thrown into this place. He thought his life was over, destined for a living hell. But from a weakling who always got bullied, Minsu slowly flipped the script, clawing his way up until he became the boss of the detention center. At a high school, Kim looked on in surprise as a long line of students stretched out in front of the mobile blood donation van. The turnout at this school was way higher than anywhere else. The nurses kept praising the kids for their noble spirit, even though they secretly thought it was strange, since teenagers these days usually aren't that interested in donating blood. But the truth behind that long line wasn't nearly as noble as they thought. The students were bustling, urging each other on. "Hurry up! We're almost out of time to trade these in for cash." One male student asked curiously, "How much does a donation voucher get you?" and got a firm answer, 5,001. In a corner of the yard, Lee Minsu sat on a crate, his hands flying as he counted thick stacks of cash. When he saw a customer hesitating, he beckoned them over. All right, that's 2 vouchers, 10,001 total. Come back and support me again." Students fought to surround him, trading vouchers for cash to buy game currency, ignoring the fact that their break was almost over. Lee Minsu wore a sinister grin as he explained his little scheme. He buys 5,001 gift vouchers for 10,001. Sounds like a losing business model, right? But his real goal is the blood donation vouchers that come with them. He knows full well that each donation voucher is worth about 12,001. He just posts them on forums for 10,001 for people who desperately need blood, and the messages from customers flood in non-stop. However, the reason no one else dares to pull this off is that it's against the law. But for Lee Minsu, a minor, he's not afraid at all. He arrogantly thinks that even if he gets caught, it'll just be a slap on the wrist. Society is currently in a downward spiral, where juvenile crimes ranging from violence, theft, and fraud to murder have completely crossed the line. Even when facing the most serious crimes, the law still can't deal with them effectively. Counting the money in his hand, Minsu muttered to himself, "Only 600,001? Business is sluggish this month." He nonchalantly assumed the police would never bother with victimless crimes like this. But in reality, business isn't as easy as he thought. Just as his arrogance hit its peak, a massive kick caught him straight in the face, sending him sprawling. All his money and vouchers flew everywhere across the ground. He realized bitterly that once you choose the path of crime, you inevitably become the target of someone else's crime. Lee Minsu lay flat on the ground, coughing and gasping in pain as heavy footsteps approached. He understood the price one pays for profiting from crime. "Don't whine, who around here is going to feel sorry for you?" A group of tall guys surrounded him, and a blonde kid smiled maliciously. "Make a lot of money today, Lee Minsu?" Minsu could only grit his teeth in frustration, because he knew that in this god-forsaken place, he had absolutely no one to protect him. He looked up at the wall, plastered with slogans about re-education laws and a world free of school violence, and Lee Minsu thought it was all a stupid, pathetic joke. He despised this garbage world and believed those moral high ground speeches were just empty talk that solved nothing. Meanwhile, the bullies didn't stop mocking and insulting him. One of them even blatantly farted, making the air thick and foul. The leader puffed on a cigarette and brutally shoved Lee Minsu's head into the pavement. He snarled, "When you've got cash, you're supposed to kick it up to the bosses. Did detention turn you into a cripple?" With that, he spat right in Lee Minsu's face with pure contempt. He firmly stated that without Jo Chang-soo, Minsu was nothing. The bully's expression flickered with clear unease at the mention of that name. He admitted it himself. "Jo Chang-soo is 100 times scarier than me. But you know what? Jo Chang-soo is getting out of the facility today." Minsu's eyes widened, his whole body trembling in sheer terror at the name Jo Chang-soo. Jo Chang-soo is the mastermind behind a criminal syndicate made up of juvenile delinquents in this area. Almost everyone here has been his victim, yet not a single soul dares to admit it. Why? Because they are terrified of the brutal retaliation that happens in the shadows, far from the law. Honestly, he's the type of lunatic who will do the absolute worst things without even blinking. Back to the scene. The bullies were still laughing as they saw Minsu shaking in fear. "You talk like you're close with him. Is Jo Chang-soo your buddy or something?" They gloated over his pathetic state and kept the pressure on. "Come on, pay your tax. You don't want Jo Chang-soo to hate you, right? Minsu bowed his head, reaching into his pocket as if to grab money, and muttered, "Oh, I get it. Here, take it." But instead of cash, he suddenly flipped them off and roared with rage. "Here you go, you pieces of garbage." This provocation struck a nerve with the leader, Tae-woong, who exploded in a fit of fury. "You tired of living? How dare you mess with me?" Instantly, a brutal beating rained down, leaving Lee Minsu curled up in a ball just taking the hits. His lackeys stood by, not only refusing to stop it, but laughing along. Tae-woong is really pissed now. This kid is actually pretty crazy. In a blind rage, Tae-woong grabbed a nearby shovel and growled, "Don't stop me. I'm gonna finish him right here." Ignoring the warning that he might get sent back to detention, he insanely insisted he would make Minsu fear him just as much as he fears Jo Chang-soo. But just before the shovel could swing down, an incredibly powerful impact slammed into him, sending him crashing to the ground instantly. Witnessing that terrifying sight, the lackeys stood frozen in their tracks, their faces twisted in pure horror. A strange foot appeared right before his eyes, making Lee Minsu, even while heavily injured, look up in absolute shock. "No school violence." A stern voice rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere. It was Kang Yu-song, the student body president. He nonchalantly took off his glasses. He leaned in to help Minsu up and asked gently, "Minsu, are you okay?" The students around them started whispering. They quickly recognized their model student body president, but they couldn't understand why he was appearing here looking so different. Being interrupted, Tae-woong screamed furiously, "Who the hell are you?" He swung his shovel, threatening to kill everyone and claiming it wouldn't be too late to go to a reformatory afterward. Facing that aggression, he dodged skillfully, leaving Tae-woong's swing hitting nothing but air. Before his opponent could recover, Kang Yu-song grabbed his shoulder and growled, "Have you ever killed anyone before?" He roughly slammed Tae-woong's head into the pavement, causing him to howl in agony. Kang Yu-song coldly warned him about the price to pay for taking someone else's life. The sound of bones being crushed echoed along with Tae-woong's desperate screams. "Ah, ah, 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 wait, hold on," he pleaded, despite his earlier bravado. In the depths of his agony, he desperately ordered his lackeys to jump in and take care of him. The remaining gang members, seeing their boss humiliated, rushed forward. "You bastard. Do you think you're safe just because you stepped in?" Yet, he remained terrifyingly calm. He constantly dodged and launched precise counterattacks, causing the bullies to collapse one by one. Kang Yu-song grabbed one guy by the head and ruthlessly slammed him into the ground without holding back. Witnessing that horrific sight, the last lackey was so terrified he couldn't even stand. He stammered, explaining that he was only pretending to charge in, and begged Kang Yu-song not to come any closer. "No, wait. Seriously, don't come over here. Don't." Screams of pain echoed as Kang Yu-song decisively took down the bullies, muttering, "I said, no school violence." Watching the president's retreating figure, Minsu softly called out, "Kang Yu-song." Hearing his name, Kang Yu-song stopped, his hand still gripping a rival's collar. He turned back and gave a cryptic smile. "Call me Moon Hee-jung, brother. Don't just call me by my name," Minsu retorted bitterly. You jerk. You're not my brother anymore. Stay out of my business," Kang Yu-sung stated coldly. "You are my brother. No matter what you think, we're still family." Faced with that stubbornness, Minsu just stayed silent and turned away. Kang Yu-sung glanced at his brother's wrist and made a sarcastic remark about the old watch, telling him to throw it away because it was embarrassing for someone adopted by a rich family to be wearing such a cheap piece of junk. On Minsu's wrist was a watch with Penguin Orphanage engraved on it, a keepsake he still cherished. Seeing Minsu walk away dejectedly, Kang Yu-sung shouted, asking if he was going to class, but only received an indifferent reply. "Whatever, I'm going home." Kang Yu-sung sighed, cursing his brother under his breath as an idiot. But the secret lay on the very wrist of that wealthy, high-achieving student body president, as he was also wearing the exact same old orphanage watch as his brother. Minsu walked while agonizing internally. He was terrified that Kang Yu-sung's interference in these fights would ruin his chances of getting into medical school. One was a star student body president, guaranteed admission to a prestigious medical school, while the other was a delinquent student. The cruel truth was that they were biological brothers. His brother used to be named Kang Yu-sung, but after being adopted by a wealthy family, he changed his name to Kang Yu-sung. While his brother had stepped into a glorious new life, Minsu still trudged back to his old reality. He stopped in front of the gate of Penguin Orphanage, where he remained stuck in his own reality. Minsu walked alone through the quiet alley, his heart heavy with thoughts about his brother. He told himself that Kang Yu-sung should stop getting involved with him so that he wouldn't become a burden, hindering his brother's bright future. While Kang Yu-sung headed toward the light, Minsu chose a dark path of his own just to survive. He stopped in front of a securely locked donation bin for old clothes, where he hid all the assets he had scraped together for so long. Inside the bag were stacks of cash and blood donation vouchers, totaling 3,400,000 won. Huddled in a dark corner, Minsu calculated that he was still 6,600,000 won short. Should I just go rob a bank? He worried because the blood donation van wouldn't return to school for another 3 months, so he started planning to visit other schools to keep making money. Minsu's obsession with money stemmed from a harsh reality. He only had 2 years left before he had to leave Penguin Orphanage. Even with the 5 million won support from the government, that amount barely covered the expensive rent. As an underage orphan, he knew even part-time jobs would turn him away. My life is so miserable. Even knowing what he was doing was illegal, it was the only way for him to make money quickly and stop being a burden to his brother. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed over Minsu from behind. The bully, his face distorted by a wicked grin, spoke sarcastically. Our Minsu sure has a lot of money, doesn't he? He roughly placed his hand on Minsu's shoulder, leaning into his ear to whisper a malicious threat that the criminal money would all be confiscated by the government if he got caught. Faced with the insane laughter and the repulsive proximity of the bully, Minsu could only tremble and ask in fear. What do you want? He growled, repeating his arrogant declaration from earlier. I already told you, I'm going to make you wet your pants every time you see me. While Minsu was in a life-threatening situation, at school, the atmosphere remained normal. Students were whispering, while Lee Kangwon Kang Yusong remained calm, taking notes at his desk. The teacher's voice rang out clearly, demanding the class be quiet and sit down as the lesson began. Is everyone sitting? Big announcement today. The teacher walked into the room with an excited look. He announced that Jo Chung-soo, who once made everyone tremble at the Reform Center, had officially returned. The teacher hoped the class would help him reintegrate, believing he had done a lot of reflecting. The students below murmured, the school is in for it now. They knew full well that a reform center was nothing to someone like Jo Chung-soo, as it only took him 4 weeks to get released. Jo Chung-soo, the mastermind of the juvenile delinquent gang, the unstoppable rebel, had arrived. But the truth shocked everyone. Instead of an imposing boss, Jo Chang-soo was now just a cripple in a wheelchair, his face blank with his mouth hanging open pathetically. His glorious past was long gone, leaving behind a soulless person who could only giggle mindlessly. The disgust peaked when a cry went out. He peed himself. Jo Chung-soo lost control of his bodily functions, urinating right there in front of everyone. The class was in an uproar, terrified and disgusted. Teacher! Jo Chung-soo peed his pants. His mother hurriedly took her poor child outside, amidst the whispering about the deranged state of the man who was once feared by all. It all started when the special juvenile reform law was officially implemented. The controversial Youth Protection Act was completely abolished and replaced by much stricter regulations. Their cruelty would only end when they paid the price with their lives. From now on, juvenile delinquents will be sent to military-run facilities for mandatory rehabilitation under forced detention. This education period will last until they are deemed to have completely changed, just like the tragic end of Jo Chang-soo. Returning to the present, the atmosphere at the Penguin Orphanage is becoming more chaotic than ever, with police sirens and shouting voices yelling, "Stay back! Back away, right now!" Police are cordoning off the scene in the dark alley. Residents nearby are buzzing about a serious incident, with rumors even circulating that there's been a death. At the same time, the car carrying Kang Yusong is stuck dead in traffic. Hearing his driver complain about potentially being late for extra classes, he suddenly realizes this is the very area where the orphanage he used to live in is located. With a bad feeling, he abruptly opens the car door and rushes out, ignoring the driver's attempts to stop him. Kang Yusong's eyes show extreme anxiety as he looks toward the crime scene. Under the dim lights, a clock from the Penguin Orphanage lies shattered on the ground. Kang Yusong is stunned, whispering to himself, "Don't tell me." The murmurs of the crowd around him hit him like knives to the heart. Murder? I heard the culprit is a kid from the orphanage. How terrifying. A heavily injured body, covered by a white sheet, lies coldly on the road. Kang Yusong frantically pushes through the crowd. He screams in desperation, thinking of his younger brother. Brother, my little brother. Now, he stands frozen, staring at the scene before him. According to Article 243 of the Special Act on Juvenile Rehabilitation, the police announced the arrest of the suspect right at the scene. It's Lee Minsu. The boy is standing with his head bowed, hands tightly cuffed behind his back, his clothes stained with blood. Lee Minsu's face is emotionless, his eyes hollow with wounds on his face. From this moment on, all personal information of this teenager will be managed by the Military Rehabilitation Center. In courtroom 303 of the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center, A thunderous bang of the gavel echoes out, shattering the suffocating atmosphere. The judge, with a stern face, grinds out words full of indignation, incorrigible. Standing in the dock with cuffed hands, Lee Minsu silently bows his head, listening to the harsh accusations. Lee Minsu, you show no signs of remorse. Don't forget that you are here for a murder charge. Gone is his usual arrogance. He can only weakly protest in desperation. I didn't kill anyone. I've said it over and over. Why won't you listen to me? Responding to his plea is only the judge's contempt. Tisk tisk, always lying. He raises the evidence bag containing a blood-stained brick and interrogates him. So how do you explain the fingerprints and blood on this brick? The judge's patience seems to reach its limit as he lists the boy's series of past offenses. And all those other crimes you committed? You mean to tell me you didn't do those either? He assumes Lee Minsu is just like any other criminal, always trying to blame circumstances, family, or the situation to turn himself into a victim. The murmurs in the courtroom rise. The judge seems truly furious. The judge continues to berate the lack of remorse in these wayward children. Killing at the drop of a hat? At this rate, will the world turn into a graveyard? That is why you need to learn a lesson now. He delivers a sarcastic lecture. If someone bothers you, tell an adult for help. After all, the reason you committed these crimes is because you don't trust adults. Immediately after, the sentence is officially declared. According to Article 28 of the Rehabilitation and Reform Act, he is sentenced to detention at the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center. Lee Minsu trudges onto the bus waiting for the prisoners, heading to a remote, isolated place. The teenagers on the bus start grumbling and complaining. Haha, damn. The center is so far away. When will we get there? What is this? North Korea? Damn. It's nothing but mountains everywhere. Meanwhile, someone speaks up crudely. Hey, I need to use the bathroom. Is there a rest stop? Hey mister, sing something for us to hear. A kid on the bus starts mocking the police officer in charge of the escort. The officer just smiles dismissively and tries to soothe them. Come on, you guys. Try to sit still for a bit longer. The juvenile delinquents start to lose their patience, some even shouting because they can't hold their bladders anymore. But the noise is quickly silenced when a majestic archway leading into an isolated area appears before them. The police officer coldly reminds them, wait until you get in there, then you can perform all you want. Don't worry about lacking time. The bus trudges deep into the remote mountains, where a giant, cold structure called the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center is waiting. The kids start to get nervous when they see the shabby appearance of this place. They can't believe they will have to sleep here. Suddenly, a cheer breaks out, shattering the gloomy atmosphere. Hey, look over there, girls. Outside the fence, a group of female prisoners is forced into hard labor with hose in their hands. The teenagers on the bus go wild. They press their faces against the glass, making crude jokes and sniffing the air like perverts. Their excitement is crushed when the officer speaks up. Shut it. That is a restricted area. Don't even think about it. The heavy iron gate slams shut, officially locking them all into a world with no way out. Just after stepping off the bus, the teenagers reveal their rebellious nature, constantly complaining about back pain and demanding absurd things like a gaming room. One guy even dares to block the guard to demand cigarettes. When refused with the reason that minors aren't allowed to smoke, he immediately becomes aggressive, getting in the officer's face and threatening him. Hey guard, do you want to punch before you cough them up? 1 punch, or 2, or 3, or 4? While the atmosphere is extremely tense, a strange sound suddenly rings out. Lee Minsu looks around, bewildered, only to be horrified to witness a group of muscular men, heads shaved, wearing collars like animals, running while making oinking sounds and darting past, leaving everyone terrified. Witnessing these hulking men running and oinking like pigs, the rookies can't help but burst into mocking laughter. They point and tease. What kind of crazy workout is that, oinking like that? But the playful atmosphere suddenly freezes when an officer shouts loudly, demanding everyone stand at attention. Heavy footsteps approaching make the crowd start to panic. They don't understand what is happening. As soon as the platoon command is given, the muscular men jogging immediately stop, standing in line mechanically. On their chests are strange tattoos, and they wear iron collars around their necks like animals. At the guard's order, the entire platoon chants a bizarre oinking sound in unison as a respectful greeting. The sight of dozens of hulking men forced into blind submission leaves the newly arrived teenagers stunned. A man with a powerful appearance and cold, sharp eyes steps out. He is the head of this place. Seeing that, the unruly teenagers still don't know what it means to be afraid. They kept on sneering, mocking the military drills as boring and annoying. The warden didn't show a hint of anger. Instead, he curled his lip into a sinister smirk, then coldly ordered everyone to bow down. The recruits laughed it off, naively challenging the old man to see what kind of game he was playing. But in a split second, the absolute authority of this place was cemented. The entire platoon of veteran prisoners dropped to the ground in unison, creating a terrifying display of submission. The teenagers started to feel uneasy. "Don't worry, we're minors, right? What's there to be afraid of?" The warden pointed a finger directly at them, his voice gravelly as he declared that a new batch of vermin had arrived today to meet their end. "You have 10 minutes. Turn those pests into pets," the warden commanded coldly. Instantly, the hulking prisoners responded in unison with bizarre, inhuman shrieks. One recruit, losing his temper, screamed at the warden, cursing him as a cowardly old man and threatening to break his neck, bragging that he'd give him a quick death. But before the challenge could even leave his lips, a massive hand slammed into his face with bone-crushing force. Watching the scene unfold, Minsu stood frozen in total shock. The real nightmare began as those beast-like men lunged forward in a wild frenzy. Those who were just posturing moments ago were now screaming in despair, begging the monsters to stay back. One fellow recruit was sent flying with a kick, the sound of impact and desperate cries echoing across the camp yard. The warden stood there with a triumphant smile, declaring that from this moment on, they were no longer human, they were nothing but loyal slaves. When he granted them permission to speak, the veteran prisoners prostrated themselves in unison, howling words of gratitude and absolute obedience to the sheer terror of the newcomers. Amidst the chaos, Minsu chose to lie still, feigning death on the ground, hoping to escape the gaze of these demons. While lying there, Minsu realized the situation was spiraling into something far worse as the recruits were hunted down like prey. One poor teenager ran toward the security staff, desperately begging for help. But in response to his plea, he was met with the face of a young officer wearing a grotesquely wide, ear-to-ear grin. He waved his hand, sarcastically warning him not to come any closer. Minsu shuddered, realizing something was wrong, because if he wanted to help, he would have stepped in long ago. As soon as the boy got close, the officer swung his hand in a brutal strike, knocking his victim down instantly amidst a wild, deranged roar. "I told you not to come any closer," the officer screamed, swinging his baton wildly at the recruits. His eyes bulged with rage. Anyone being stubborn gets a taste of the baton. The sound of clubs hitting flesh mingled with the pathetic wailing of those beaten to the ground. "I'm sorry." Sob, "Please don't hit me anymore. I'm sorry." Minsu remained motionless, silently deducing that this was, in fact, a calculated tactic of intimidation for survival. He noticed they were controlling their strength precisely. The motions were exaggerated but didn't target vital points. Minsu told himself, "This isn't mindless murder. That makes sense, most people aren't killers, and neither am I." Yet, Minsu's quick wit caught the attention of a high-ranking officer. He leaned in close to Minsu's face, a cryptic smirk on his lips. "Oh? You're quite the actor, aren't you?" As Minsu stuttered an apology, the officer casually cut him off and suddenly stomped his heavy boot onto his head. He growled a threat. "I like clever little rats like you. All right. From now on, you're the rat that has to keep me entertained. Got it?" Under the weight of the heavy boot, Minsu could only let out a painful whimper, but was immediately corrected. Not, say squeak, squeak, squeak. "Yes, warden." All the new recruits had been stripped. The officers reported loudly while standing in front of a long line of teenagers trembling in a state of semi-nudity. The recruits stood rooted to the spot, their faces masks of shock and humiliation. Witnessing the scene, the warden wore a cruel grin, revealing his stark white teeth. He coldly declared, "All right, from now on, the evaluation begins." Meanwhile, in a quiet apartment complex at 2 in the afternoon, a man in a sharp suit silently appeared in front of an apartment door. He rang the bell and called out softly, "Hello? Is anyone home?" After confirming there was no answer, he casually turned the doorknob, thinking to himself that this was the perfect time for someone to be out. Suddenly, he pulled a sharp pair of scissors from his suit pocket. With extremely professional and decisive movements, he cut the security seal on the door and broke inside. Uninvited guest, might as well open the door and hang out for a bit. Kang Yusong stepped into the dark room with an icy gaze. Memories from his childhood flooded back, when he and his younger brother would frequently break into empty homes. Back then, Lee Minsu would stand guard outside, while he was responsible for stealing valuables inside. They lived like professional thieves for years, until they were caught by the police and sent to an orphanage. It only took them 5 minutes to clean out a house. He had hoped those dark days were behind him. But here he was again, breaking into someone's home. He stared coldly at the person lying on the bed and reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm not here to steal anything. I just want answers. My younger brother was sent there too." The person on the bed was Jo Chang-soo, but now he was just a hollow shell, his mouth hanging open as he muttered incessantly. Kang Yusung was horrified, wondering what kind of hellish place that reform center was to turn a guy like him into this state. Although the report said he had fallen from a height and hit his head, Kang Yusung realized there were no signs of trauma or fractures on his body at all. He didn't understand what had turned a local school bully into such a broken, pathetic wreck. Seeing Jo Chang-soo currently crying and soiling himself, Kang Yusung completely lost his patience. He grabbed the man's face roughly, growling in a fit of rage. "You only had 4 weeks, but my brother might never get out, so wake up and give me some answers." In a state of extreme panic, Jo Chang-soo began to scream hysterically about being electrocuted, begging desperately for mercy. It hurts, I'm sorry." Kang Yusong felt that questioning Jo Chang-soo was becoming useless, as he kept shrieking in terror from the memory of the electric shocks. But when he looked closer, he was shocked to discover strange red scars on his chest. Meanwhile, at the reform center, the classification process was proceeding ruthlessly. Stencil plates were pressed against the recruits' chests, and a type of red paint was sprayed on to mark their rank based on the severity of their crimes. A long line of teenagers had to kneel in humiliation with bright red symbols printed on their naked bodies. Sitting on an armchair in the middle of the yard, the warden lazily flipped through each kid's file. He muttered names like Oh Sang-jin and Park San-woo. All of them were only ranked as C for petty theft or property damage. The old man looked disappointed. "This sucks. They're all just petty thieves. Isn't there anyone with a bit of guts here?" Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a familiar face. He smirked, confident that he hadn't misjudged the kid. This one was actually interesting. A red paint mark began to be sprayed onto Lee Minsu's chest. The warden roared with excitement. "Congratulations, little rat, that's you." Lee Minsu was stunned. Minsu tried to speak up but immediately corrected himself with a squeak, as per the rules. The warden laughed heartily, confirming that Minsu was far more violent than he looked when he saw the bright red A on the boy's chest. Minsu was the only grade A recruit in this new batch. Minsu's face showed clear shock as the warden made a promise. "Welcome to paradise, where you'll be well taken care of." His file clearly read, Lee Minsu, 18 years old, convicted of murder, and classified as grade A. At Yonge Girls High School, the appearance of a stranger was causing quite a stir among the students. A girl hurriedly urged her friend to stop eating so they could look across the street. Over there, a boy with an intellectual look was leaning against a bicycle, intently reading a book by Rim B. His romantic, handsome appearance made the girls gasp. "He's smoking hot." Seeing an opportunity, 2 girls excitedly approached, pretending they had met before just to break the ice. They didn't hesitate to express their wish to be friends right away. One girl even mistook him for an idol trainee and proactively asked for his social media handle. Kang Yusong gently adjusted his glasses. "I'm a bit old school. I only use carrier pigeons." That answer only made the girls more excited. They thought a guy who didn't use social media was truly charming and adorable. Capitalizing on their attention, Kang Yusong got straight to the point. "Hey, can I ask you guys something? I'm looking for someone named Ga Se-min." The moment they heard that name, the girls' expressions changed instantly. One pointed across the street. "Ga Se-min? Why bring up that monster's name? You'll have bad luck all day." Just then, a girl with messy, long black hair, wearing a loose shirt, and carrying a helmet, appeared. She nonchalantly blew a bubble with her gum, looking completely indifferent to the world. The surrounding students began whispering about how she had just returned from the detention center, warning each other that she was extremely dangerous. Ignoring the warnings, Kang Yusong stood his ground, his eyes fixed on his target. The 2 girls with him started to panic, afraid of being dragged into trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Yusong walked straight up to the edgy girl. Ga Se-min spoke coldly. "What is it?" Kang Yusong looked her in the eye and asked in a low voice, "I want to know about the detention center." But Ga Se-min didn't care at all. She just told him to get lost and brushed past his shoulder. Kang Yusong stood there stunned, whispering to himself, "My brother is in there." Watching Ga Se-min's back slowly fade away, he sighed, blaming himself for being too blunt, and thought he would find another way to approach her next time. But suddenly, a helmet was thrown directly toward him with force. Catching the helmet quickly, Kang Yusong stared blankly at Ga Se-min, who was already settled on a bright red heavy-duty motorcycle. She coldly ordered, "Get on, unless you want to stay there and be a model for those girls to gawk at." The engine roared as they zoomed down the long, empty boulevard. Kang Yusong wondered why she had suddenly changed her mind. But the only reason he would risk everything was because his little brother was also locked up in that place. The wind hit the face shield hard. Kang Yusong asked impatiently, "What exactly is that juvenile detention center like?" After a haunting silence, Ga Se-min uttered only 2 cold words, "Hell." Back in that living hell, The warden bellowed with excitement at the line of exhausted prisoners. It's only been 3 hours. He ordered them to start the next drill, making Lee Minsu grit his teeth, drenched in sweat from sheer exhaustion. He wondered desperately when this torture would actually end. Start jumping jacks. The warden's scream rang out, forcing Minsu to squeak like the rat he was designated to be. In the scorching camp yard, Minsu and his fellow inmates had to jump continuously, their mouths constantly oinking like pigs and emitting pathetic squeaks. Damn it, it's been 3 hours already. When will this end? Minsu gritted his teeth, sweating profusely after hours of non-stop torment. High above, the warden hummed nonchalantly, enjoying the sounds of his pets, which he found incredibly sweet. Suddenly, a prisoner collapsed from exhaustion. Instead of being helped, he was kicked by a guard who shouted, "Don't be lazy, get up." Since one person left the line, everyone starts over. The poor guy could only sob and beg to go to the bathroom because his stomach pain had exceeded his limit. The guards swarmed in to beat the weakling, mocking him for how tough he acted when he first arrived compared to now. Just then, the warden stepped in to stop them, claiming that beating someone just because they needed to use the restroom was too harsh. He kindly helped the boy up, comforting him by saying he must have held it for a long time to even dare to speak up. The warden walked closer and calmly asked the crowd, "Is there anyone else who needs to go?" This sudden question made Lee Minsu suspicious. Immediately, a chorus of "Me Too" rang out from the exhausted prisoners. Minsu wondered if this was a trap to separate them and beat them up. The guard roared, ordering everyone to line up in a single file and forbidding them from speaking like humans. The warden continued to invite them, insisting that if they didn't go now, they'd have to hold it until tonight. Watching his fellow inmates happily line up, Minsu felt this was extremely fishy. He thought to himself, with such a crappy public system, why would they be so lenient as to let everyone pretend to have a stomachache just to take a break? The warden kept advertising it as a rare opportunity to get in line. Minsu looked at the hungry gazes around him and warned himself. Unconditional kindness is like an unknown fruit in the jungle. The more delicious and tempting it looks, the more careful you have to be. Deciding to test his luck, he raised his hand and squeaked to ask to join the line. But the moment the guard approached, Minsu suddenly changed his attitude. He shouted in human language that he didn't need to go anymore and would return to training immediately. The officer flew into a rage, grabbed Minsu by the collar, and roared furiously, "You messing with me? Do we look like we're playing around?" Minsu explained painfully that his muscles had cramped up, causing a stomachache, but he only received a cruel threat in return. "Stomach hurt? Let me help you clear that out." Minsu could only tremble and beg in despair. "I'm sorry." The guard roughly threw Lee Minsu back into line and growled, "Get back in line, you little rat. I'll be keeping an eye on you. You tripped and fell, landing hard, while the other inmates mocked you. What is that idiot doing?" They laughed. You wiped the sweat from your face, slowly realizing something was wrong. They treat everyone like animals, yet they let them use the restroom? Only humans need restrooms. This has to be a trap. The officer gathered everyone who needed to use the restroom into one spot and shouted, "All those who need to go, stand here." The warden approached with a twisted grin, acting as if he were bestowing a grand favor. "Well, humans are animals. You've all got to go, right? You look like you're struggling. I'll grant you 30 minutes. Move it, or you'll miss your transport." Those left behind watched with envy, silently regretting they hadn't moved faster to get a break. The craftier ones started jeering at the fools who went to the restroom, but their laughter died instantly when the warden pointed at them and growled, "What are you laughing at? Just remember, you're the one staying here, not them." The remaining teenagers froze in pure terror, realizing they were the ones being targeted. The warden stood above them, coldly announcing a bizarre new punishment. "From now on, you're going to form a human centipede." Immediately, they were forced into a humiliating position. The person behind placed their feet on the person in front, faces pressed right against the rear of the one ahead, forming a long, writhing line. The guards barked orders, forcing them all to keep their arms straight and hold the position. If one person falls, you all start over from the beginning. Minsu realized with bitter despair that they were now treated as something even lower than insects. The true nightmare began when the guard roared with cruelty. "You lot are worse than livestock. You're nothing but filth. You can't even control your own basic bodily functions." He began viciously forcing those who actually needed to go to relieve themselves right there, while locked in that human centipede formation. "For trash like you, using a restroom is a luxury, you useless insects." The warden laughed heartily at the inmates' suffering, trampling them and urging them on with sadistic delight. "Is this your 5-star portable toilet? Hurry up and use it." One teenager collapsed, sobbing in utter humiliation, as every last shred of human dignity was trampled without mercy. "What are you staring at, you dead-eyed moron?" The shouting erupted amidst a barrage of kicks raining down on the exhausted teens. Only 3 hours had passed, but the arrogance the wild animals had brought with them had completely vanished. Instead, they were blasted with high-pressure water hoses to be cleaned off like actual pets. Those who were lucky enough to escape the punishment finally realized the truth. In this place, the warden's word is the only law. A loudspeaker blared across the camp, signaling break time. "All right, clean yourselves up and get inside. It's time for the pet buffet." The guards instantly shouted in unison, "Yes, sir," and began herding the inmates toward the reformatory's cafeteria. Holding a meal tray, Minsu was shocked to see the pathetic rations, just a bit of white rice and some watery soup. He thought bitterly, "Is this even food?" The humiliation reached a breaking point when he realized they all had to sit on the cold floor to eat. Minsu wondered, in agony, why they weren't even given basic utensils. Could it be that in the eyes of the people here, they are nothing more than pets? Just then, an officer stood at the front and barked for everyone to join in the gratitude song. The older prisoners began to shriek the bizarre, twisted lyrics. "We are not human. We are dogs and pigs. We eat what we're given. We do as we're told." They screamed in a deranged frenzy, shouting their thanks for being scolded and beaten. Minsu stood frozen in absolute disgust. He realized the horrific, inhuman reality unfolding right before his eyes. On the wall, the gratitude song was framed solemnly, with lyrics declaring that they do not bark, do not bite, and only follow orders, a collection of the most obedient pigs on the planet. Minsu's eyes turned cold as he saw the truth. They were being treated like livestock. He gritted his teeth, gripping a handful of rice, and told himself that whether he was a pet or whatever else, he had to survive this hell. Minsu shoved the cold rice into his mouth, swearing to himself that he would endure it all. His eyes burned with an iron will, determined to overcome every humiliation and escape this hellhole at any cost. Meanwhile, on a rocky cliff overlooking the valley, Kang Yusong stood silently, watching the youth reformatory sink into the sunset. Ga Se-min sat perched on the railing, her eyes gazing distantly toward the prison. She admitted that she came here every day because she couldn't stop worrying about her younger brother, who was waiting for his trial, the very place he would likely soon enter. When Kang Yusong asked if it was truly a living hell, Ga Se-min replied coldly that hell might actually be better, because that place was never meant for humans. The horrific memories haunted her with nightmares every night, forcing her to rely on sleeping pills just to close her eyes. Seeing Kang Yusong's resolve, she understood how much he worried for his brother. Kang Yusong revealed bitterly that it was his late mother's final wish. She had asked him to protect his brother, but in the end, he had failed. That was why he sought out Ga Se-min, hoping he could do something before it was too late. Because among the rare few who had escaped that place, she was the only one who still seemed stable. Ga Se-min suddenly asked him if he wanted to know the secret to how she survived her time at the reformatory. Kang Yusong quickly pressed her for the way to get out in one piece. But Ga Se-min's answer left him speechless. She made a twisted face, stuck her tongue out bizarrely, and insisted, "Wanna live? Just act like an idiot like this, and you're guaranteed to stay safe." Seeing Kang Yusong's doubt, she insisted she was telling the truth. Kang Yusong suddenly became angry, growling that he wasn't playing games and demanded she be serious and tell the truth. Ga Se-min stayed silent, turned her back to him, and whispered that she wasn't joking. She lifted her hands to her head and pushed aside a thick layer of her hair. Kang Yusong was too shocked to speak as he witnessed the horrific truth hidden underneath. On Ga Se-min's scalp were lumpy, crisscrossed, and deformed scars. She explained that at the slightest outburst, they would attack each other without a second's hesitation. That place was filled with people so insane that she had never imagined she would witness horrors like someone being brutally tortured with hot oil. Seeing him bow his head in apology for what she had been through, she waved it off and told him there was no need to say more. She admitted that she was released early only because she pretended to be simple-minded, a trick that seemed simple but was her only key to survival. But she warned him that this method it wouldn't really help your younger brother's situation much. Seeing Kang Yusong still wearing that gloomy expression, she nudged him with her foot, teasingly telling him to drop that pathetic look unless he wanted to get kicked. Kang Yusong chuckled, asking her to move her foot. He turned the conversation to the strange markings he had spotted earlier. Ga Se-min explained that after the orientation ceremony for the new inmates, they were required to shower, issued a uniform, and given a meal. However, to prevent any escape attempts, everyone was required to wear a GPS tracking collar. In the detention block, Minsu clumsily put on his oversized uniform his hands subconsciously touching the cold black collar tightening around his neck, completely unaware of its true function. "Stop zoning out and get in line." The guard's shout cut through Minsu's thoughts. He shuffled into line, forced to grunt like a pig, feeling utterly humiliated. Gasemin explained that, after receiving their gear, the inmates were sent to designated cells. This segregation was based entirely on the severity of their crimes. For example, Cell E was for assault, Cell D for drug trafficking, and Cell C for thieves and con artists. Because of his serious assault charge, Gasemin had been thrown into Cell B. As the heavy iron door groaned open, revealing a dark, oppressive space, Gasemin emphasized that Cell A was where they kept the most dangerous criminals, those convicted of murder or worse. Stepping inside with his meal tray, Minsu froze at the sight of his cellmates, men with twisted, terrifying faces. Sweat broke out across his skin as he realized he had just walked into a den of wolves, a place filled with cold-blooded killers, just like the charge he was supposedly carrying. His eyes were glued to the group of inmates sitting and waiting, including Ga Se-jun, who sat silently in the corner with long hair obscuring half his face. The others were busy picking their noses or cracking their knuckles, creating an invisible pressure that made Minsu break into a cold sweat. He whispered to himself, "It's too quiet. Is this a showdown? I absolutely cannot back down now." The silence shattered when a scarred man roared aggressively, "Hey, piece of trash, don't you know how to introduce yourself?" The guy next to him chimed in, cracking his knuckles as he interrogated him. "Where did you come from? What brought you here?" Minsu kept his composure and replied, "I'm from Penguin Orphanage, and I used to go to Zon R Middle School." As soon as he finished, the whole group burst into mocking laughter. They sneered, "An orphan in juvenile hall? What a perfect path to the top." Amidst the chaos, Ga Se-jun suddenly spoke up, cutting them off. "Quiet, all of you." The leader stared straight at Minsu with sharp eyes and asked coldly, "What are you in for? Since you're in Cell A, you must have done something pretty nasty." Lee Minsu looked the leader in the eye and calmly stated a single word: "Murder." That word caused the atmosphere in the room to freeze instantly. The guys who were laughing just a moment ago had their eyes wide with shock, their faces showing utter terror. Is there really a cold-blooded killer here? Or is he just blowing smoke for clout? Seeing their over-the-top reaction, Minsu lowered his head, questioning himself. Why did I lie about something that will get exposed eventually? But wait, could it be that I'm the only real murderer in this place? Minsu looked around the cell, wondering if the severity of the crime really determined the hierarchy here. If murder was the worst offense, he should be the most formidable person in the room, but the reality was completely the opposite. A short-haired inmate turned and mocked the guy serving as a chair. For Ga Se-jun, guessing who would be stuck with the newbie label. It was a blonde guy named Moon Hee-jun. Lee Minsu stood stunned, realizing that the person being trampled underfoot was actually the lowest-ranking underdog in the room. Ga Se-jun suddenly stood up, causing Moon Hee-jun to scramble and apologize profusely. Immediately, a brutal kick connected with the blonde man's body for the crime of daring to speak like a human. "Doing it again, huh? You dare speak like a human? Damn it." Poor Moon Hee-jun could only let out pathetic squeaks, begging for forgiveness. Minsu realized bitterly that whether inside or outside, the weak were always bullied. If they wanted to view him as a killer, he would embrace that dark persona to survive. 7 p.m. reflection report time begins. According to the rules, every juvenile at the correction center must write 10 reports every day. Minsu sat blankly in front of the white paper, his hand gripping the pencil in helplessness. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I haven't even killed anyone. What am I supposed to write?" Just as he was struggling with his chaotic thoughts, a crumpled ball of paper flew out of nowhere and hit his desk. Behind him, a group of inmates were busy playing baseball with paper balls and makeshift bats. They were arguing loudly over fouls and home runs, completely ignoring the study time. Lee Minsu annoyedly told them to be quiet and asked if they didn't have to write their reports. The delinquents laughed mockingly, acting as if they couldn't care less about such garbage. One of them pointed his chin toward Moon Hee-jun, who was hunched over, writing amidst a mountain of paperwork. Moon Hee-jun is the national secretary of this cell. Moon Hee-jun suddenly stood up from the pile of papers, annoying the other inmates. "What is it, Moon Hee-jun? Why are you standing up when you aren't finished?" He could only bark like a dog, a humiliating sound in place of speech. When forced to speak like a human to explain, Moon Hee-jun whispered a request to use the bathroom, but was immediately berated for forgetting his status as a rat. The leader sneered and allowed him to go handle his business. Minsu watched silently, bitterly realizing that human rights were a luxury here, where guards treated prisoners like nothing more than animals. In the shadows, away from supervision, the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Even in the bathroom, Moon Hee-jun was viciously attacked. How dare you squat like a human? A massive kick sent him crashing down, leaving him only able to whimper in extreme pain. Here, the weak are the prey, and there is absolutely no one to protect them. To survive, you must be strong, or at the very least, act like you are. The humiliation reached its peak when Moon Hee-jun was forced to relieve himself like an actual dog. The other inmates stood by, roaring with laughter, enjoying the disgusting spectacle as if it were cheap entertainment. 8 p.m. shower time begins in the cramped, high-pressure space. Each person had only 3 minutes to wash their body with a tiny sliver of soap that had passed through countless hands. Lee Minsu worried he would catch a disease having to share toiletries with 50 other people in such squalid conditions. 9 p.m. The formal bedtime roll call began under the strict supervision of the guards. The inmates' clear voices rang out in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But when it was his turn, instead of calling out the next number, Moon Hee-jun suddenly let out a loud, pathetic bark. Looks like we've got a professional troublemaker at roll call. Lee Minsu's eyes widened, completely stunned by Moon Hee-jun's sudden outburst. The cold-blooded officer immediately slammed the roll call ledger right into his face. Moon Hee-jun collapsed to the floor, letting out nothing but miserable, whimpering cries. Once the final roll call ended, right at 10 o'clock, all the lights in the detention center cut out. The entire room plunged into darkness. Everyone laid shoulder to shoulder, on the cramped mattresses, trying to put a long, terrifying day behind them. In the dead silence, Moon Hee-jun's sobbing broke out again. He muttered in pain, "Mom, I want to go home. Everyone here is a beast." A harsh voice suddenly roared, shattering the silence. "Who the hell is crying like a human being in here?" Moon Hee-jun quickly clamped his hand over his mouth, stifling his sobs so he wouldn't get punished further. That's how their first night at the reform center dragged on. At 5:30 sharp, everyone was hauled up to start cleaning and morning roll call. The teenagers scrambled, folding blankets and scrubbing the floors like machines. A new day in this hellhole always started early, long after everyone's emotions had turned numb. By 6 o'clock, the clattering of carts echoed, along with the staff shouting, "Food's here! Grub time!" The pathetic meal trays were shoved through a small slot at the bottom of the cell door. While chewing on dry rice balls, Minsu wondered, "Why aren't we eating in the cafeteria?" A fellow inmate explained that because there was outdoor training in the afternoon, they had to eat right there in the cell. He looked at his tray and scoffed. "Guess getting a spoon makes us fancy now." Halfway through eating, Minsu noticed something off and asked, "Where's Moon Hee-jun? Why isn't he eating?" The other inmates just pointed at the floor without a care. "He's down there." Lee Minsu was horrified to see Moon Hee-jun crawling on the ground, with a wooden board on his back acting as a dining table for the others. A bully roared when the table tilted. "Damn it! You spilled the soup. Are you not paying attention?" Moon Hee-jun just sobbed and let out pathetic dog-like barks to apologize. Seeing Minsu's worried face, they laughed mockingly. "Why are you so worried?" They claimed they were just taking care of Moon Hee-jun like friends, and that nowhere else would you find buddies who prepare your meals like this. Minsu was skeptical about this homemade meal they were talking about. One of them immediately dumped all the leftover scraps and bones onto a plate and mashed it all together. He smugly declared, "Behold, the premium trash special is served. Dig in, guest." Minsu froze, unable to believe the cruelty of these monsters. The bullies kept mocking, saying this was the perfect meal because it didn't leave any leftovers, then asked Moon Hee-jun, "Look at this, aren't you drooling?" Moon Hee-jun trembled as he stared at the filthy plate, sweat pouring down his face. Seeing him hesitate, the ringleader screamed, "Moon Hee-jun, why aren't you eating?" In absolute terror, Moon Hee-jun lowered his head and started licking up that trash right off the floor. Unable to take it anymore, Minsu coldly spoke up. "Hey, stop eating that." He delivered a powerful kick, knocking the board off Moon Hee-jun's back and sending the tray and food flying across the room. This sudden move made the other inmates' expressions change instantly, and they roared with rage. Lee Minsu stared straight at Moon Hee-jun and demanded, "Are you really just a kid?" The poor teenager with the name tag, Moon Hee-jun, looked up at Minsu with terrified eyes amidst the chaos. Just then, Ga Se-jun spoke up. "Hey, murderer," he growled, asserting that this place had its own hierarchy and laws. If Minsu was the new guy, he had to follow the rules. Ga Se-jun locked eyes with Minsu, sharp as a blade, and finished. "If you don't like it, come at me and try to take me down." To continue, Ga Se-jun coldly declared that to do that, Minsu first had to beat Moon Hee-jun because he currently ranked higher. He added a threat that if Minsu lost, he would have to take his place and become the new Moon Hee-jun of this cell. Minsu let out a weary sigh. He found this whole hierarchy game pathetic and ridiculous. He thought with contempt that even after ending up here for causing trouble, these people still couldn't shed their low-life thug mentality. Suddenly, Moon Hee-jun lunged at Minsu, attacking him with a flurry of punches. Watching the scene, the surrounding inmates screamed in excitement. "Cheer him on! Beat him up, Moon Hee-jun. Being the punching bag is getting old." They laughed, shocked that a kid who looked so weak had such guts. The taunts kept coming, challenging the murderer Minsu to fight back if he didn't want to be trampled to the bottom of the social ladder. Minsu gritted his teeth, taking the hits. He realized a strange truth. Moon Hee-jun was crying his eyes out while hitting him, apologizing over and over. He asked himself, helpless, how could he fight back against someone who was crying while attacking him? The story shifted briefly to a peaceful scene at the Penguin Orphanage. Inside a familiar room, the headmistress was kindly asking about his preparations for heading off to the military tomorrow. Kang Yu-song sat quietly on the floor, hugging a penguin-shaped pillow tightly, and confirmed he was all set, saying those were the priceless mementos of the two brothers. The headmistress smiled, recalling the past. She talked about the troublemaker duo that used to stir up the whole neighborhood. She specifically mentioned Kang Yu-song, who used to terrify the local kids so much they didn't dare go near him because he'd often beat them to a pulp. Kang Yu-song just smiled faintly and asked, "Did I really do that?" Then his gaze turned sharp and dangerous. He smirked at the headmistress and insisted that she must have misunderstood something. "It's true I used to get into fights with those kids, but honestly, I wasn't the one they were most afraid of." Back in the cell, Moon Hee-jun was crying while throwing wild punches. "Minsu, I'm sorry, but I don't want to be Moon Hee-jun anymore." Minsu could only shield his head, taking the hits in helplessness. Watching the scene, the scarred inmate laughed with contempt. He claimed Minsu's murderer reputation was all talk and no bite, calling him a weakling. He roughly grabbed him, hurling insults about him being abandoned by his parents, and claimed Minsu was just trash the new Moon Hee-jun of the cell. However, Kang Yu-song knew the truth. The one the kids back then were truly afraid of wasn't him. It was his younger brother, Minsu. As soon as his rage hit the breaking point, Minsu suddenly threw a lightning-fast hook that sent the scarred guy flying backward. Kang Yu-song knew he might be better at fighting, but when Minsu loses control, things get extremely ugly. The lightning-fast strike left Moon Hee-jun and the inmates frozen in terror. Even Ga Se-jun's expression changed, his eyes showing clear wariness toward the power of the one he had just looked down on. Lee Minsu stood tall in the middle of the room, radiating a cold, chilling, killing intent. Kang Yu-song bitterly realized that once his little brother truly snapped, absolutely no one could stop him anymore. Lee Minsu lunged forward in a wild, blind rage. "Moon Hee-jun, you're all gonna end up just like Moon Hee-jun." His punch was so powerful the guy didn't even have time to react, his eyes burning with pure, murderous intent. "I told you I'd make you all end up like that." But Minsu couldn't take on the whole room by himself. He was quickly overwhelmed and shoved to the floor. The other inmates laughed mockingly. "Damn, what a mess." They swarmed around him, sneering. "Turn us into Moon Hee-jun? You out of your mind? You barely got a life of your own and you're trying to act like the boss of this cell?" The thugs kept throwing insults, saying the place wasn't short of losers who liked to play tough. "You think we're some kind of joke to you?" One guy stepped closer, spitting insults about Lee Minsu being a pathetic, abandoned orphan. Hitting a nerve, Minsu roared, "Shut your mouth." He charged in like a madman, violently jamming a toilet brush right into the mouth of the guy who insulted him. "You dare talk about my mom? Eat this brush." Things turned more chaotic than ever as the rest of the mob piled on. "Hey Dan, shove that toilet brush down his throat for me." But suddenly, they all froze, not daring to take another step forward. Minsu's eyes went completely hollow and terrifying. In his hand, he gripped the toilet brush. The handle had snapped, turning it into a jagged, deadly point. He snarled, "Kill me? Have any of you ever actually killed anyone?" The scene shifted to another location, where a man with a scarred face and a vicious gaze roared with cold determination. "I will abolish the juvenile justice law. If words don't work, then we use force." He stared at a golf ball as if it were his sworn enemy, then swung his club with massive power, taking out his anger on some nameless person who dared to take his spot. His underlings, standing around, broke into constant applause. "Great swing, Senator." That was a clean, decisive hit. But his heart was still boiling with resentment, secretly wishing he could take down his rival, Han Man-soo, just as easily. Turning to Kang Yu-song, who was kneeling on the ground, the senator spoke coldly. "Anyway, why are you just standing there?" Kang Yu-song stayed in his kneeling position, calmly presenting his plan. "I'm thinking about enlisting in the army early. Resolving these juvenile delinquency issues now will definitely benefit your political career, father." Hearing that, the senator tightened his glove, smirking at his son's fake filial piety. He lashed out, "You should be studying medicine, not playing detective." The senator swung his club again with terrifying strength and barked, "Speak properly, Kang Yusung. Isn't all of this actually just for your younger brother?" He coldly stated that even if Kang Yusung enlisted right now, there was no guarantee he'd be assigned to the specific juvenile detention center to see his brother. Kang Yusung kept his head bowed, desperately pleading, "I know that, father. That's why I'm begging for your help. If anyone can make it happen, it's you." But the powerful man just turned his back and walked away, dropping a heartless question. "Why should I clean up the mess your brother made?" Watching the man's cold, unfeeling back, Kang Yusong's eyes darkened behind his glasses, filled with bitter resentment. He realized, with a sting, that this father would never truly lift a finger to help him. Everything has a price. The senator looked at Kang Yusong, calculating, and set an impossible condition. "Can you help your father become president?" Kang Yusong stood frozen, unable to believe his ears. But the powerful man had already turned away for good. He urged him to start the journey of putting him on the throne of power if he wanted to save his brother. Back in the cell, the tension hit its breaking point. "Come on, all of you, let's go." Minsu, lost in his frenzy, his face covered in blood, brandished the sharp brush handle like a blade. But before he could even act, a massive guy suddenly closed in from behind, locking him down tight, catching Lee Minsu completely off guard. "Take this, you bastard." A heavy punch slammed straight into Minsu's head, while the guy behind kept his grip firm. The other inmates started to panic when they saw Lee Minsu go limp. They trembled, wondering, did he actually kill him? Killing someone in here is a life sentence. But Lee Minsu suddenly snapped back to life with sharp, deadly eyes. Seeing an opening, Minsu delivered a brutal kick, straight into the giant's crotch, sending him collapsing to the floor in a scream of agony. Just then, Ga Sejun calmly walked over, looked down at Minsu, and spat out a venomous insult. "Is your trigger word mom? Or is it the fact that you were abandoned that makes you go this crazy?" Ga Sejun continued to rub salt in Minsu's wounds with a mocking tone. "How heartbreaking. Does your mom even know that the son she abandoned has turned into a murderer?" Unable to suppress his rage any longer, Minsu lunged at him, but Ga Sejun easily caught his move and locked his arms. He growled a threat. "Apologize for that, unless you want to lose your eyes." Ga Sejun kept his cold mask, continuing to spit on the other's past. "Why? Because your mom abandoned you? Or because you committed murder?" Suddenly, he let go and signaled, "Enough. Let's stop it here, you bastard." While Minsu stood there stunned, Ga Sejun turned his back, raised his hands in surrender, and pinned all the blame on him. "There, it was all him. I was just passing by." Minsu watched him in shock. "What? Who are you talking to?" Immediately, the guards rushed into the cell, shouting furiously, "You bastard! Do you know where you are?" Every prisoner in the room was forced to stand against the wall. While the guards confiscated the brush handle from Minsu and applied some physical disciplinary measures, they didn't stop raining blows down on his body. "You just got here and you're already causing trouble, kid?" Minsu could only groan in pain. The officer coldly recorded Minsu's act of attacking an inmate with a weapon into the report. When asked, both Ga Sejun and Moon Hee-jun spoke in unison. "That's right. He did it all by himself. We're totally innocent." Minsu was dragged away, badly injured, and labeled as a lost cause. 15 days of rest in solitary confinement, plenty of time for you to reflect on your life. Lying curled up on the cold floor with his hands tied, Lee Minsu could only grit his teeth and curse in utter helplessness. The isolation cell, also known as the punishment room, was where troublemakers were completely cut off for a set period. Even worse, the days spent locked in here wouldn't count toward his total sentence. Minsu thought bitterly, "Damn it, I just extended my time here for nothing." But then, the feeling of being alone in this quiet space actually made him feel strangely at peace. Minsu even wished he had started trouble sooner just to be sent here. That brief peace was shattered by the guards shouting through the door slot, "Lee Minsu, sit up straight. If you're still lying there, you're getting another day." Immediately, Minsu was forced into a painful kneeling position. "Get on your knees and lose that look." In this punishment cell, inmates are required to stay kneeling until bedtime, under the watchful eye of 247 surveillance cameras. Even the most basic freedom to move his arms and legs was completely stripped away. The only rare comfort was that the bindings were loosened whenever an inmate needed to use the restroom. But as he settled onto the toilet, Minsu realized with a jolt that something was terribly wrong. "Wait, where's the toilet paper?" Hearing the noise, the guard outside snapped, "Stop thinking, just finish it up." Minsu hurriedly tried to explain. It's not that there's no toilet paper in here. The guard pointed nonchalantly. It's right behind you. Look behind you. Minsu looked back, confused, but saw no sign of a roll of paper, only a cold faucet dripping water. The guard's voice boomed again, cold and final. Use the faucet to clean yourself. Minsu looked down at his own hands, then screamed in muffled humiliation. With my bare hands, a meager meal arrived, consisting of dried fish and a bit of thin soup. But for Minsu, eating was now nothing more than an agonizing ordeal. With his hands tied tightly behind his back, he had to hunch over and scavenge the food with his mouth like an animal. He screamed in pure rage internally. Damn it, you could at least untie my hands while I eat. His anger flared with every rushed gulp. Minsu gritted his teeth, swearing he'd put every one of their names on his vengeance list. Once he got out, they were going to pay. At 7 p.m., it was time to write the reflection report. Even in solitary confinement, Minsu couldn't escape those blank sheets of paper. He wrote with resentment. I didn't even do anything wrong. Yet now I have to write double just because I was thrown into this hole. To kill time and plan his next move, Minsu started drawing caricatures and analyzing the inmates in Cell A. From the guy with the scar who loved to mock others, to the massive guy who only cared about eating, and even the pathetic Moon Hee-jun. Everyone was captured with scornful evaluations under his pen. He told himself that everyone here had issues, but the biggest problem was someone else entirely. Minsu's gaze turned ice cold as his eyes settled on the name Gun. I'll make sure to draw you the ugliest out of this whole bunch. Even though he knew Gun was a fearsome fighter, his desire for revenge outweighed any caution. Night fell, and the solitary cell turned deathly quiet. Minsu lay flat on the floor, drifting into an exhausted sleep, his hands still tightly bound, and the collar digging into his neck. In his hazy state, horrifying memories from the past rushed back. The image of two brothers, Kang Yusong and Minsu, standing silently in their pajamas in the dead of night. Before them, a house was being consumed by a vicious, raging fire. The red glow illuminated the blank, traumatized faces of the two children. Suddenly, Minsu jolted awake in the middle of the night. He sat up, gasping in pain, his eyes wide with terror. A sharp scream echoed throughout the dark room as the ghost of the fire from years ago surfaced once more to choke his mind. Damn it! Minsu panted, drenched in sweat, still stuck in his bindings. Perhaps it was this harsh environment that kept forcing these horrific memories into his dreams. He panted in fear, feeling that if he fell asleep again, the nightmare would surely return. In the end, Minsu had to endure a long, sleepless night of absolute exhaustion. After 16 long, agonizing days in solitary, the punishment finally ended. Lee Minsu, your solitary confinement order is lifted. Get back to your cell. The moment he stepped back into Cell A, he was face to face with the very people who had thrown him into that dungeon. Minsu gritted his teeth, thinking, damn them. But his cellmates suddenly changed their attitudes in an unbelievable way, smiling and acting cheerful. We're sorry, okay? We went a bit too far, didn't we? They even promised that from now on, Moon Hee-jun wouldn't have to be Moon Hee-jun anymore. Minsu wondered if things were really going to be resolved that easily. He accepted the apology but stated clearly, fine, I accept, but I need an apology from Ga Se-jun, too. Instantly, a heavy stomp from above slammed down onto Minsu's head. Looking for me? Taste the heel of my boot and wake up. Before Minsu could even react, the gang swarmed him, pinning him down. Hold him, gag him. They roughly stuffed a cloth into his mouth, leaving him to groan in helpless frustration. Ga Se-jun coldly ordered, drag Minsu to the bathroom. One of them dragged him along while laughing disgustingly. Ha ha, this is the underwear I've been wearing all week. Ga Se-jun smirked at Minsu, who was pathetic on the floor, and taunted him. Mommy's boy, were you looking for me? Too bad there's someone who wants to meet you even more than I do. He introduced someone who was extremely furious about Minsu attacking that very spot during their last clash. He sighed with a twisted look. Holding it in all day has been really tough. Minsu lay on the floor, his mouth gagged, able only to let out desperate, muffled cries. Just as he was on the brink of disaster, a stern voice suddenly pierced through the tension. That's enough. A prison officer with an imposing presence appeared at the cell door. Ga Se-jun glanced at the newcomer and spoke with arrogant flippancy. Must be the new guard, huh? Don't worry about us. We've already got permission to do this. The guard walked up coldly and retorted. Permission from whom? He stated firmly. I'll settle the score with you lot later. Then, he suddenly reached out a hand toward Minsu. Minsu looked at the hand reaching out toward him in utter bewilderment. Amidst the suffocating, brutal atmosphere of the prison, the guard softened his voice and whispered something Minsu couldn't believe. Let's go home. Behind his glasses, the guard's face became clear, revealing a radiant, warm smile. Kang Yu-sung, the older brother he had been longing for, had truly appeared in a police uniform. He gently took his younger brother's hand and pulled him up from the cold floor. A brother this cool? Who can mess with him now? To legally enter the lion's den and save his brother, he had to make a calculated deal with his powerful father. In a luxury karaoke room, the assemblyman was screaming into the microphone with a frantic expression, belting out songs about snow-covered battlefields and the call of his comrades. He was drenched in sweat. He was so engrossed that the atmosphere became incredibly intense and bizarre. Witnessing that passionate performance, Je, a four-star general, couldn't hold back tears of emotion at the burning patriotism. He didn't stop praising the assemblyman as a true patriot, the embodiment of the spirit of the nation's protectors. Meanwhile, Kang Yu-sung sat quietly between the two powerful men, secretly despising their hollow flattery. The assemblyman smugly believed that getting his son enlisted by bypassing standard procedures was an exclusive privilege. Kang Yu-sung looked with contempt at these politicians who constantly manipulated the files, faking psychiatric records to help their kids dodge military service. He figured that instead of spinning fake heroic tales, it would be better to throw those immature brats into the army right away. When the congressman asked if he was mentally prepared to enlist immediately, he replied firmly, "Yes, sir, I will enlist right away." With a cold, determined gaze behind his glasses, Kang Yu-sung confirmed he had made all the preparations to save his younger brother. Throughout the time Minsu was awaiting trial, IUON didn't stop digging into the shadows to gather information from those who had tasted the life of a reformatory. From the father asking about Jo Chang-soo to meeting Ga Se-min and the headmistress, the reform center was truly a living hell. That was exactly why Kang Yu-sung appeared in this place with steely resolve. Standing among the rows of police officers saluting the flag, he promised himself he would pull his brother out of this hell as soon as possible. Returning to the scene, Kang Yu-sung gently reached out to his brother and whispered, "Let's go home, Minsu." He insisted that, as long as Minsu followed his instructions, he would soon be free. Kang Yu-sung was extremely confident in the perfect plan he had mapped out, believing everything would go smoothly. But the smile on his lips suddenly froze. What he thought was an easy win turned into a disaster. Kang Yu-sung's perfect plan fell apart right from the very first steps. Instead of staying calm, Minsu suddenly threw a powerful punch straight into the face of a big inmate. Kang Yu-sung helplessly watched his stubborn younger brother. "I told you to behave, so why are you throwing punches?" While Ga Se-jun kept a cold expression, observing the situation, the fellow inmates began screaming crazily at Minsu's reckless actions. His brother was completely out of control. "Come on, you bastards, I'll kill you all." The situation became even more chaotic when Seon was surrounded by the terrifying men in the cell. A guy with a hideously scarred face looked at him suspiciously, wondering if he was a guard or just some newcomer, because he looked too young. They declared that this room was meant for only 2 people, and started threatening him about the underground rules that had to be followed every night. Facing the closing-in monsters, Kang Yu-sung kept an incredibly calm composure. "Rules? Do you mean we have to fight?" He flashed a challenging smile and finished. "Then I guess I should follow the rules tonight." The inmates laughed gleefully at their prey, with no intention of backing down. Lee Minsu lunged like a wild beast, shouting in fury, "Come at me, you bastards." But the guy just tilted his body to dodge the blow easily, sarcastically sneering, "You idiot, do you think swinging your arms around like that is going to work?" With just a simple move, Minsu lost his balance and fell flat on the floor. Ga Se-jun stood there, looking down with disdain. "You can't even keep your balance, yet you're screaming like a lunatic." Furthermore, Ga Se-jun's attention suddenly shifted to Kang Yu-sung. He was standing tall among the just-defeated inmates, nonchalantly reminding them about following the rules. Wouldn't that be better? Witnessing that scene, Ga Se-jun was secretly stunned, because this guard had controlled everything in an instant. He wondered to himself, what the hell is this guy doing? He's the type of person I've never met before. Taking advantage of Ga Se-jun's distraction, Lee Minsu suddenly threw a thunderous kick right into his face and roared. "Looking at someone else while we're fighting, darling?" Minsu laughed boldly and defiantly. "Hey, long hair, I'm your opponent, don't look anywhere else." Ga Se-jun bowed his head slightly, and a cold killing intent began to radiate. He muttered that he had planned to settle things quietly and leave, but now things had changed. Ga Se-jun looked up with a threatening gaze and declared, "Now, you're going to be Moon Hee-jun." Lee Minsu roared back, "Cut the crap, be a dog and enjoy it yourself." Immediately, Ga Se-jun launched a powerful counterattack that Minsu couldn't react to. What on earth is happening? Minsu was shocked to realize he was completely overpowered. He groaned in pain internally while taking those thunderous blows. This guy is unreasonably strong. Ga Sejun looked down coldly and asked a cryptic question. Do you know why Moon Hee-jun became Moon Hee-jun? Ignoring the threat, Minsu still madly lunged forward with a furious scream. I don't care, damn it! Moon Hee-jun used to be the room leader here. Ga Sejun coldly revealed the truth about the brutal hierarchy of this place. He threw a thunderous punch that left Minsu stunned and added, but just like you, he didn't know his own limits, which is why he ended up like that. Minsu gritted his teeth, telling himself he couldn't let himself be overpowered. He grabbed Ga Sejun's collar madly and screamed, in this room, you're the most pathetic one. You bastard. Lee Minsu was determined not to let himself be defeated so easily, but in response to his resistance, a giant fist descended from above, a terrifying blow with immense force that pinned Minsu to the floor. He lay motionless on the cell floor, his eyes wide with pain, only able to gasp helplessly. Damn it. Lying flat under their feet, Minsu bitterly realized it was so humiliating to lose right at the feet of this guy again. The humiliation deepened when he saw the shoes of the guard approaching. Lee Minsu mentally tormented himself because every time he got hit, the face of his brother, Kang Yu-sung, kept flashing before his eyes. Kang Yu-sung leaned down to look at his brother lying there gasping and asked, Are you still alive? Lee Minsu felt truly terrible. He replied weakly, Yes. Kang Yu-sung sighed in frustration. He firmly hoisted Minsu onto his shoulder and muttered, wondering why he was this light. Is it possible you haven't been eating anything in here? Seeing Kang Yu-sung carrying Minsu away, Ga Se-jun wondered, Where are you taking him? Kang Yu-sung coldly replied, The kid needs a lesson and has to be put in solitary confinement for causing trouble. Kang Yu-sung suddenly leaned close to Ga Se-jun's ear and whispered a mysterious message. Oh, by the way, she told me to tell you to stop fighting. That sentence made Ga Se-jun freeze in astonishment. What? Kang Yu-sung calmly walked out of the room, leaving Ga Se-jun standing speechless among his underlings lying flat on the floor. Minsu woke up and realized he had been tossed into solitary confinement once again. That long-haired bastard. Next time I see him, I'm going to rip all his hair out. A sudden stomachache hit, forcing Lee Minsu to sit down on the toilet, but deep down, he still felt uneasy, as if he had forgotten something extremely important. Just as he finished, Minsu was shocked to realize the faucet wasn't running at all. He panicked, wondering if the faucet was broken, and shuddered at the thought of not being able to wash his hands. Just then, a voice from outside echoed in, reminding him that there was toilet paper right there, and the faucet only worked during scheduled hours in the evening. Lee Minsu sighed in relief when he found the roll of paper and quietly realized that this time, he wasn't even handcuffed like in previous solitary confinements. Memories suddenly flooded back, and Minsu snapped out of it. He madly lunged forward, pounding hard on the cell door. He screamed, questioning the guard standing outside. That crazy prison guard, have you lost your mind? Why are you here? Ignoring his sarcastic remark about whether he'd washed his hands, Kang Yu-sung, Minsu shouted through his tears. Who asked you to be the hero and save me? You have a good family. You were supposed to live a happy life. You idiot. Didn't you get into medical school? Don't save me. Just get lost. Just leave a murderer like me alone. Why would you ruin your own life for someone like me? Minsu screamed in desperation through the bars of the isolation cell. He confessed in agony that if Kang Yu-sung got stuck here because of him, he would live with guilt and regret for the rest of his life. Kang Yu-sung stood outside, calmly admitting that he was indeed a fool. Who called you a murderer? I believe in you. I believe you didn't kill anyone, Minsu, because I'm your brother. Seeing Minsu sniffing, Kang Yu-sung teased him, asking if he was crying, which made Minsu grumpy and deny it, even though his sobs were clearly audible. He worriedly asked if he could really get out of here. If everything went exactly as Kang Yu-sung said. Kang Yu-sung insisted that Minsu just needed to stop acting out so he wouldn't be thrown into solitary confinement again. Just follow the plan and listen to him, and everything would be fine. However, Minsu suddenly made a firm request. I want to fight that long-haired bastard again. When Kang Yu-sung wondered why he wanted to challenge someone he was sure to lose to, Minsu gritted his teeth in resentment. That bastard insulted my mother. Damn it. I can endure anything else, but not someone disrespecting my mom. Faced with his younger brother's determination, Kang Yu-sung didn't stop him. On the contrary, he encouraged him. Go fight him. I'll teach you how to win. His eyes suddenly became cold and menacing as he looked through the isolation cell door. If you lose to that guy, don't you dare come back to see me. The remaining 15 days in solitary were the only chance Minsu had to prepare for this life-or-death rematch. In the darkness of the cell, while everyone else was asleep, Ga Se-jun sat still like a predator waiting. Kang Yusung knew clearly that 15 days was too short to rebuild Minsu's physical strength, so the only thing he would teach him from now on was how to defeat Ga Se-jun. Do you really think this is enough to take down that bastard Ga Se-jun? Minsu asked skeptically while walking down the hallway. Kang Yusung replied coldly, "If you lose, handle it yourself. Don't expect me to step in." Minsu could only click his tongue and roll in resignation. Stopping in front of the cell door, Kang Yusung grabbed the handle and asked one last time, "Have you memorized the tactics?" Minsu decisively stepped inside, asserting, "Of course, brother. Just trust me." As soon as he entered the room, Minsu faced the tough guys waiting for him. Lee Chung-hee and his lackeys laughed smugly. "You're back? Did you enjoy your time in solitary confinement?" The bastard sarcastically asked if being locked up had made Minsu stronger and demanded to test it immediately. Minsu lowered his head and gave a sinister smile. "I said I'd turn all of you into Moon Hee-jun, right? But then I had a second thought." Before the confused room, Minsu suddenly dropped to the floor in a crawling position and screamed madly. "Why do I have to be the one to turn you into Moon Hee-jun?" He laughed hysterically in his miserable state. "Wouldn't it be faster to just become Moon Hee-jun myself? Go, go, go." An Oscar-worthy performance. This strange act was actually part of the strategy of endurance that Kang Yusung had taught him to win. First, one must learn to endure all the attacks and insults of the enemy, to wait for that one perfect opportunity. Even when his fellow inmates used a pen to draw circles all over his chest to play Go, Minsu still had to grit his teeth and hold his position. The endurance was pushed to its limit when the bullies casually sat there playing the game right on Minsu's body, as if he were nothing more than a toy. They argued noisily about cheating on the score. "You bastard, you only have 33 points," the other guy retorted, not backing down. "No, it's 43 points, you idiot." Lying under their feet, Minsu screamed inside at this extreme humiliation. Finally, his limit shattered. He bolted up, shouting frantically, "Damn it, I can't take this anymore." Minsu's sudden resistance enraged the thugs in the room. Lee Chung-hee roared in anger, "You want to quit being a pet, huh?" Another guy complained because the Go game on Minsu's back had been ruined halfway. "You want me to restore order in here again, don't you?" Amidst the crowd's fury, Minsu could only grit his teeth and tell himself to be patient. Outside the iron door, Kang Yu-sung secretly reminded his younger brother, "Keep enduring. Just 5 more days, and I'll settle this room for you. The guards control everything during study hours, so I can't intervene right now." Kang Yu-sung adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with worry. "Please, don't fight until then. I will have the stage ready for you in 5 days." However, reality was a series of brutal beatings. In extreme pain, Minsu could only bite his lip and hold on, endure it. The day of reckoning is coming. By the second day, Minsu began his days of humiliating labor. He was forced to kneel on the floor, hands holding a rag, scrubbing continuously like a machine. The third day was time for writing stressful review reports. Amidst a mountain of paperwork, manic screams rang out incessantly. Moon Hee-jun trembled while holding a pen under the supervision of a ruthless bully. "Write it properly. Don't make me report you. Just writing, 'Sorry for being born,' isn't enough. Damn it." By the 4th day, Minsu was taken to the lawn and forced to act like an actual animal. He could only growl in extreme rage. During the meal that followed, the atmosphere suddenly became suffocating. Ga Se-jun and his lackeys were eating comfortably when they suddenly stopped, their faces showing clear shock and amazement as they saw something unexpected happening right before their eyes. Minsu was forced to kneel on the floor, devouring rice balls frantically like an actual animal. He deliberately barked excitedly and praised the food as delicious to please the guards who were watching. But behind that obedient facade was an iron will. He told himself to endure because tomorrow was the 5th day, the day all this humiliation would end. After the haunting meal, Minsu threw up violently in the restroom because his body was overloaded. Moon Hee-jun worriedly asked if he was overdoing it, but Minsu just replied wearily that he could still hold on. Seeing Minsu exhausted to the point of incessant hiccups, Moon Hee-jun secretly handed him an energy bar. He kindly advised Minsu to eat it to keep his strength up, because if he kept vomiting everything, his body would soon collapse. Moon Hee-jun warned Minsu to keep this absolutely secret from everyone else because this was an item he had used his own pocket money to buy. Immediately after, during the outdoor training, the guards continued to mock both Moon Hee-jun and Minsu. They taunted him, mocking that even after being beaten to the point of vomiting, he still hadn't shown any improvement, smugly claiming that they were the only ones with the right to treat him that way. A prisoner laughed so hard his face turned red, jeering, "What kind of pathetic running style is that?" But his laughter suddenly died out, replaced by a look of panic when he realized Moon Hee-jun was charging straight toward a forbidden area. He shouted in a panic because directly in front of Moon Hee-jun was the prison's kitchen logistics team. A massive collision occurred, throwing the scene into chaos, accompanied by angry curses. 3 bulky men from the kitchen crew, their faces scarred and radiating cold hostility, glared down at Moon Hee-jun. They growled, "Who the hell are you? Looking for a fight?" Amidst the life-or-death situation, Moon Hee-jun remained in his beast-like state. In the distance, Ga Se-jun was lounging in the yard. Ga Se-jun recalled the sight of the guard, Kang Yu-song, carrying Minsu away, and began to question the man's true identity. He wondered if someone had sent the guard there, or if his own sister had secretly orchestrated everything. Suddenly, one of the kitchen crew roared in anger. "Hey, you, the one in charge of room A3. Ga Se-jun cast a suspicious glance as the 3 men in aprons approached. The leader of the kitchen crew sneered. "Is this your dog?" He brutally stomped on Moon Hee-jun's head and scolded Ga Se-jun for not knowing how to manage his pets. He growled, accusing Moon Hee-jun of attacking his team first, and asked if this was a declaration of war from room A3. While repeatedly kicking Moon Hee-jun in the head, he laughed maliciously. "Haha, it feels so good to beat him up. Hey, lend him to me for a few days, I need to torture him some more." Seeing their roommate being beaten, the others stayed silent. After all, it wasn't worth offending the kitchen crew over a pet. Not far away, Minsu was silently observing it all. He couldn't help but remember when he was being shunned and bullied, and Moon Hee-jun hadn't hesitated to give him his only piece of candy. Even though his brother had warned him never to cause trouble during this time, he couldn't just stand there and watch Moon Hee-jun get bullied. Suddenly, a blue plastic plate flew through the air at incredible speed. The kitchen soldier hadn't even finished his mocking laughter before the plate slammed squarely into his face. The impact was so strong it sent him reeling backward, shocking his accomplices. Watching the scene, the surrounding prisoners and even Ga Se-jun were stunned in disbelief. Lee Minsu slowly stood up, amidst the crowd's shock. "Moon Hee-jun. Heh," he roared with fury. "You thugs were causing trouble outside, and now you're bringing it in here? So you're planning to keep up that trashy act here too?" Minsu walked forward, mocking them, saying that even though they were treated like pigs, trampled on, and had their will crushed here, there were still limits to everything. Minsu supported Moon Hee-jun as he said, "No matter how bad things get, aren't you ashamed of dogs fighting dogs like this?" Seeing his man get hit, the red-haired guy from the kitchen crew walked over and tapped Ga Se-jun's shoulder, warning him, "This isn't a joke, is it? Should I tell the head of the kitchen crew that you're declaring war on us?" Without bothering to answer, Ga Se-jun immediately threw an elbow straight into his face. Ga Se-jun growled with murderous intent at the kitchen crew's challenge. "War, you say? Fine, but first I have to take care of this rebel." Lee Minsu gritted his teeth, silently apologizing to his brother for once again ruining the perfect plan that Kang Yu-song had painstakingly prepared. The surrounding prisoners started to gossip loudly. Some wondered if this was a war with the kitchen crew or just a rebellion, while others didn't care and just wanted to see a fight immediately. Lee Minsu realized with regret that he couldn't avoid this mess, but he promised himself he would fulfill the remaining promise to his brother. The crowd kept jeering, convinced that Ga Se-jun would easily crush the rookie murderer in a heartbeat. Ga Se-jun casually reached up to tie back his long hair, smirking dangerously. "Craving a beating? I'll oblige." Responding to that provocation, Minsu suddenly flashed a wild smile. He clenched his fists and made a bold offer. "Want to bet? Whoever wins this fight becomes the room leader." Standing across from the tall leader, his eyes burned with confidence and a desire for revenge. He declared firmly, "I'm going to win this." At the juvenile detention center, the students still had to attend basic cultural classes. During these classes, all authority belonged to the guards, meaning whatever happened here was completely under their control. Kang Yu-song sat by the window, silently calculating his Phase 1 plan to make Minsu the room leader. He was confident that today Minsu would defeat Ga Se-jun to take the top spot because he had prepared a perfectly designed classroom environment for this match. He was truly the most dedicated coach of the year. Kang Yu-song had arranged the desks into a circle to create a makeshift arena for his younger brother. He checked his watch, muttering impatiently, "It's almost time, but why aren't they here yet?" Suddenly, cheers of excitement echoed from the schoolyard, making him look back. Below the window, hundreds of students were encircling a large ring, constantly cheering and jeering. The crowd wouldn't stop mocking him. "Minsu, are you a comedian or a murderer?" They were amazed by Ga Se-jun's ability to dodge hits and mocked Minsu for not being able to touch his opponent even once. What kind of murderer is he? Is he trying to make us die laughing? Seeing the scene go against his expectations, Kang Yu-song sighed helplessly. He lunged toward the window bars, his face twisted in anger as he saw his younger brother not following the plan. He shouted madly, "You idiot, Minsu, you fool." The cheering in the yard grew louder as Gasejun landed a powerful punch straight to Minsu's face. The hit sent Minsu staggering backward. To prepare for this fight, Kang Yusong had taught Minsu the most practical fighting techniques. Step 1 was a powerful hook to break the opponent's guard. Immediately after, Step 2 was a dangerous punch aimed straight at the opponent's liver. Step 3, an uppercut. Step 4, a mid-range kick. Step 5, a low kick. Step 6, a front kick. Step 7, a spin kick. And Step 8, a roundhouse kick. Kang Yusong kept demonstrating skillful fighting techniques to teach his younger brother. "Watch this. I'll do a routine for you to learn." Finally, a powerful straight punch. He looked through the cell bars and asked, "It's been a long time since you've seen this move. Does it feel familiar? You've never trained seriously and only copied a few moves. Do you still remember what you learned by peeking when you were little?" Yu asked in a stern voice if Minsu thought that much was enough to defeat his opponent. Lee Minsu admitted anxiously that Ga Sejun was truly very strong. Yu was silently gauging Ga Sejun, impressed by how well he was fighting for someone with no formal training. Lee Minsu watched in amazement, wondering if this was just raw, natural talent. But he noticed that while Ga Sejun's moves looked flashy, they lacked substance and any real technical flow. Kang Yusong pushed up his glasses, noting that Ga Sejun didn't have any proper combinations. At the end of the day, Ga Sejun was just an average guy who knew how to throw hands. He'd never beat someone who had been properly trained. Hearing this, Minsu hung his head, frustrated. The reality was he'd been beaten to a pulp without landing a single hit. He couldn't help but feel defeated learning all these moves just to keep getting served. It was so discouraging. Kang Yusong then explained why he'd wanted the fight to take place in the classroom, with all the desks and chairs arranged just so. Responding to Minsu's confusion about why the location mattered, Kang Yusong explained that by constantly dodging, Minsu could corner Ga Sejun, using the classroom's many dead ends as a trap. Use your surroundings to pin him into a corner. Kang Yusong insisted that once he managed that, Minsu's combinations would be guaranteed to land. But the reality on the ground was far from ideal. Ga Sejun was still standing tall and arrogant, while the crowd of prisoners around them started shouting in frustration because the fight was so boring. They kept insulting Minsu, calling him a loser and taunting him, telling him to actually fight back instead of just taking the hits. Lee Minsu wiped a streak of blood from his nose, realizing with a jolt that he was done for. Out in the common area, any hope for a perfect plan had completely vanished. There wasn't a single wall in sight for Minsu to corner his opponent. Hundreds of prisoners had circled them, turning the area into a death match in the middle of an open space. Kang Yusong sprinted down the hallway, his face twisted in panic. He shouted in sheer helplessness. His idiot little brother just never listened. Standing before the barbed wire fence, Kang Yusong froze as he realized the massive crowd was blocking his view of the fight. Throwing all his calculations out the window, Yu decided he had to stop this fight immediately before things went too far. He roared at everyone to clear out, but suddenly, a piece of popcorn flew through the air and hit him square in the face, making him flinch. Kang Yusong was stunned to see someone sitting there nonchalantly, watching the fight like it was a blockbuster movie. It was the warden. He was lounging in his seat, munching on popcorn, and smirked as he asked, "It's a good show. Why are you ruining it?" Kang Yusong scrambled to stand at attention, explaining that he was the new guard trying to break up the fight. But the warden just asked coldly why he would want to do that. He kept chewing his popcorn, then suddenly asked Kang Yusong if he liked nature documentaries about little mice. Kang Yusong stood there, stunned, not sure what kind of sick game the old man was playing. The warden began a cruel analogy. In a nature show, when a hungry snake is hunting a mouse, the film crew never interferes, because a snake eating a mouse is just the law of nature. With a crazed look in his eyes and a gruesome smile, he insisted that the prisoner's fight was the same thing. It was all part of the natural order that people should respect. He growled that watching them kill each other was a pleasure unlike any other. Seeing such extreme depravity, Kang Yusong shuddered, realizing in horror that the man running this place was a total lunatic. The warden smirked, casually suggesting that Kang Yusong sit down and enjoy the show until someone finally landed a decent hit. Down in the arena, Lee Minsu lunged like a moth to a flame, screaming with determination in his heart, "Just one hit, and you're done for." He started applying what he'd learned, throwing his first move, a fake hook, to distract him. But Ga Sejun easily leaned away, dodging the punch by a hair, and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" Immediately, a brutal counterpunch slammed into Minsu's face, leaving him dazed. In the middle of the intense pain, Minsu could only pray. Please, just one hit. Ga Se-jun didn't give him a chance to breathe, closing in while Minsu tried to land his second move. Ga Se-jun mocked him with a smug grin. Are you learning first-grade math? Minsu struggled to throw his third move, but it still hit thin air. Ga Se-jun casually dodged and kept on taunting him. Oh, right, 2 comes after 1. Kang Yuseong stood by the window, sweat pouring down his face as he watched his brother get completely overwhelmed. Lee Minsu realized bitterly that his reach was too short, his stamina was gone, and every strategy was useless against someone like Ga Se-jun. Despair washed over Minsu as he realized there wasn't a wall nearby to finish his combination as his brother had planned. He told himself helplessly that all he could do now was take the beating. Ga Se-jun unleashed a thunderous kick that slammed into Minsu, the force so strong that it sent him flying backward into the crowd of watching prisoners. The crowd erupted in frustration. Damn it, why'd you fly over here? Ga Se-jun, you idiot, aim better. Get out of the way. Watching the pathetic scene, Kang Yusong covered his face in pain, sighing as he accepted defeat. If he loses even after being taught like this, I'm just going to sleep. Lee Minsu lay there as the crowd's curses rained down on him. Get lost. You loser, you murderer. He gritted his teeth, enduring the humiliation. Keep shouting, see if I care. The pain in his knees and all over his body made his resolve start to crumble. Minsu thought to himself, if he kept going, he'd just lose miserably like last time. So it was better to give up and avoid getting hurt further. Suddenly, rough hands from the surrounding prisoners grabbed him and hauled him up. They roared in his face, furious. How long are you planning on lying there? Why are you zoning out, you idiot? Fight back. If you give up now, you're gonna have to deal with me. Minsu looked around blankly, realizing he was surrounded by men with murder in their eyes, forcing him to keep fighting. Ga Se-jun sauntered over, delivering one last insult. Mama's boy, what are you doing? Looking for your mom? Minsu hung his head, but then a sinister smile suddenly spread across his lips. Heh. Ga Se-jun stopped, questioning him suspiciously. What's so funny? He replied calmly. Oh, nothing. My only mistake was, I just remembered something. He clenched his fist, showing his bloody teeth in a crazed grin. A way to land that combination on you, he declared smugly. I remembered it. Heh. I finally found a way to land that combo on you. Outside, the crowd started losing patience, yelling and urging them on. Hey, recess is over. Finish it up. You idiots. What are you staring at? Are you fighting or are you flirting? You two morons. Ga Se-jun was losing his patience too. Mama's boy, let's end this. We're running out of time. Minsu stood up slowly, looking calm as he replied. All right, let's wrap this up. I've figured out the combo, but how do I bait him into the trap? Memories of their conversation in the isolation cell came flooding back, where Kang Yusong had suggested that pinning Ga Se-jun into a corner was the key to winning. But Minsu had immediately spotted a problem and asked, Don't you get it? He argued that no matter how you looked at it, Ga Se-jun was never stupid enough to let himself be backed into a corner. Kang Yusong, standing outside the bars, nodded in agreement. True, but once you corner him, you can goad him into coming closer. Minsu sat on the floor and sighed sarcastically. I already thought of that. Genius. But even if I try, there's no guarantee it'll work if it fails. The whole plan is a waste. Kang Yusong smirked knowingly. In that case, let me teach you a magic keyword that will make Ga Se-jun charge straight at you. Minsu grabbed the window bars in shock, yelling, You had something like that and didn't tell me sooner? Kang Yusong's eyes went cold as he stated firmly. The moment he hears this, Ga Se-jun will completely lose his mind. Minsu frantically urged him, Just tell me what it is already. What the hell is it? Back in the schoolyard, Minsu suddenly shouted, Hey Ga Se-jun, is Ga Se-min pretty? He clutched his face, laughing manically with eyes wide open. Instantly, Ga Se-jun lost all reason, his face twisting with rage. He screamed, Who told you my sister's name? Then he lunged, throwing a heavy punch toward Minsu that even left Minsu stunned. Where did you hear that name? Ga Se-jun roared, furious. Watching this overreaction, Minsu felt triumphant his brother's magic keyword had actually worked. Ga Se-jun had completely lost it, screaming and demanding to know how Minsu knew about his sister. Looking at the raging man, Minsu remembered the mom's little boy insult Ga Se-jun had used to mock him earlier and retorted with disgust. Is that the best insult you can come up with? To Ga Se-jun's astonishment, Minsu blocked that lightning-fast punch perfectly. Minsu immediately grabbed him by the collar and roared, You mama's boy. Now you're gonna pay, he said, delivering a clean blow that caught Ga-se-jun off guard, followed by a mocking warning. "Don't you dare start crying and calling for your sister, you hear me?" Ga-se-jun smirked, regaining his composure, and asked what knowing his sister had to do with this fight anyway. He intended to step back to dodge Minsu's punch, but the harsh reality hit him. The crowd of prisoners surrounding them was restless, pushing and shoving, making the space extremely tight. Ga-se-jun was shocked to realize that his escape route behind him was completely blocked by this living wall of people. Seizing the golden opportunity, Minsu immediately executed step 1, a powerful hook that landed right on his opponent. Minsu yelled excitedly, "Come on, get a taste of some pain." Ga-se-jun was in dire straits with nowhere to dodge. He tried to attack recklessly, but his arm suddenly got stuck in the chaotic crowd. While Ga-se-jun was stunned and unable to move, Minsu executed step 2, a decisive punch aimed straight at his liver. Ga-se-jun gritted his teeth, realizing he had fallen into a trap. He yelled in desperation as being jammed from behind completely restricted his movement. Seizing the moment, Minsu continued, with step 3, an uppercut that snapped his opponent's head back. Watching from afar, Kang Yusong was shocked to see his brother wasn't following the original plan. He had told Minsu to use tables, chairs, or the classroom walls to corner the opponent. But now, Minsu had found a much more ruthless method. He was turning the crowd of prisoners into living walls to trap Ga-se-jun in the middle. Minsu repeatedly launched his step 1 and step 2 combos, leaving Ga-se-jun to take the beating. In a panic, Ga-se-jun realized he couldn't dodge or counterattack standing still like this, so he tried to slide to the side to escape. But Minsu had already read his intentions and threw step 5, a powerful low kick that smashed into Ga-se-jun's leg, causing him immense pain. Minsu smiled triumphantly and immediately returned to step 1 with a barrage of punches to the opponent's face. Ga-se-jun struggled to realize his right side was blocked, so he tried to find an exit in the other direction, but he was immediately stopped by step 4, a mid-range kick planted squarely in his ribs. "Where do you think you're going?" Ga-se-jun began to spiral into extreme panic as he realized he was completely locked in and couldn't escape anywhere. In Ga-se-jun's eyes, Minsu suddenly appeared as huge and terrifying as a monster towering over him. Minsu frantically unleashed a flurry of blows, mixing every combination from 1 to 4, then eventually ignored everything else to land a continuous series of step 1 punches. With a bloody, swollen face, Ga-se-jun could only try to keep enough focus to throw a desperate, futile punch in return. "What the hell are you doing? You think swinging your arms around like that is going to hit me?" Minsu threw a thunderous punch that sent his opponent reeling backward and roared, "Mess with my mom, and you're dead." The surge of rage made Minsu unleash everything. "Damn it, just thinking about it makes me even more furious." He began executing his continuous combo sequence at the exact tempo they had practiced. Minsu yelled while relentlessly attacking, "What the hell do you even know, huh?" Seeing this, the crowd of prisoners started buzzing in astonishment. What's wrong with him? Has he lost control? Is Ga-se-jun really going to lose like this? Ga-se-jun struggled to defend himself in pain. He realized he couldn't take any more hits and decided his next attack had to land. But reality was crueler than he thought. Minsu was faster and followed up with an incredibly powerful punch that left Ga-se-jun dizzy. Minsu panted with rage. "What do you know about me or my mom to even open your mouth, huh? Apologize now, Ga-se-jun." Minsu didn't stop. He screamed, demanding his opponent apologize immediately. The burst of strength left Ga-se-jun completely exhausted. He mumbled something inaudible, then collapsed to the floor. Minsu threw the final punch with pure resentment. "Apologize to my mom, now." The entire arena held its breath. The fellow prisoners stared with wide eyes, frozen, unable to believe what they had just seen. What the hell is this? Ga-se-jun got taken down? Minsu stood there, soaked in sweat, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Damn it, even at the end, this guy wouldn't apologize. The crowd started to stir, realizing the result. No way, did Ga-se-jun lose? Did Minsu win? Some sarcastically called him Idiot Moon-hee-jun, wondering if Minsu would become the new block boss, while others claimed Ga-se-jun was weak to begin with, which was why he lost to someone like that. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, breaking the chaos. "Everyone, step aside." The guards roared, forcing everyone to perform the greeting ritual. Immediately, the row of prisoners bowed in unison and shouted in response. Moving along, amidst the submissive ranks, a warden walked by with an imposing and cold air of authority. I didn't think you'd win, but you actually pulled it off." The head warden approached with a thrilled grin. He was immensely amused to witness such an entertaining animal drama, where a mouse managed to take down a snake. Minsu panted, exhausted, wondering in a daze if he was really the mouse and Gasejun was the snake. The head warden leaned in close, sneering sarcastically. You were plotting this from the moment you arrived, and now you're even entertaining me during a brawl? Minsu could only grit his teeth, letting out a humiliated squeak to save his own skin. When asked how to handle Gasejun, who was lying unconscious on his shoulder, the warden ordered them to just toss him into solitary confinement or something. Kang Yu-sung trudged along, carrying Gasejun past his younger brother. He sighed, exasperated by Minsu's stubbornness. Man, who does he take after? Why is he so impossible? Minsu smirked, firing back defiantly. Who else? I take after my brother, obviously. Even with his face bruised and bleeding, Minsu clearly felt smug about successfully taking down his opponent. Kang Yu-sung pushed up his glasses, his eyes turning cold and calculated. The act was over. Time for scene 2. The setting shifted unexpectedly to a quiet art studio. Gase-min was focused on her canvas. She asked, full of concern. So, my brother has been thrown into solitary confinement? Kang Yu-sung looked flustered, sweat beads forming on his forehead, as he tried to explain the unforeseen incident. That wasn't part of the original plan. Things went off the rails. My apologies. Gase-min scoffed, clearly annoyed. She ordered him to stop moving so she could focus on finishing her painting. Kang Yu-sung was forced to strain himself, posing like a muscular statue, holding an apple while half-naked to serve as her model. Gase-min snapped because he kept shifting, ruining the composition she was working so hard on. Kang Yu-sung groaned in exhaustion. How much longer do I have to hold this pose? This is too difficult to hold. Maybe we should. He glanced around, pointed to a completely naked statue, and suggested, how about that one? Seeing Kang Yu-sung hesitant because the statue was a bit too much, Gase-min casually insisted that was the key point. She coldly ordered him to stop complaining because the session was over. Kang Yu-sung timidly asked if he could see the painting, but Gase-min just sighed and said that his moving had ruined the piece, leaving him to mumble an apology. Gase-min looked at her work confidently, insisting, this is enough to get me into art school as the top student, right? Contrary to that confidence, Kang Yu-sung stared at the drawing, his eyes popping out in disbelief. This? This is art? And this is... me? Gase-min coolly told him he didn't need to look so apologetic. The model was just a bit lacking. She suddenly changed the subject, asking if he was worried about his younger brother since he'd just been thrown into solitary. Kang Yu-sung thought she was talking about that disastrous painting, but Gase-min seriously warned him that he was actually in big trouble. I mean, your brother got involved with the kitchen logistics team. She revealed she used to be a member of the women's kitchen team and knew exactly how incredibly tight-knit they were. Mess with one, and they all come out to get you. And among them was someone Kang Yu-sung needed to be extra careful of. At the cafeteria, a guy with bulging, vein-covered muscles suddenly appeared before Minsu and asked, Are you Lee Minsu? That was Jang Dobo, the captain of the kitchen team. Minsu blankly confirmed his identity, and immediately, Jang Dobo dumped a massive amount of food all over his tray. Minsu was stunned. Huh? What are you talking about? Wait, isn't this way too much? Was he trying to fatten him up for the slaughter? Gase-min explained why this guy was so terrifying. Jang Dobo might look like a nice guy, but in reality, he was extremely dangerous and unhinged. A horrific truth about Jang Dobo was revealed. He was the one who nearly killed 2 guards. Lee Minsu stood frozen, staring at the food overflowing from his tray in shock. Jang Dobo, the kitchen team captain, flashed a sinister smile and declared, My underlings said you messed with them. You deserve every bit of this. He continued to pile on the food while whispering a cold threat. You'll regret ever crossing this kitchen team. Looking at the man's fierce face, Minsu immediately played dumb. Huh? Me? Messing with the kitchen team? When pressed for his identity, he cleverly dodged. I am Minsu, but surely there's someone else with the same name. It's a common name, after all. Seeing his innocent expression, Jang Dobo's attitude shifted. He scratched his head and apologized. Oh, really? My bad. Dig in. Since I apologized, I'll let it slide. But another kitchen team member suddenly shouted to expose him. Hey, he's lying. You have to check again. It's him. He's the one who threw the trash can lid. Lee Minsu realized the situation was going south. Minsu immediately bolted for his life, leaving everyone in shock. What the hell? Jang Dobo roared when he realized he'd been duped, bellowing Minsu's name throughout the cafeteria. Damn it, Lee Minsu. Meanwhile, Minsu ran while grinning triumphantly. That was close. The shouts of, Stop right there, didn't stop chasing him from behind. In another turn of events, at the majestic presidential palace, South Korean President Han Man-soo stepped out with a powerful gait and a radiant smile to welcome his guests. Thank you all for traveling so far to attend this summit. At the high-level meeting between party leaders and the president, Han Mansu appeared with a beaming face, shaking hands intimately with Assemblyman Lee Kang-won. Assemblyman, you look radiant today. Ha ha, Kang quickly replied with a professional social smile. It's all thanks to you, Mr. President. They performed a play of solidarity before a barrage of camera flashes, declaring they would cast aside all rivalry to focus on the national interest. But as the cameras were still clicking away, Han Mansu leaned close to Assemblyman Kang's ear, bringing up their past rivalry in the presidential race. He smirked arrogantly. But now, for the future of this country, work hard like a subordinate of mine, all right? You understand? As soon as he finished, Han Mansu slapped Assemblyman Kang's butt in a deeply humiliating way. Assemblyman Kang froze, sweating from shock and humiliation. What the hell was that? Did he just slap my butt? Right in front of the whole country. Rage erupted the moment he got home. Assemblyman Kang frantically took his anger out on a punching bag. He gritted his teeth, roaring in deep resentment. Right in front of the whole country. As soon as he got home, the rage exploded. Congressman Kang went berserk, pounding the punching bag to vent his fury. He gritted his teeth and let out a roar of pure resentment. Han Mansu, how dare you humiliate me like this? Take that, take that. In a fit of rage, he turned to Kang Yusung and hissed. Your father is the one suffering through this disgrace. What do you think about that? Standing before the planning board, Kang Yusung calmly asserted that taking down President Han Mansu was actually much easier than imagined. He claimed that all it would take to make everything crumble was to destroy the old man's greatest political foundation, the Juvenile Detention Center. That was the real reason Assemblyman Lee Kang-won sent his son into that hellhole as an undercover agent. When asked about the progress, Kang Yusung coldly revealed that what he had witnessed inside that facility was absolutely not the educational environment the public believed in, but a brutal scene of tyranny. Kang Yusung continued to expose the horrific truth. The place forced the kids to use violence against each other. Every form of abuse was rampant, and fights were intentionally ignored just for entertainment. He stated firmly that this wasn't a reform school, it was a living hell. Kang Yusung's face darkened as he thought about the brutal reality unfolding behind those iron walls. Hearing this, Assemblyman Lee Kang-won clapped in triumph. Excellent. So the detention center is Han Mansu's weak spot? This politician was quite the calculator. He believed that if this information were leaked to the press, he could take down his opponent in a single blow. However, the old fox suddenly paused, realizing that it still wasn't enough. He coldly reminded him that juvenile delinquents were still criminals after all, and the real victims probably just wanted them to suffer even more. Kang ordered Kang Yusung to go back and dig up even more terrible things from inside. Kang Yusung walked out of the room with a heavy heart, burdened by his father's cruel demand. Back at the prison, Kang Yusung, in his guard uniform, muttered to himself that it still wasn't enough. He looked at the inmates crawling on the ground in humiliating positions, dripping with sweat under the harsh sun. Suddenly, Kang Yusung loudly called out, "Lee Minsu, step out here." Minsu looked up, confused, not knowing what his older brother was planning. Kang Yusung loudly declared that Minsu had to step out to perform some special exercises. Minsu was overjoyed, secretly thanking his brother, thinking he would get a break. Damn, this is great. Thanks, brother. Minsu was celebrating a bit too early. Kang Yusung suddenly roared, forcing him into a new, even more grueling position. Lobster mode. Minsu screamed in pain and humiliation as he had to crawl crab-style across the yard. Lobster. Lobster. Damn it. Lobster. Kang Yusung quietly explained that if only Minsu were exempted from the drills, it would raise suspicions, so he had to make his situation look even more miserable than the others. Lee Minsu yelled in frustration, questioning this disastrous help while still writhing on the ground. Amidst his brother's pitiful screaming, Kang Yusung coldly stated, "Now, let me explain Phase 2 of the plan. The Juvenile Detention Center operates on a strictly enforced system of merit and demerit points." Kang Yusung pulled out a detailed list, explaining that only by accumulating 100 merit points would an inmate be considered for parole. Conversely, the more demerit points you have, the further the day of your release recedes into infinity. He looked down at his brother, sweating in the lobster position, and coldly announced, "Your score is a solid -50. With 2 stints in solitary confinement and a major brawl, Minsu hadn't earned a single merit point yet. He widened his eyes, gasping in desperation. How? How do I earn points? The fastest way for you to earn a large chunk of points right now is to volunteer for the kitchen crew." Upon hearing the words kitchen crew, Minsu shouted in shock. He immediately remembered the ferocious face of Jang Dobo, the murderous-looking captain of the kitchen crew. Minsu screamed in a panic. "No way! That scumbag is there. I'll die if I go in there. Those guys are trying to hunt me down. He would rather be tortured than face those monsters. I don't care. Just kill me. I'd rather stay here." Minsu thrashed around on the ground, protesting his brother's plan. But every time a guard passed by, Lee Minsu had to return to the torturous position and chant, "Lobster." Even though his mouth chanted lobster mechanically on command, his heart was screaming in protest. No way. Lobster. Just keep doing the lobster. He would rather endure this physical pain than step foot into that death trap kitchen. He screamed internally, "I'd rather say the word lobster 1,000 times than join the kitchen crew." Witnessing his brother's extreme determination, Kang Yusong sighed in annoyance. He gave in and promised to find another job to help him earn points. Lee Minsu was as happy as could be. He secretly felt grateful for having the best brother in the world. The space suddenly became peaceful under the gentle afternoon sun. The sound of rustling leaves mixed with the chirping of birds created a rare, quiet atmosphere in the prison. Inside the classroom, the curtains swayed gently in the breeze, creating the perfect setting for a much-needed nap. Lee Minsu lay slumped on the table, enjoying the relaxation after a morning exhausted by the torture drills. He drowsily told himself, "I wish I could sleep in a bit longer." But a constant motor-like sound rang out by his ear, interrupting his sleep. Anger flared up. Minsu slammed his hand on the table and roared like a madman. "Damn it, let me sleep!" He furiously shouted at his fellow inmates for using their mouths to make loud noises, asserting that he didn't need these robot vacuum cleaners anymore. On the floor, the inmates were still crawling, using their mouths to mimic engine noises, scrubbing the floor mechanically in the bizarre order Minsu had established. One guy even confidently claimed he would do a better job if he made the engine sound himself. He eagerly declared that if the noise was too loud, he would switch to sleep mode to avoid bothering others. Minsu watched, thinking to himself that the cleaning was almost done, but began to worry when he realized cleaning one classroom only earned a measly 1 point. At this rate, he wondered how long it would take to accumulate 100 points to be free. Just then, the guard walked in and asked if the cleaning was done. Minsu quickly reported that it was almost finished. The guard announced that Minsu would have to move to the next location, alone, to do the additional volunteer work he had registered for. Lee Minsu was overjoyed, secretly thanking his brother Kang Yusong for setting up such a great opportunity to earn points. But the moment he stepped into the new location, the smile on Minsu's face instantly froze. In front of him was not the easy job he had imagined, but the kitchen crew captain, with his murderous face, waiting. He smirked, menacingly. "The liar Minsu returns, eh? We're here. Get ready to cook, kid." Minsu looked around in a daze, realizing he was standing in the middle of a literal death trap of a kitchen, surrounded by the hulking brutes of the logistics team. He froze, realizing he'd been completely set up. "This isn't what I signed up for. You promised you wouldn't send me to the cooking team. You totally sold me out, big brother." Deep down, he was screaming his brother's name in betrayal. Lee Kang-won. "Kang Yusong, you bastard." Meanwhile, Jang Dobo, a giant of a man with a burning dream of becoming South Korea's top chef, was frantically waving his spatulas amidst the roaring flames. His raw power was something else. His right arm could effortlessly handle a 3-kilogram cast iron wok, tossing 2 kilograms of food into the air like it was nothing. Meanwhile, his left hand had been trained to handle more delicate tasks like seasoning and plating. But the harsh reality was written all over the prisoners' lunch trays. They wouldn't stop complaining. "Damn it, this tastes like garbage. How much longer do I have to eat this slop? This kind of chef should be sued." To Jang Dobo, insulting his food was a direct blow to his honor. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face, struggling to hold back his fury. "These idiots. I have to be patient." But looking at the chaotic kitchen behind him, food flying everywhere and flames licking the walls, it was clear there wasn't a single shred of real culinary talent to help him. The kitchen nightmare escalated as screams erupted. "Ah, it's burning. It's all burning." A dim-witted underling with a goofy grin held up a jet-black pan and cheered. "Jang Dobo, I figured out how to make oil. Our country is now an oil-producing nation." And it didn't stop there. A pot of soybean stew suddenly turned a deep, suspicious purple, leading another guy to ask in confusion about the color. "Who the hell put purple cabbage in here?" The guy just stood there, and Dobo completely lost it. He roared, tears in his eyes. "Is there not a single person in this kitchen who knows how to cook?" As much as he wanted to tear his incompetent lackeys to shreds, he considered them his tribe, so he had to swallow his anger. However, for Lee Minsu, it was a completely different story. Jang Dobo grabbed his wok and marched toward Minsu with murderous intent. He growled that Minsu had insulted his tribe and wouldn't receive any mercy. Standing tall behind the bewildered boy, Dobo declared threateningly, "I'm going to teach you a lesson with this wok." But then, he suddenly froze, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at the pan catching fire. Right in front of him, Minsu was showcasing elite cooking skills, wielding 2 pans at once with professional-grade seasoning that left the captain unable to believe his eyes. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jang Dobo suddenly lunged forward, hoisted Minsu into the air, and bellowed, "Kid, where did you learn to cook like that?" Minsu awkwardly replied that he only helped out at the orphanage. As soon as he heard that, the captain burst into hysterical tears, snot and tears streaming down his face in pure, overwhelming emotion. He muttered happily, "I found him. I finally found him. I knew this day would come." Dobo hugged Minsu tightly, shouting with excitement, "Don't worry, you've got me now. You're my little treasure." He carried Minsu around the kitchen, laughing like a maniac, insisting that Minsu was the group's holy grail, despite the boy screaming desperately for the lunatic to put him down. Meanwhile, in the storage room, piles of candy wrappers and trash were scattered everywhere. The cooking team's underlings were huddled in the corner, sneaking snacks and fuming because their original plan had fallen apart. They had intended to make Dobo and Minsu fight each other, but in reality, Dobo was now stuck to the kid like glue. One guy gritted his teeth, wondering, how can we make Dobo hate Minsu? Suddenly, a sinister idea popped up. If Minsu's food tasted terrible, he'd definitely be hated. They all laughed deviously, deciding to sneak trash into Minsu's food to get rid of him, smugly convinced that this would be the end of Minsu. But their smiles vanished when Kang Yusong suddenly appeared at the doorway. He wore a chilling smile, stating he'd finally found the reason why supplies had been disappearing for so long. Facing the panicked criminals, Kang Yusong growled that thieves had to face the consequences. Even as they screamed and challenged him, claiming this was their turf, he didn't hesitate to take them down. In a split second, he laid out every single person who dared to mess with his little brother. Looking at the heap of bodies at his feet, Kang Yusong let out a sigh of relief, silently thinking that since Minsu didn't want to be on the cooking team, he had been incredibly worried for him. Kang Yusong looked at the defeated losers, thinking Minsu was adapting quite well, but he still wondered if it wasn't him, who was the one who pushed his brother into the kitchen team in the first place. Meanwhile, at the warden's office, 2 guards rushed in to report, leaving the prison warden bursting with anticipation. He thought there had been another bloody brawl in the kitchen, but the truth was a total letdown. Instead of a fight, the menu today was his favorite egg-rolled rice. The warden sighed with disappointment, having hoped for a better show than this boring meal. To please their boss, the 2 guards performed a bizarre, cheesy magic trick to make the food seem more appetizing, even though it was confusing at first. After tasting it, the warden had to nod and admit the food was actually delicious. Back in the cafeteria, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely serious. Jang Dobo shouted, "Attention! Today is a special day that only happens once a month, and I demand everyone be extremely careful with the preparations." Minsu looked confused, not understanding what was happening, especially when Dobo ordered him to prepare a brand new bar of cucumber-scented soap. He silently wondered, wait, is it time to take a bath or cook? But his shock reached its peak when he saw the captain start, grating the bar of soap on a grater with intense focus. The bizarre cooking process continued, adding olive oil twice the amount of the soap and double boiling it over a high flame. Jang Dobo passionately lectured about adding finely ground basil powder as an essential ingredient to create the perfect scent. Finally, he squeezed in some tangerine juice for vitamin E, creating a concoction he insisted was both moisturizing and fragrant. Dobo crazily stirred the mixture until all the ingredients were perfectly blended, then ordered it to be left to cool. "Done," Jang Dobo shouted proudly. Honestly, these guys are totally delusional. Minsu stared at the bowl of thick sludge with a blank face. "What the hell is this? Are you planning on eating that?" Jang Dobo laughed gleefully. "Eat it? No way. This is our logistics team's natural hair pomade." As he spoke, he ran his hand through his braided hair stylishly. The underlings all gathered around, competing to style their hair and asking for a turn. Minsu stared at the thick, goopy mixture, his face blank. "What on earth is that? You're actually planning on eating that?" Jang Dobo laughed gleefully. "Eating it? No way. This is the all-natural hair gel from our logistics team." As he spoke, he skillfully slicked back his thick, ropey braids. The rest of the crew started crowding around, busy grooming themselves and begging for a turn. "Hey, be careful. Don't let it clump up. Can you fix the hair at the back for me?" Minsu asked, looking clueless. "So it's not food, but hair wax? What kind of special day makes you guys style your hair like this?" Jang Dobo smirked and replied, "It's the day the new supplies arrive." because on delivery day, we get to see the girls from the women's correctional facility. As Jang Dobo said this, he wore an expectant grin. Suddenly, a group of female inmates appeared, happily carrying crates inside. Jang Dobo, hey, why are you guys so late? We're taking all the good stuff now. A playful girl noticed this new face. Who's the new guy? Hey there. Jang Dobo explained that once a month, the cafeteria receives supplies, and they have to share them with the women's prison kitchen team. For the men here, this is the only perk of joining the logistics team. Just then, a girl struggling to carry a heavy crate groaned. Ugh, it's so heavy. Miss, can you help me? Girls shouldn't be carrying heavy stuff. One of Jang Dobo's lackeys eagerly rushed over to take the crate with a beaming face. He declared loudly, "Leave it to me. Ladies shouldn't have to lift a finger." But that was nothing compared to Jang Dobo. To show off his prowess, the captain carried a towering stack of crates all by himself. This still isn't enough. A real man should be able to carry at least this much. The schoolgirls gasped in admiration. Oh, Jang Dobo is so strong. Put some more on top. That's so cool. Minsu stood on the sidelines, looking fed up. What the hell are you guys doing? You're gonna break your backs. What's wrong with you guys? This kid looks so cute, and he's so tiny too. The girls suddenly surrounded Minsu, teasing him until he got annoyed. Get lost. I'm not tiny. But his frustration only made them more excited. You look so cute even when you're angry. You're so adorable. Let me help you, okay? Minsu stubbornly refused, but he was starting to waver. I don't need help. But are you sure? Witnessing this, Jang Dobo gritted his teeth in fury. That loser. He dares to be lazy just to flirt with the girls. While Jang Dobo was burning with jealousy, a petite girl shyly approached from behind and gently tugged at his apron. The small girl, with her face flushed red, shyly held out an envelope with a bright red heart sticker on it. She whispered, "Take this before the head lady sees it." Jang Dobo's calloused hands trembled as he took the letter, his heart pounding as if it were about to burst out of his chest. He cheered in his heart, ecstatic. Could this actually be a love letter? Watching the girl run away, not forgetting to leave behind a playful smile, Jang Dobo was completely lost in a sweet fantasy. In the captain's mind, a future full of bliss was already unfolding. He dreamed of a grand wedding, where he, in a dapper suit, walked beside his beautiful bride amidst the applause and blessings of everyone. Jang Dobo even imagined his future wife, asking him tenderly, "What should we name our child?" He just got the letter and he's already planning baby names? Then, the image of a cute little daughter named Y appeared, filling him with joy. Dobo's delusion went so far that he saw himself as the father of a large family with 5 children. He happily called out each of their names. Y, Chan, Yun, Yan, Jap. Is everyone ready? The whole family answered in unison. Then they took a warm family photo together. Back in reality, Jang Dobo was laughing and crying like a madman from the excitement. Finally, it's my turn to have one of these. Let's see what romantic love song she wrote. But the moment he opened the letter, the smile on his face froze instantly upon reading the first line, "To the manager." Dobo's face completely distorted in shock. Veins bulged out, looking terrifying. Meanwhile, in the quiet kitchen, Minsu was struggling to lift a heavy crate. He grumbled tiredly as he worked. The kitchen crew is too busy helping the girls. They didn't even bother to bring our share. Suddenly, a giant shadow loomed over Minsu from behind. Realizing it was Jang Dobo, Minsu asked, puzzled. Dobo loomed closer with cold killing intent and growled, "You're the manager, right?" Minsu casually confirmed, "Yeah, that's right. What's the matter?" "Dobo, you need something?" The captain suddenly asked a bizarre question. "Do you know what November 22nd is?" Dobo loudly declared, "That's the 3rd anniversary of my wedding, 3 years from now." This guy's delusion is beyond saving. Minsu was stunned. "What are you talking about?" Jang Dobo continued to grill him about why. He roared threateningly, making Lee Minsu start trembling in fear. He firmly insisted, "Why is the name of my 5th child?" Dobo's madness peaked. He gritted his teeth and screamed. "She was supposed to be a little girl with a ponytail born into this beautiful world. If you hadn't stolen my wife." His eyes turned blood red. Jang Dobo shrieked in extreme rage. "I'm going to kill you, you bastard who stole my wife." Minsu only had time to widen his eyes in horror as a giant fist flew straight toward him. "Wait, why are you?" Before he could finish, a 1,000-pound punch from Jang Dobo slammed down right next to his head, shattering the wall behind him in a split second. Lee Minsu quickly dodged, but he couldn't help being shaken by that destructive power. He yelled in indignation, "What is this? Are you really trying to end me?" Jang Dobo had completely lost his mind at this point. He muttered in his delirious state, "Die, Lee Minsu, enemy of my child." "What child, you psycho?" Taking advantage of the moment the opponent was off guard, Minsu launched a flying kick straight to his face. Yet, Jang Dobo seemed completely unfazed. He quickly grabbed his ankle and, without hesitation, slammed him down to the ground. Dobo's frenzy still didn't stop. He roared, "You dare steal my future wife?" Lee Minsu realized in a panic that if he took one more hit like that, his head would definitely be smashed to pieces. Lee Minsu desperately looked for a way to counterattack, calculating internally that as long as he could neutralize the monster's right arm, he'd be nothing. But reality was much crueler. He realized the opponent's reach was too long, making it impossible to get close. The nightmare wasn't over yet, as the punches from Dobo's left hand also carried terrifying power. Lee Minsu constantly took heavy hits, feeling as if his body were colliding directly with giant boulders. The force of the impact was so strong it sent Minsu flying back. Minsu endured the pain, telling himself, at least his right arm is still stuck. But Dobo screamed, demanding Minsu return everything, and violently ripped an iron cabinet door off its hinges. Minsu realized in horror that the restraint was gone. While the madman kept screaming about his plan to take So Young hiking at Bukhansan and swung the heavy iron door frantically, Dobo smashed it down hard, forcing Minsu to struggle to dodge. He realized he had fallen into a dangerous spot, backed into a corner with no escape. In the moment of facing the cold wall, Minsu suddenly recalled the tactical corner-pinning move his older brother had taught him. The giant roared about his first kiss with his future wife, then lunged with a punch aimed straight at Lee Minsu's face. Despite the suffocating murderous intent, Lee Minsu coldly retorted, "I don't know who this So Young is, but your dating plan really sucks." He firmly grabbed his opponent, mocking him by saying no girl would ever want to hang out with a guy like him. Taking advantage of the giant's overconfidence, Minsu remembered the positioning swap technique to set up a combo. He pivoted sharply, using all his might to shove the giant backward into the wall behind him to turn the tables. But no matter how hard he tried, the guy didn't budge an inch. Looking at biceps thicker than Minsu's head, he knew this was a losing battle. The giant screamed manically, accusing Minsu of stealing his future wife's love and his child's future. Jang Dobo brutally squeezed Minsu's face and slammed his head into a metal locker, making Minsu cry out in agony. The giant bellowed, completely losing control, and declared that Minsu's punishment had only just begun. "Die!" Jang Dobo roared like a madman and unleashed a massive punch aimed right at his opponent's head. Lee Minsu realized in horror that he couldn't dodge this fatal blow in such tight quarters. On the brink of life and death, he frantically grabbed a nearby object to fight back. Meanwhile, at the women's correctional facility, the female prisoners were grumbling about the grueling kitchen work and missing their friends. One girl spotted a crate of onions left behind and guessed it belonged to the men's wing. Even though her fellow inmates warned her about how terrifying Jang Dobo was, a black-haired girl with a bold look eagerly volunteered to return it. She nonchalantly insisted that Jang Dobo was actually pretty cute, so there was nothing to fear. This girl's vision must be totally shot. She needs an eye exam. Fast. Meanwhile, in the men's kitchen, the chase continued in total chaos, with Minsu screaming at the madman to stop following him. Jang Dobo, panting heavily, kept relentlessly chasing Minsu around the kitchen tables. He shrieked, demanding immediate punishment for the man he considered the enemy of his future family. Realizing the giant was starting to tire from his own massive weight, Minsu seized the chance to counterattack. He slammed a tray of eggs directly into Jang Dobo's face and shouted, "Take this egg punishment and shove it." Raw egg dripped all over his face, making Jang Dobo look even more pathetic and menacing. Lee Minsu added an insult about the smell of chicken droppings and told the guy to get lost. The rage reached a breaking point. Jang Dobo began throwing kettles and pots wildly at Minsu. Minsu struggled to dodge while cursing the guy as a psycho for these lethal actions. But Dobo just kept screaming that Minsu had to die right now. The situation became critical when Jang Dobo hurled a pan full of boiling hot oil. Just then, the girl from the women's wing hummed happily as she walked up to the kitchen door. She casually opened it and said, "Hey guys, I brought back the stuff you forgot." A disaster struck as the boiling oil from Jang Dobo's hand flew straight toward the door due to the momentum of his swing. Jang Dobo gasped, "No way!" as he watched all that oil splash directly toward the poor girl who had just appeared at the door. "Move!" Minsu roared decisively. Without a second of hesitation, he lunged to grab the girl, using his own body to shield her. The scalding hot oil splashed directly onto Minsu's back, making him grit his teeth against the flesh-tearing pain as the burning liquid soaked through his shirt. The girl gasped in total shock. "Huh?" A piercing scream echoed through the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, Kang Yusong sprinted down the hallway with terrifying speed. "No, Minsu!" he roared in sheer panic, his heart stopping from fear. Kang Yusong blamed himself. He came here to protect his brother and absolutely couldn't let him suffer any more harm. Kang Yusong burst into the infirmary, frantically asking the nurse, "Is Lee Minsu here?" The nurse told him to keep it down and pointed toward a bed with the curtain drawn. "Shh, he's over there on that bed." Kang Yusong tremblingly pulled back the curtain, calling his brother's name with deep concern. But in front of him, a cold, dry skeleton lay on the hospital bed, and he froze in utter horror. "Minsu," the skeleton whispered in a regretful tone. "I'm sorry, brother. I ended up like this." Kang Yusong collapsed by the bed in deep despair. "No way. Do I really look that much like a skeleton?" Ha ha ha. Minsu's laughter broke the mournful silence. It turned out that what splashed onto his back wasn't hot oil, and he was just playing a prank with the medical skeleton model. Lee Minsu excitedly explained that he almost became a real skeleton, but his smile faded when he saw Kang Yusong's hands trembling with fury. Kang Yusong loomed over him, radiating such an intense aura that Minsu stammered an apology, realizing his prank had crossed the line. But instead of an explosion of rage, Kang Yusong suddenly pulled his younger brother into a tight hug. What a touching display of brotherhood. Kang Yusong squeezed Minsu, his voice choked with relief. "God, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Lee Minsu was stunned by his brother's affection. He gently responded and sheepishly apologized for making him worry. Behind them, the nurse was furious, scolding whoever had dared to mess with her skeleton model. As soon as he calmed down, Kang Yusong roared in surprise upon learning that Minsu still wanted to volunteer in the kitchen crew. Minsu insisted it was the fastest way to earn points, but he admitted he was scared and hoped his brother would help him out. Minsu's eyes burned with determination. He looked his brother straight in the eye and asked, "You'll teach me how to beat Jangdobo, right? You just escaped death and now you want to go back to fighting?" Kang Yusong brushed his hair back, smirking dangerously. "Ha, you're really something else. Ready?" Soon after, at the training yard, the warden looked incredibly impressed by the new initiative. When asked about this bizarre training method, Kang Yusong coldly explained that it was a drill designed to teach those who dared to challenge authority their true place. He loudly declared it was called the dung beetle drill. The warden couldn't stop praising Kang Yusong's creativity as he watched the prisoners crawling on the ground, using their backs and legs to push massive boulders across the yard. He wondered where these boulders came from, and received a casual reply that Kang Yusong had brought them from the mountain behind the prison. Under the crushing weight, Minsu gritted his teeth, his face twisted in agony. He screamed in frustration, "Kang Yusong, you jerk. Can't you teach me like a normal person?" Kang Yusong coolly adjusted his sunglasses, praised his brother for doing a good job, and announced that training was over for the day. Lee Minsu, drenched in sweat, asked excitedly, "So, am I ready to fight Jangdobo now?" But Kang Yusong just coldly poured cold water on his efforts, not even close. "Now, move it yourself." Without a second thought, Minsu had to strain every muscle under a massive boulder. He screamed in sheer frustration, "Damn it, you jerk." He frantically shoved the rock, cursing non-stop at this brutal, over-the-top torture. Only when he saw his younger brother was completely exhausted did Kang Yusong finally offer some praise. "Good work, that's enough." Minsu excitedly asked if it was time to get revenge on Jangdobo, but the answer remained a firm no. Kang Yusong pointed to a colossal concrete wavebreaker and coldly commanded, "Next, this gift is for you." Lee Minsu descended back into his own personal hell. He shrieked in agony as he had to push that multi-ton slab of concrete across the ground. Kang Yusong calmly adjusted his sunglasses. They were a bit crooked, but he still looked sharp. Lee Minsu lay flattened on the ground, silently cursing his ruthless brother and wondering when this physical torment would ever end. Kang Yusong sighed, explaining that defeating someone in a completely different weight class isn't as simple as he thinks. He stated firmly, "As long as you can make this thing budge even a little, you're guaranteed to win." Minsu looked at him, bewildered. "For real? Really?" But the moment he saw the next target, Minsu went completely numb. Before him stood a rock as tall as a tower, making him look pitifully small as he sat in front of it. He stared in shock, wondering if a human being could actually move such a thing. Meanwhile, in the solitary confinement cell, Ga-se-jun had been locked up for a whole week. He still couldn't understand why he had lost. The truth was, Minsu hadn't even landed a single punch on him. Looking back at his opponent's desperate attacks in his memories, Ga-se-jun bitterly told himself, "It was all because I was too arrogant." He sat in silence in the cell, eyes narrowed, convincing himself that if he got a rematch, he would definitely win, blaming his previous defeat on sheer bad luck. But there was a more urgent problem bothering him right now. Squatting on the toilet, Ga-se-jun realized with bitterness that the toilet paper was all gone and the water wasn't running. Looking down at his stained sleeve, He realized he had only one choice left to handle this miserable situation. Gritting his teeth, he violently tore a piece of fabric off the uniform he was wearing. Just as he was about to use it, a roll of toilet paper was suddenly thrown in and rolled right to his feet. Kang Yusong's voice echoed from outside, dripping with sarcasm. "Stop using that trash. Use this to clean yourself up properly." Kang Yusong stood behind the bars, coldly reminding him that they still had important matters to discuss. Once Ga Se-jun finished, Kang Yusong calmly opened the door and stepped into the solitary cell. As soon as the guard entered, Ga Se-jun suddenly lunged from behind with murderous intent, growling in an agitated voice. "How do you know my sister?" But Kang Yusong dodged the sneak attack in a heartbeat, leaving Ga Se-jun completely stunned. He realized this guard possessed strength and reflexes far beyond what he had imagined. In a split second, Kang Yusong counterattacked, pinning Ga Se-jun to the floor with ease. He looked disappointed and sarcastically mocked his opponent's cheap sneak attack. Seeing Kang Yusong swing his fist down, Ga Se-jun just squeezed his eyes shut, resigned to his fate. After waiting a while and feeling no impact, he hesitantly opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. Kang Yusong suddenly flashed a bright smile and suggested, "If you're that curious, why don't you ask her yourself?" He casually held up his phone, showing an active call with Ga Se-min right in front of Ga Se-jun. At the same time, in a cosmetic and dermatology clinic, Ga Se-min's phone rang incessantly. On the screen, the caller ID clearly read, "Number 1, husband candidate." She picked up and spoke softly. "Hello, Kang. Lee. Kang 1. Kang Yusong?" Ga Se-min held the phone to her ear. She got straight to the point and asked if he had met Ga Se-jun yet. Recognizing the familiar voice, he stammered, "Why do you have my sister's phone?" Ga Se-min nervously started firing questions about whether her brother had been released from the reformatory yet and if he was hurt anywhere. Suddenly, she requested, "Kang Yusong. Kang Yusong, I have a secret to tell you. Could you cover your ears for a second?" Kang Yusong obediently replied, Sure," and turned away, covering his ears tightly. Ga Se-min carefully double-checked, "Ga Se-jun, are his ears covered?" After getting a nod from her brother, she took a deep breath and suddenly started screaming like a maniac over the phone. "Hey, you blockhead!" Ga Se-min's rage exploded. She lashed out without mercy. "You brainless idiot. Is your head filled with instant noodles or something? What the hell are you doing? Do you think I'm that easy to lead around by the nose? You jerk! Is your head full of noodles?" Ga Se-min continued to scream about all the suffering she had to endure. "You are such a cursed younger brother. Thanks to you, I have to go to jail and deal with all this garbage. Even when I'm out, I have to run around trying to clean up this mess. If you're going to stay silent, then just shut your mouth for good. You're still causing trouble in prison. You don't think about me at all, do you? Pick your head up, you jerk. Are you listening? Answer me. You idiot." Ga Se-jun froze, his face drained of all color, stunned by his sister's extreme fury. Meanwhile, at the prison exercise yard, a massive boulder stood like an impossible challenge. Lee Minsu was straining with all his might, his muscles bulging and sweat pouring down as he pushed hard against the rock. He gritted his teeth, using both his hands and feet to drive force into the stone in extreme pain. Other prisoners watched from afar, whispering to each other, "Has it budged yet?" Another one confirmed firmly, "Nope, not even a bit." The crowd began to drift into idle chatter about their daily lives, like how the dinner menu was codfish. One guy shouted at Minsu, "Hey Minsu, just give up." They started talking about the day Ga Se-jun would get out of the cell and worried about a new fight about to break out. One guy questioned Minsu's motive for trying to move the rock, and got the answer that if he succeeded, he would challenge Jang Dobo. "I really hope he doesn't fight Jang Dobo. There are many strong guys in this prison, but Jang Dobo is the true top of the food chain. Just one hit from his right arm, and anyone is finished. Just look at how Jo Chang-soo was destroyed, that's all you need to know." The other inmates began to fear Minsu would meet the same tragic end. Despite the warnings, Minsu was still furiously pouring all his strength into the giant boulder. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, I'll move it no matter what." Meanwhile, in the solitary cell, Ga Se-min's rage showed no signs of stopping. She screamed over the phone, "I raised you so carefully, yet you turned into this idiot? You don't even recognize who's trying to help you, and you're just barking out nonsense." Ga Se-min reminded Ga Se-jun that she had struggled to find someone to help, and yet, he actually went and picked a fight with that very person. She spat out bitterly, "Just stay there and rot, you idiot. If you go out there and draw any more attention to yourself, I'll tear you apart, you jerk." Unable to take the berating any longer, Ga Se-jun decisively hung up the phone. On the other end, Ga Se-min was shocked. "What the? He actually hung up on me. He's got a death wish." Ga-se-jun was in deep trouble now. She regretted not warning her brother to be careful sooner. Just then, a nurse timidly poked her head in to inform her that the doctor had heard every single one of her insults and was waiting to see her, leaving Ga-se-min to let out a mortified, "Ah." Kang Yu-sung nonchalantly took the phone back and asked, "Call over already?" Ga-se-jun sat slumped on the floor, sighing wearily. "No. Just a little bit of a blowout." He looked up at Kang Yu-sung, double-checking his relationship with his sister. Upon receiving confirmation that Kang Yu-sung was indeed Minsu's older brother, Ga-se-jun fell into deep thought. "So, you're the one who taught him how to fight, right?" After a long moment, Ga-se-jun looked Kang Yu-sung straight in the eye with a determined gaze and declared, "I'll do whatever you say, so teach me too. Teach me how to fight." Meanwhile, in the prison cafeteria, the atmosphere was more chaotic than ever. The underlings and the cooking crew were in a panic because the food kept burning, leading to constant punishment for the whole team. They feared if this kept up, they'd all be kicked out of the logistics unit. Someone sighed, wishing Minsu were there to handle things, but they were immediately shut down, with others arguing that Minsu was the root of all their problems in the first place. Ever since that horrific battle, Jang Dobo, the once proud captain, had completely broken down. Jang Dobo sat hunched over in the corner of the kitchen, his face vacant, mindlessly drawing circles on the floor and muttering in despair, "I'm done for, everything is over." Suddenly, Lee Minsu kicked the door open and swaggered into the kitchen. He announced loudly, "The sous chef is here to save the day." The underlings panicked as soon as they saw the troublemaker return. They screamed, asking if Minsu had a death wish, since he was the one who drove Jang Dobo insane in the first place. Jang Dobo looked up, dazed, his mouth muttering Minsu's name over and over in suppressed rage. The captain jumped to his feet immediately, lumbering toward Minsu, radiating such killing intent that the atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. Minsu abruptly halted the onslaught with a provocative question. "Hey, do you know why women don't like you?" The question hit home, making the giant freeze in his tracks. He curiously demanded to know why he wasn't popular. Lee Minsu bowed his head for a second, then coldly delivered a biting insult. "It's because you're hideous." "Ha ha." Jang Dobo's face twisted in pure distortion. He gnashed his teeth in a blind, manic rage at being insulted to his face. Jang Dobo roared like a madman. "I'll kill you." "Oh no, he's losing it again, guys," the onlookers whispered, clutching their heads in terror at Minsu's recklessness. They were certain a massacre was about to go down, right there in the kitchen. Jang Dobo lunged at him, ready to tear his opponent to shreds. He screamed, blaming all his misfortunes on Minsu. Yet, the younger boy just kept pouring gasoline on the fire by, sarcastically asking why he was blaming him for his own ugly face, leaving the crowd stunned by his insane level of nerve. Instead of fighting head-on, Minsu started darting around the kitchen tables, driving Jang Dobo even further into a frenzy. He nonchalantly ignored the giant's demands to get over here, continuing to mock him. The underlings could only watch as Minsu showcased incredible speed, dodging the heavy, wild swings of the out-of-control captain. Jang Dobo roared in frustration, putting all his strength into a punch aimed at Minsu, swearing he would crush him into dust. Jang Dobo's massive punch smashed into the steel cabinet, but Minsu had already dodged it. He laughed mockingly at his opponent. "Hey, you idiot, do you have no brain at all? How did you fall for that again?" Seeing Dobo's right hand jammed in the debris, the giant still rushed forward blindly. But Minsu had calculated everything. He firmly grabbed the captain's massive arm, causing him to gasp. "Huh?" Minsu roared in pure excitement. "No, I didn't just act. I thought this through. You walked right into my trap." He put everything into his finishing move and shouted the name of the technique. Iron-splitting punch. That's a cheesy name, man. While the battle in the kitchen reached its boiling point, Lee Kang-won and Kang Yu-sung were doing their best to butter up the prison warden with a private feast right in the cafeteria. Amidst a luxurious setup with candles and wine, the refined Kang Yu-sung introduced, "I prepared this specifically for you, sir." The warden looked quite satisfied with the atmosphere. Kang Yu-sung solemnly lifted the lid off the plate, introducing it as special steamed Alaska Thai-style Lee Minsu fish. Even though it was just simple braised fish, the warden was so excited his face contorted, unable to believe he was enjoying such a luxurious meal in this hellhole. Not stopping there, Kang Yu-sung showed off his bartending skills by mixing two types of fruit drinks together. He expertly shook the shaker and introduced the special beverage, the Flavor Fusion Star. After just one sip, the warden was in seventh heaven, clearly sensing the harmony between fresh peach and sweet grape. Kang Yu-sung smiled enigmatically and invited him to enjoy the dinner show unfolding right before his eyes. From the banquet table, The warden excitedly watched the fight between Zhang Dobo and Minsu through the glass window. Dobo roared arrogantly, seeing his opponent had nowhere left to run. "Keep running. Why are you standing still now?" He swung a massive fist at Minsu, growling, asking if he wanted to be executed on the spot for daring to use his bare hands to block his attack. But Zhang Dobo's smile suddenly vanished when he realized his right arm was locked tight by an incredibly skillful grappling technique. He was horrified to find he couldn't move at all, and manically wondered where the kid learned such moves. Minsu used the opportunity to land a flurry of punches to his opponent's face, making Zhang Dobo furious. The cooking captain fought back wildly, roaring and challenging Minsu to see if he could actually withstand his raw muscle power, before diving into a brutal, close-quarters slugfest. Flashback to a few days ago. Lying crushed under a massive rock, Lee Minsu tiredly asked why he had to perform such torturous training instead of using tactics to corner his opponent like he did with Ga Sejun. Kang Yusong coldly told him to think carefully before he spoke, because the weight difference between him and Ga Sejun was only one tier. Cornering him could work. But for Zhang Dobo, the size difference was massive too, maybe even 3 tiers above Minsu. Kang Yusong warned Minsu that he'd better start praying, because if Zhang Dobo cornered him, it would be all over. As Minsu breathlessly asked if his brother was going to help him pack on some muscle to match his opponent's weight class, Kang Yusong snapped at him, calling him an idiot. "You can't just build muscle like that overnight. Muscles don't exactly grow like mushrooms." He suddenly posed a scientific question about how Minsu could move boulders heavier than his own body. The answer? The principle of leverage. Explaining that human limbs operate on that same principle, Kang Yusong insisted that if Minsu could act as a lever to move that giant boulder, then he could surely push back a guy like Zhang Dobo. Cutting back to the fight, Lee Minsu was bracing himself, standing his ground and blocking the heavy-handed strike from the head of the kitchen crew. Zhang Dobo's eyes went wide with shock. He couldn't figure out why a scrawny kid like this wasn't budging an inch against his massive power. Minsu unleashed a flurry of blows on his opponent, screaming in pure frustration about all the misery he'd been forced to endure. Watching the scene through the cafeteria window, Kang Yusong asked the warden if he was enjoying the show. The warden admitted it was pretty entertaining but claimed the outcome was way too predictable. He pointed out that Zhang Dobo didn't even seem to feel those pathetic little punches, while Minsu was already starting to look exhausted. The warden firmly insisted that, in the end, no one can ignore such a massive gap in weight classes. Seeing the warden still doubting his little brother's ability, Kang Yusong suddenly made a bold proposition. "How about a little bet? I'm putting my money on the kid, Lee Minsu." The warden stopped eating mid-bite and flashed a sinister grin. "A bet? Sounds great. You really do love taking reckless gambles, don't you?" Kang Yusong adjusted his glasses and coolly replied, "Exactly." He wanted to use reality to test the theory that face strikes wouldn't work due to the weight difference. Theoretically, the basic stance in combat sports is always designed to protect the face and head at all costs. That's because the head and face are home to the most vulnerable parts of the human body. While Minsu kept attacking, Zhang Dobo, despite taking hit after hit, just roared with arrogance. "Is that it? Come on, hit me again. Are you just scratching me?" He had no idea that a multitude of fatal weak points were concentrated right there in his head, from his eyes, forehead, and nose, to the philtrum and his temples. And of all those spots, the most critical one is the chin. One precise punch to the chin can cause a massive shock to the brain and inner ear, instantly destroying the opponent's equilibrium. Lee Minsu poured everything he had into one lethal strike, aiming straight for the target. Zhang Dobo was completely stunned, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Aim for the chin, one hit, and it's over. While weight class is a huge factor in amateur fights, at the end of the day, professional technique always wins. Lee Minsu roared, landing the finishing blow that left the giant's face completely distorted under the impact. Lee Minsu looked coldly at his staggering opponent and whispered his farewell. "Zhang Dobo, see ya. Goodbye." In his delirium from the impact, Zhang Dobo suddenly saw the silhouette of his dream girl smiling and waving a tender goodbye. He screamed in desperate panic, "Honey, no, don't go, honey." The entire future he'd imagined, a grand wedding, a loving wife, and his children all vanished into thin air with this one fateful fall. Zhang Dobo lay motionless on the floor, still desperately calling out for his dream girl in his stupor. "Don't go." The kitchen crew stood frozen, unable to believe their boss had lost to a rookie like Minsu. Even the warden shouted in disbelief, having lost the bet. He stared at Kang Yusong and demanded, "How did you guess that?" Kang Yusong just adjusted his glasses, flashed a cryptic smile, and said it was just a hunch. The warden smirked with amusement and walked away, not forgetting to remind Kang Yusong to start thinking about the prize for this victory. Lee Minsu sat on his opponent's chest, gasping for air after the brutal fight, when he accidentally discovered a heart-stamped envelope under Jang Dobo's hand. Minsu read the note on the outside. To the section chief. He was stunned and wondered. Wait, a love letter for Ga Se-jun? The minions confirmed the letter was meant for Ga Se-jun, but Jang Dobo had mistaken Minsu for the intended recipient, which was why he'd been so crazed and hell-bent on killing him. The ironic truth left Minsu speechless. All that pain, all those times he had to push that massive boulder to the brink of collapse, all because of this idiot's stupid misunderstanding. Lee Minsu let out a crazed roar and started pummeling the unconscious Jang Dobo to vent his anger. The minions had to scramble to stop him from beating a man who could no longer fight back. In a heavily guarded, restricted area, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Inside a dark room, a mysterious figure was casually playing cards and drinking, discussing the stagnant search for the next candidate. He was worried, seeing as the strongest guys like Ga Se-jun, and now Jang Dobo, had been taken out one by one. The mysterious figure suspiciously wondered if Lee Minsu was really strong enough to have beaten Jang Dobo, who was considered the strongest in this gang. The two strongest are out of the picture. What do we do now? The mysterious figure mused as he spun the cards in his hands. He wondered if anyone else in this hellhole was worthy of their attention. The first name mentioned was someone who made anyone tremble at the mere sound of it. Lee Kang-min. He was the leader of the notorious MZ gang from the East DH district, a madman who frequently used brutal force to establish his absolute authority. Lee Kang-min stood tall in the middle of a crowd, laughing arrogantly at the pain of those he'd defeated. But the list of potential candidates didn't end there. The second name mentioned was Ha Seung-chon, a member of the maintenance crew. Unlike the rugged look of the others, Ha Seung-chon always appeared with a mask on and eyes that were cold and intensely focused on his work. The mysterious figure calmly poured more wine. He understood why a leader like Lee Kang-min was on the list, but he was extremely confused as to why someone who wasn't even a leader, like Ha Seung-chon, had been chosen. I'm Jisoo. Aren't you going to pick someone? Add a few more people to make the game fun. The person holding the #1 position at this gang correctional center was none other than Im Jisoo. He slid his fingers over the stack of gambling chips, his eyes full of deep calculation. Im Jisoo admitted he'd intended to pass this time, but after hearing about the recent changes, his curiosity was truly piqued. With a cryptic smile, Im Jisoo made his final decision. I nominate Lee Minsu as the candidate. After the brawl, Jang Dobo was thrown into solitary confinement. That gave Minsu a chance to take over his duties, but the catch was that he had to work in the kitchen as a trade-off. Watching flames shoot up from the pan, Minsu screamed in frustration. What kind of reward is this? While he was drowning in work, the supply crew kept causing ridiculous trouble. They were cheering, Minsu, Minsu, look at this. This is amazing. The stupidity of the kitchen staff seemed to have no limits. One guy shouted in shock as rice overflowed from the pot. Whoa, the rice is multiplying. When his father asked how much rice he put in, he casually replied that he filled the whole pot, leaving everyone speechless as the rice erupted like a volcano. It didn't stop there. Another guy proudly showed off his artistic creation, a crab placed triumphantly on top of an octopus. The ultimate disaster was when the electric kettle was placed directly on the stove until it was scorched black. When called out, the guy just played dumb, saying, "You told me to boil the water." Lee Minsu completely lost it. He screamed in desperation, "You idiots, stop it. Jang Dobo, come back. I miss you more than I'd miss a lover." Just then, the female prisoners appeared with supply crates, happily greeting everyone and asking about Jang Dobo's absence. The receiving area turned into chaos as the guys scrambled to help the girls. The shouting grew louder, with "Hand the box to me," echoing everywhere, making Lee Minsu sigh. Those idiots are at it again. Suddenly, the girl Minsu had saved from the boiling oil approached him and softly said, "Hey, Minsu?" As Minsu stood there blankly, she shyly spoke up. "Thanks for the other day. You saved me from getting splashed with that oil." Minsu just laughed it off, saying the oil wasn't even that hot, so it was no big deal. But then, to Minsu's shock, she suddenly held out a letter with a bright red heart sticker on it. Minsu took the letter with a skeptical look. Why the fuss? Just give it to Ga Se-jun if that's the issue." Hearing Ga Se-jun's name, the girl's face turned beet red with embarrassment, and she snapped, "It's for you, you dummy." She hurried away, not forgetting to shout back, "That's a secret." Minsu stood frozen, staring at the words, "to Minsu" on the envelope, his heart skipping a beat. His single life was officially coming to an end, folks. A dreamy vision suddenly popped into his head, a small house on a green meadow, where he lived happily with a gentle wife and their children. Lee Minsu's face flushed red. He stood still, staring at the first love letter he had ever received in his life. The letter began with deeply touching words. Dear Minsu, a few days ago, the moment the boiling oil was about to pour directly onto me, I thought that was the end. You saved my life. But the truth was, she had been secretly watching and had known about him for a long time. The first time she saw, Minsu was through the gaps in the barbed wire fence separating the two camps. It was an afternoon while she was taking a walk after a meal. Suddenly, a horrific scene caught her eye. A blue trash can lid had slammed straight into the bully's face. Witnessing that decisiveness and strength, the young girl just stood, rooted to the spot, her eyes wide with shock and admiration. That day was the epic battle between Minsu and Ga-se-jun. She had been completely captivated by the wild, fierce, and resilient look in his eyes. A wild beauty, like a honey badger that feared absolutely nothing. As soon as she heard the crowd shouting the name Lee Minsu, she had carved that name deep into her heart. From that moment on, her heart never stopped fluttering, and she held her breath following his every step. To appear beautiful and hand this letter to Minsu personally, she had to go through a laborious preparation process under the prison's harsh conditions. She meticulously used heat from the kitchen stove to warm up metal clips, curling every strand of hair just the way she wanted. When a roommate suggested putting on makeup, even though there were no cosmetics, they found a creative way. By soaking colored magazine pages in soapy water and rubbing them hard, she skillfully used the ink as improvised rouge and lipstick. Handmade, one-of-a-kind cosmetics. Sarah carefully applied the color, hoping this look would be enough to give her the courage to confess. The fellow prisoners showered her with praise. Wow, the color really pops. Sarah, you look so pretty. Why didn't you do this before? Sarah just blushed shyly. Stop teasing me, you guys. She secretly wondered if she looked truly beautiful in his eyes today. Back in the cell, Minsu sat dazed, reading the letter with the note. You have to answer me next time we meet. His cellmates immediately surrounded him, shouting with jealousy. You traitor, you get a girlfriend before the rest of us? You're happy you got a letter, right? The long-term single guys were definitely not feeling this. Lee Minsu awkwardly admitted he was happy but also very confused. I've only ever gotten letters from my mom or Ga-se-jun. Facing the crowd's curiosity, he tossed the letter at them. Read it yourselves. The letter was filled with Sarah's affection. I like you. Do you like me too? Thanks for saving me. But please don't get hurt. If you get hurt, I'll be heartbroken too. You're the only one in my heart. Meanwhile, at the warden's office, he knocked on the door to report, Sir, Sergeant Kang here. He stepped into the office with a formal posture. He said clearly, I heard you were looking for me. The old warden smiled, mentioning how he had been there for 3 months. He couldn't stop praising Kang Yusong's stellar military record, from entering the military academy early to topping the sergeant exam at lightning speed. The old man gloatingly said he was lucky to have such talent at the center. Kang Yusong firmly promised to dedicate himself to the warden and the country, but inside, he was calculating how to build trust with the man to find a way to boost Minsu's score. However, the atmosphere suddenly turned icy when the warden leaned close to his ear. He smirked, revealing he had seen something interesting on CCTV. Are you and him best buddies? Kang Yusong froze, cold sweat beginning to drip under his glasses. The warden's eyes widened as he pressed him with a perverted, threatening tone. What is the relationship between you two? The overwhelming tension left Kang Yusong unable to react. Cut to the shower area, where Minsu was struggling under the shower head. He looked at a tiny sliver of soap, now just a green scrap in his palm, and sighed. It's even smaller than before. How am I supposed to wash with this? Suddenly, a hand offered him a full bottle of shampoo, leaving him stunned. What is this? Bewildered, staring at the shampoo in his hand, he couldn't believe such a luxury item could make it into this reform center. He turned to look at the person who gave it to him, a prisoner with long, romantic blonde hair, possessing a calm, mysterious face, standing under the shower. To rescue Minsu from the correctional facility, Kang Yusong knows he absolutely must keep the secret that they are biological brothers. Ever since he was adopted, no one has known about this blood relationship. Facing the director's suspicious gaze, Kang Yusong breaks into a cold sweat, wondering if the old man has caught a whiff of something. The director leans in close, smiles sinisterly, and prods. What's going on between you two? Kang Yusong thinks to himself. He can't let him find out. He frantically searches for an excuse to cover it up. Suddenly, the director bursts into laughter. Could it be a teacher-student relationship? The director smugly claims he saw everything and assumes Kang Yusong is secretly teaching Minsu how to fight. He is convinced the reason Kang Yusong dared to place the bet was because he knew for sure his student would win. The director throws a few punches in the air, looking excited. The kid's good at fighting, huh? Kang Yusong quickly plays along, saying he's just helping because Minsu wants to become stronger. Kang Yusong lets out a sigh of relief that the director misunderstood in a way that works in his favor. The director warns Kang Yusong not to get too close to the trash, then allows him to go prepare for the outdoor activities. Watching Kang Yusong walk away, the director mutters about Minsu's desire to become a real man and praises him as an interesting kid. But as soon as Kang Yusong leaves, the director immediately pulls out his phone and orders his subordinate, investigate Sergeant Kang's background. I have a feeling we'll find something. Receiving confirmation from the other end, the director smirks with calculation. Things are starting to get interesting. Meanwhile, in the solitary confinement unit, Ga Se-jun thinks about how his sister successfully escaped the reformatory. Suddenly, whimpering sounds echo through the hallway, catching his attention. Following the sound, Kang Yusong finds Jung Dobo curled up in a corner, crying miserably. It's not fair, it's all Lee Minsu's fault. Kang Yusong calmly approaches and states that Jung Dobo getting kicked out wasn't Minsu's fault. Jung Dobo screams in resentment. What does a guard know? Because of Minsu, my life is ruined. Minsu stole my wife and child. Jung Dobo is suffering from severe delusions. Kang Yusong coldly corrects him, saying the department head, mentioned in the letter, isn't Minsu, it's Ga Se-jun. He tells Jung Dobo he's dead wrong if he thinks the department head position hasn't changed. Immediately, Jung Dobo's attitude shifts. He bawls, apologizing to Minsu for blaming him, then redirects his hatred toward Ga Se-jun. Kang Yusong smirks, telling Jung Dobo not to jump to conclusions, and shows him a photo on his phone of Ga Se-min with Ga Se-jun. Jung Dobo is shocked to realize his goddess is with Ga Se-jun. He screams like a madman, unable to understand why his goddess would be so close to that jerk Ga Se-jun. He curses the superficial world and swears to kill Ga Se-jun for stealing his dream girl. However, Kang Yusong pours cold water on him by revealing that they are biological siblings, and Ga Se-jun is Ga Se-min's younger brother. Jung Dobo's face contorts into a creepy smile as he realizes Ga Se-jun is his future brother-in-law. He grips the bars, screaming with excitement, leaving Kang Yusong speechless. From inside the solitary cell, Ga Se-jun goes berserk, yelling, "Who are you calling brother-in-law? Shut your mouth, you pig." Ga Se-jun is so aggressive. Despite that hostility, Jung Dobo still tries to suck up to him, promising to cook plenty of delicious meals for his brother-in-law since they're going to be family. Kang Yusong sighs and walks away amidst the noisy bickering about Jung Dobo's fixation on Ga Se-min, reminding Ga Se-jun to at least think about his future nieces and nephews, and watch his language. Putting the Minsu matter aside for a moment, Kang Yusong starts paying attention to a restricted area under heavy guard. He tells himself he needs to investigate the dark secrets that the director is intentionally hiding in this facility. Kang Yusong thinks that if he exposed this to the press, it might just be a small scandal, but to completely bring down the president, he needs a more lethal weak point. He realizes that even as a guard, he still can't step into this heavily guarded restricted area. Kang Yusong is convinced that something shady is being hidden behind those closed doors. Peeking through the door gap, he is shocked to see guards carrying an inmate on a stretcher, covered in blood and bruises. Kang Yusong shudders, wondering what horrible things have been happening behind those doors. His gaze freezes when he sees another inmate quietly entering the restricted area, wearing a bright red uniform instead of the usual gray. Kang Yusong is stunned. He resolves to investigate the existence of these red-clad people. Meanwhile, in the bathhouse, Minsu has just finished washing his hair and thanks someone for lending him shampoo. It's been a while since I've been able to wash my hair properly like this, but looking closely at the person in front of him, Minsu pauses, noticing something unusual. He points in shock at the mysterious blonde man's uniform and asks, "Wait, is your uniform red?" Minsu can't help but be suspicious when he sees this rugged, muscular man with a dashing appearance isn't wearing any rank badges on his chest. He asks cautiously, "And also, why don't you have any rank insignia?" In the solitary wing, the suspicious questioning echoes through the empty hallway. How did it lose so easily? Jung Dobo can't believe Ga Se-jun failed at the hands of someone like Minsu. Sitting silently behind the bars, Ga Se-jun admits he was too arrogant, especially since Minsu appeared with such a meticulous strategy. Jung Dobo also bitterly admits he fell into a trap he laid for his own prey. Ga Se-jun realizes this victory will definitely draw the attention of the higher-ups to Lee Minsu. He confirms it's already starting to happen. Minsu has even caused a split within the kitchen team and might be chosen as a replacement candidate. Hearing this, Ga Se-jun smirks with contempt. With eyes burning with murderous intent and hands clenched until they tremble, he firmly asserts that he is the only true candidate. Gasejun swears to prove his strength to climb to the top and pay Minsu back for this humiliation at any cost. Meanwhile, in the locker room, the stranger with the blonde hair and muscular build who lent Minsu shampoo finally introduces himself. He nonchalantly says his name is Im-ji-soo and confirms Minsu's identity from the name tag on his chest. Minsu hasn't even had time to process this when Im-ji-soo suddenly reaches out and pats his head condescendingly. Lee Minsu snaps, asking why he did that, but Im-ji-soo just laughs, saying his head is smaller than he thought, and wonders, "You won even though you're this small?" Despite being extremely annoyed, Minsu lets it slide because of the favor of the shampoo earlier. Im-ji-soo looks straight into Minsu's eyes and issues a mysterious challenge. "I came to find you this time, but next time, you'll be the one coming to find me." He warns that the road ahead won't be easy, but he will always be there waiting. Watching Im-ji-soo's back disappear down the hallway, Minsu can only scratch his head in confusion, not understanding what this weirdo is hinting at. The chapter closes with an image of a bizarre ramen pot with fish heads poking out of the broth. Who put fish in this sacred bowl of ramen? One of the logistics crew yelled in shock, staring at the steaming bowl. Doesn't it taste better with something delicious in it? He casually picked up his chopsticks to eat, but suddenly noticed everyone staring at him with strange expressions. He asked in confusion, "What? Why are you just staring at me instead of eating?" Before he could finish, a massive shadow loomed over him from behind, accompanied by a chilling aura. It was Jong Dobo, standing there like a giant, with his heavy hands raised, ready to deliver a fatal blow that left Minsu frozen in terror. Minsu's eyes widened, sweat pouring down like rain, as he thought he was done for at the hands of this maniac. But instead of a punch, Jong Dobo suddenly knelt to the floor, kowtowing in deep remorse. "I'm sorry, Minsu. Jong Dobo is no longer the boss." The leader sobbed as he confessed he had mixed up a letter, which led to Minsu being wrongfully tormented all this time. "I mistook the letter and ended up torturing you. I'm sorry, I hit the wrong guy. This is so embarrassing, guys." Jong Dobo painfully explained that since Gasejun had become his brother-in-law, he couldn't take revenge on Minsu anymore. Touched by that sincere apology, Minsu reached out and softened his tone. "What are you talking about? I accept your apology. Get up and let's eat ramen together." Jong Dobo was choked with emotion, seeing that Minsu not only forgave him but also invited him to eat. You really forgive me? And you're even letting me eat ramen?" The lackeys standing outside laughed joyfully, teasing that Jong Dobo didn't need to worry because Minsu already had a love letter from another girl. Upon hearing that, Dobo's face twisted in rage. He roared like a madman. "Lee Minsu, you bastard! How dare you set your sights on my second wife?" The chaotic chase began all over again. Minsu ran for his life while cursing him out as a loser. Even though he was out of breath, his heart was full of joy and excitement, because tomorrow was the day he would personally hand the reply letter to Sira. But life isn't a fairy tale. Lee Minsu stood stunned in front of the prisoner transport bus, his eyes full of shock and extreme disappointment. He bitterly wondered to himself, "Why? Why did everything turn out like this?" Lee Minsu threw a tantrum on the floor. "I don't want to do community service. I have to meet Sira to give her the letter. Girls are priority number one, right guys?" Despite his fierce protests, he was forced onto the bus because the job offered plenty of credits toward an early release. As soon as he arrived at the new volunteer site, a group of strangers blocked his path with an arrogant attitude. A short guy with a cunning face and crooked teeth stepped closer, offering a condescending proposal. "Be my lackey and I'll open a fried chicken shop for you." Minsu sneered with contempt. He turned to Moon Hee-jun and said, "Moon Hee-jun, look at that. Another guy is spouting the exact same nonsense you used to." This dismissive act bruised the lackeys' egos. They screamed furiously to defend their boss. "How dare you call our boss a scammer? Do you know how much money our boss has made from his business?" A big guy suddenly grabbed Minsu by the collar and lifted him up. He looked at him with eyes full of disdain and challenge. "Are you sure you really took down Gasejun and Jong Dobo? You look weak as hell." Immediately, the shouting of an old officer cut through the tense atmosphere. "Stop it! Are you guys trying to fight again?" He angrily scolded the prisoners for not waking up to reality, even on the day of volunteer work, only knowing how to use their fists to communicate. Seeing the officer losing his temper, the short guy Park Tae-ho hastily acted cowardly to shift the blame. "Officer, we were just minding our own business when they started it." Gwang Hee-wook, with a brain-shaped scar on his head, frantically retorted, "What are you talking about? You're the one who started it." But before he could finish, a crushing punch from the old officer landed right on Gwang Hee-wook's face, knocking him down. The officer crazily rained blows down on Gwang Hee-wook, He yelled absurdly. You punk, I haven't liked your face since day one. Witnessing that unprovoked violence, Minsu froze in disbelief. What? He just started beating someone like that? Is he siding with those guys? While Park Tae-ho's lackeys laughed smugly, Gwang Hee-wook could only cry and beg in pain. I'm innocent. Please spare me. Fortunately, Kang Yu-sung appeared just in time and grabbed the old officer's arm to stop him. That's enough. We need to head out right now. Reminded, the officer scratched his head and offered a weak excuse, claiming he had gone a bit too far because these kids were too stubborn. Kang Yu-sung clearly ordered everyone to get on the bus to start the trip. He kindly checked on Gwang Hee-wook's condition and then sighed wearily. Kang Yu-sung glanced at Minsu with suspicious eyes. You weren't planning on attacking that officer earlier, were you? Lee Minsu turned back with a mischievous smile and winked meaningfully at his older brother. Come on, brother, don't you trust your own brother that much? The bus began to roll away from the prison gate, taking the juvenile delinquents to the volunteer site. Inside the bus, Moon Hee-jun excitedly shouted, Wow, sitting like this, it feels just like going on a school field trip, doesn't it? Contrary to that excitement, Minsu was deep in thought about the old officer from earlier. But before Minsu could answer, a foul, overpowering stench suddenly hit him. Park Tae-ho casually propped his smelly feet right in front of Minsu's face and sneered. Are you talking about this smell? Minsu roared in anger. Damn it, take your stinking feet away right now, you bastards. These stinky feet are a biological weapon, you know. Yet Park Tae-ho remained cocky and challenging. He leaned on the two big guys next to him and declared, If you've got a problem, come on and fight my lackeys. Heh heh. Park Tae-ho smugly asserted that even if Ga Se-jun showed up, he wouldn't stand a chance against his gang. Minsu and Park Tae-ho both froze when they saw a figure looming closer. A chilling atmosphere blanketed the bus compartment when Ga Se-jun suddenly appeared with long hair covering half his face. Ga Se-jun stared straight at the noisy crowd and dropped an authoritative order, Put your feet down. Before the aura of the man who once led Room A, the two big guys were so scared they broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly pulling their feet back and mumbling, Okay. Minsu asked, Out of prison already? His friend Ga Se-jun didn't answer, but just quietly sat down in the seat right next to Minsu. The younger one could only sigh with annoyance at having to face an old rival in this situation. The bus filled with troublemakers continued down the long road. The bus stopped in front of a nursing home. A middle-aged man in an elegant suit excitedly welcomed them. Thank you all for traveling such a long way to get here. I hope this volunteer trip will bring positive changes to the kids from the reformatory. IU politely shook the director's hand, expressing her wish that the students could be of help to the elderly. Meanwhile, the inmates were treated to refreshing sodas. The teenagers were thrilled, sipping their drinks and exclaiming, Wow, it's been forever since I've had cola. This is the taste of money, all right. As they were enjoying it, one guy suddenly shouted, Oh, a woman! The whole group went wild. Where? Show me. Where's the girl? But their hopes were quickly crushed when all they saw in front of them was a group of elderly women in wheelchairs. The troublemakers were deeply disappointed. What the hell? It's just a bunch of old ladies? One guy clicked his tongue, saying, An old lady is still a woman, man. This is boring as hell. There's not a single young girl here, just old folks. Suddenly, another guy pointed ahead and shouted, No, look over there, a young girl. Is she a nurse? Ga Se-jun, who was calmly drinking his soda, suddenly froze when he saw a familiar figure. It was Ga Se-min. She was kindly asking an elderly woman, Grandma, are you cold? Let me get a blanket for you. Ga Se-min, the true nation's sweetheart. Recognizing his sister, Ga Se-jun was so shocked he spat out his drink in pure disbelief. Ga Se-jun stood frozen, unable to believe why his own sister had appeared here as a volunteer. Right after that, the volunteering activity officially began with a foot-washing ceremony for the elderly. An old woman looked at Gwang Hee-wook and exclaimed, Goodness, you look exactly like my husband when he was young. Hearing that, the guy with the scar on his head chimed in flattery. He must have been a handsome man then. Ma'am. However, the old woman immediately warned him, Don't you go crossing the line, young man. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air to capture these humanitarian moments for the official report. In the stifling atmosphere, Minsu wiped his sweat and sighed in frustration, just hoping this volunteer event would end quickly. Just then, an old man spoke up and asked the young man, Could you wash my feet too? Lee Minsu-do quickly replied, Yes, sir, but when he looked down at the old man's bare feet, he was horrified to realize they were in terrible condition, with skin peeling and discolored. Lee Minsu thought to himself that this old man must have suffered a lot for his feet to look like they were rotting away. He endured it and meticulously washed between each toe as instructed. Noticing a lot of dead skin, Minsu asked kindly, Grandpa, do you feel any better? Replying to his enthusiasm was the smirk of the short guy, Park Tae-ho, who was pretending to be an old man. He laughed heartily, happily admitting that having someone scratch his athlete's foot felt absolutely amazing. The short guy, Park Tae-ho, didn't stop his outrageous behavior. He casually placed his wet, stinking foot on Minsu's face and mocked him. "Hey, you want to work for me? As a professional foot washer?" Minsu's rage flared up, and he felt like he was going to explode. But Moon Hee-jun rushed over just in time, grabbing him tightly and whispering for him to keep his cool. Behind them, reporters were constantly snapping photos to record the volunteering event, which forced the warden to speak up and warn them about fighting. Park Tae-ho's lackeys snickered. They mocked Minsu as an idiot, claiming that even guys like Ga Se-jun or Jang Do-bo weren't anything to be afraid of. Lee Minsu gritted his teeth, swallowed his anger, and told himself absolutely not to cause trouble right now. In the peaceful setting of the nursing home, Ga Se-min was kindly taking care of an elderly woman in a wheelchair. She gently pointed toward the flower garden. "Grandma, those flowers over there are so beautiful." Seeing Ga Se-jun also trudging along pushing an old man, she asked, "Everyone else is busy volunteering. Are you just being lazy?" Stepping away from the elderly, the two went to another area to talk. Ga Se-min somberly recalled the reason why both of them ended up in the reformatory was because they hit a perverted old man. Ga Se-min sighed softly and admitted, "That was our mistake. I truly regret it." She believed that they should have just reported the old man for sexual harassment instead of intervening themselves and ending up ruining their lives in the reformatory. Looking at the elderly people, quietly admiring the scenery, Ga Se-jun realized not all old people were as bad as that old man from years ago. She reminded Ga Se-jun that one day they would grow old too, and softly asked, "What kind of old men do you think we'll turn into?" A brain teaser for the young man. Seeing Ga Se-jun still keeping his sullen expression, she could only advise her younger brother to think about it at least once. Ga Se-min stood up and pushed the wheelchair inside because the weather was starting to turn cold, leaving a question hanging for Ga Se-jun's future. Lunchtime at the nursing home was extremely busy. The kitchen staff hurried to prepare meals for everyone. "All right, everyone take one portion." Minsu and his fellow inmates were also rushing to help. "Grandpa, it's time to eat. Grandma, please eat well. Remember to chew thoroughly." Minsu was so busy he couldn't even take a break, as he kept hearing calls of, "Give me another piece, I'm so hungry." But that humane scene was suddenly ruined by the cowardly actions of the guys from Section C. One of them casually held a sausage up high, teasing a hungry old woman as if it were some game. "Should I give it to you, or not? But it's mine, isn't it? Heh." Witnessing the poor old woman crying and begging for food in humiliation, Minsu snapped and shouted, "Hey, you piece of trash, what the hell are you doing to her?" Just as Minsu's anger reached its peak, a tray of food was suddenly dumped on his head from behind. Park Tae-ho and his lackeys laughed mockingly and cowardly. "Oops, sorry, my hand slipped." Lee Minsu exploded with rage. "You bastard, you want me to slip and dump something on you too?" Moon Hee-jun and Wang Hee-wook had to struggle to hold Minsu back to prevent him from getting into a brawl. "Calm down, don't kill him here." The warden's shouting rang out. "What is it this time? Lee Minsu, you want to cause trouble again?" Minsu angrily pointed at the person who had sabotaged him, but the warden just coldly dismissed it. He said it was an accident. "Are you really trying to cause more trouble?" Minsu could only stand there in helplessness, while the Section C soldiers laughed heartily, feeling triumphant for having humiliated someone from Section A. Park Tae-ho smirked, mocking that it turned out the people in Section A weren't anything to be afraid of either. He started lecturing about the rules of the reformatory. Rank here is determined by the severity of the crime, not fighting ability. Section A is for murder, B is for assault, and C is for theft and fraud. Park Tae-ho casually admitted he was a fraudster and asserted that whether inside or outside of society, money is what decides everything. He pointed to a news report on TV about the chairman of the Joseon Group who had just been bailed out and smugly claimed that money could buy the protection of the police and even the law. He held up a coin and declared arrogantly, "If they have the power, we will use money to buy that power. We have plenty of money, right?" His lackeys cheered him on endlessly. They believed that even the guys in Section A would eventually have to kneel before the power of money. Meanwhile, Moon Hee-jun is still diligently taking care of the elderly. Over in the shower area, a group of Park Tae-ho's lackeys are sneaking around, smoking. One of them brags about snatching a pack of cigarettes from an old man's pocket earlier. They puff on their cigarettes, griping about the dirty chore of cleaning up waste. Another cold-heartedly orders them to just blast the old man in the shower with water and drag him out to get it over with. The poor old man trembles, crying for help under the scalding water. "It's too hot, please, stop." Meanwhile, Gwang Hee-wook finishes cleaning the bathroom and heads toward the shower area, excitedly thinking that cleaning might just be his true calling. But the moment he opens the door, he's shocked to see the guys from Block C casually smoking and tormenting the old man. Gwang Hee-wook's expression shifts instantly, showing pure outrage at their inhuman behavior. He rushes over in a panic to the old man who has collapsed. He yells out, worried, "Sir, are you okay?" The Block C thugs stand there smoking, one of them mocking him with a smug grin. "You scared the hell out of me. Thought you were a guard. You want a hit too? Since when do these guys get scared, huh?" Seeing the old man in critical condition, Gwang Hee-wook shouts furiously, "What if he goes into cardiac arrest? You guys have gone way too far." Immediately, a heavy punch slams into his face. The guy growls, "Who the hell do you think you are, telling me what to do?" They continue to laugh, full of contempt. "Hey, take it easy. The kid's already crying." But Gwang Hee-wook's patience has reached its absolute limit. He suddenly throws a lightning-fast punch, catching the guy completely off guard. The lackeys freeze in disbelief, seeing the mild-mannered guy turn into a monster in an instant. Gwang Hee-wook roars with killing intent. "Come at me, all of you, you bastards!" Minsu and Moon Hee-jun are shocked to see the chaos unfolding inside. After the brawl, Gwang Hee-wook lies on the ground, severely injured, leaving Moon Hee-jun to scream his name in desperation. Taking advantage of the distraction, Minsu hurries to find Kang Yu-sung. He grabs his brother's shoulders and pleads desperately, "Big brother, you've got to help me out." Kang Yu-sung sighs, completely exhausted. He reminds Minsu that even out here, he hasn't stopped causing trouble. He demands he keep his cool, because if a huge mess happens here, everything will go to hell. Minsu is disappointed by his brother's excessive caution. Minsu snaps, "Forget it. I was a fool to trust you." He turns his back and walks away, despite Kang Yu-sung trying to call him back. "Me Minsu, if I heard that right." A heavy, slow footstep and a raspy voice echo from behind, making both brothers freeze. An old officer approaches slowly, his eyes narrowed, calculating. "I'm certain I heard you call him brother." Kang Yu-sung breaks out in a cold sweat, trying to cover it up in a panic. No, it's not." The old fox isn't easily fooled. The old man claims he's found it strange for a long time that Kang Yu-sung has always treated Minsu differently than the other inmates. "Spit it out. What are you two to each other?" The old officer's question hits like a bucket of ice water, leaving him stunned. Kang Yu-sung breaks into a cold sweat, trying to keep his cool to bluff his way out. It's really not like that, sir." Standing behind him, Minsu can't help but tremble. He kicks himself for that split-second slip-up that almost blew their cover. Just in the nick of time, a hand shoots up from a distance, and someone yells, "Big brother, there's Ga Se-jun." He walks toward Kang Yu-sung and says, "I've been looking all over for you." This dramatic turn of events completely stops the old officer in his tracks. The old man mutters, suspicious, as he hears Ga Se-jun call Kang Yu-sung brother. Kang Yu-sung lets out a sigh of relief, silently thanking Ga Se-jun's quick thinking for saving him from a disaster. The old officer snorts coldly, reminding them that this place needs much tighter supervision, and walks away sullenly. "Sergeant Lee Kang-won, I'll let it slide this time. But be careful." The old man's warning leaves Kang Yu-sung with no choice but to bow his head. "Yes, I will be careful." As soon as the old man's shadow disappears, Kang Yu-sung covers his face, his breathing still ragged from fear. That was close. At this rate, my identity is going to be exposed sooner or later. Meanwhile, those two are still growling at each other. "Hey, thanks, but don't get the wrong idea. I didn't intend to help you. I just didn't want him getting involved." Ga Se-jun smirks at Minsu, then unexpectedly makes a serious proposal. "Shouldn't we focus on the battle for the leader's spot for now?" Minsu, fired up, replies, "Yeah, let's do it." Funny how we actually found a little common ground. But their excitement is immediately crushed when Kang Yu-sung rushes over, violently grabbing them by the collars and hoisting them up. "Stop it right there!" He roars in fury because Minsu's recklessness almost ruined the entire plan. Kang Yu-sung yells in a fit of rage. "More importantly, are you guys really not in a rush? Those bastards have crossed the line." He gets right in Minsu's face, growling and asking if he really wants to rot in this hellhole forever. Kang Yu-sung coldly gives Ga Se-jun his orders. "Ga Se-jun, you handle him." Even though Ga Se-jun wonders why Gwang Hee-wook is the target, Kang Yu-sung shuts him down with a sharp threat. "You'd better listen. If you don't follow my orders, I'll double your training workload." Immediately after, the atmosphere takes a bizarre turn when the nursing home staff happily hands out an orthopedic pillow to every inmate. In reality, there are many elderly people here who need emergency bathroom access. The diapers are handed out as a lifesaver, for those who can't control their personal needs. One inmate fumbles while helping an old man put on a diaper and receives a sincere thank you. Thank you, young man. He just replies awkwardly. Oh, it's nothing. But trouble starts brewing when Minsu goes to look for the rest of the diapers. He is shocked to realize the entire supply has completely vanished. Hey, where did all the diapers go? Suddenly, a frantic cry for help breaks the silence. Help me! Before Minsu can even figure out what's going on, an unbelievable sight hits him. His fellow inmates appear wearing armor crafted from diapers, posing like superheroes with intense energy. They loudly declare, "The time has come to strike the diaper squad." Minsu can only stand there, helpless, blurting out, "What the hell are you guys doing with those diapers?" Seeing how chaotic and ridiculous the situation is, Ga-se-jun quietly walks away. Minsu tries to call out to him, but only gets a cold response. "Don't get in my way. I just want to finish this quickly." The diaper squad remains super excited, insisting they aren't playing around and have created a real monster to protect the world. And that monster is Gwang Hee-wook. Witnessing this scene, Minsu couldn't contain his rage. He roared, "You bastards, what the hell are you doing to those elderly people's diapers?" Just as Minsu was about to charge in, Ga-se-jun reached out to stop him and coldly reminded him, "Keep it cool." Lee Minsu glared at Ga-se-jun, furious. "Don't get in my way. Or do you want to fight me first?" Ga-se-jun remained calm, pointing at the guard who was preparing to take pictures for his report, and told him now wasn't the time to start trouble. Lee Minsu gritted his teeth, holding back. He knew that if he threw a punch now, he'd be the one in deep trouble with his superiors. Sometimes, it's better to just walk away, right guys? Meanwhile, rumors of the recent earth-shattering battle began to spread throughout the prison. The inmates were buzzing about how Minsu had taken down the top dogs and might become the new boss. However, some still remained skeptical, thinking his golden age wouldn't last long. In a hidden corner, the power brokers were quietly discussing choosing special candidates for higher positions. The name Im Ji-soo was suddenly mentioned as the toughest competitor, and the mastermind behind this game wondered if Im Ji-soo would truly be outclassed by a newcomer like Lee Minsu. Ga-se-jun walked down the hallway amidst the wary gazes of the other inmates. He told himself this wasn't really revenge, he simply needed to prove his worth to those who were watching. Ga-se-jun was determined to defeat anyone in his way and reclaim his status once and for all. At the same time, Minsu was struggling internally. He realized Ga-se-jun was right to advise him to be patient. Lee Minsu told himself he had to endure a little longer to settle things, once and for all in the cell, and absolutely not let Gwang Hee-wook fall into the traps of the Sector C thugs ever again. A hard lesson to learn, but patience is a virtue, right? But peace doesn't last when the wind keeps blowing. While walking down the hall, a foot suddenly tripped him, sending him crashing to the floor. The bullies laughed maliciously. "What's the matter, you clumsy idiot?" At this point, Minsu's restraint shattered completely, and he screamed in a frenzy. "Damn it, I'm done thinking. You bastards, I'm going to kill you all today." Just as Minsu was about to explode, a hand suddenly held out a piece of paper, and a gentle voice asked, "Are you okay?" "Luckily, you aren't hurt too badly." A soft voice echoed as a woman in a volunteer uniform stepped forward to help. She smiled slightly, then suddenly reached out to touch Minsu's face, and dropped a line that froze him in his tracks. "You're just as stubborn as your brother, aren't you?" Minsu stammered in shock. "My brother? How do you know about my brother?" Realizing she had slipped up, she just gave a knowing smile. "Ah, I guess that was supposed to be a secret, right? Let's just keep it as a secret then." Minsu's eyes widened as he saw the name tag on her uniform. Ga-se-min. She turned her head slightly to offer a sincere request. "Please, take care of my little brother." The name Ga-se-min struck Minsu like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned in disbelief. Ga-se-min. It couldn't be. Memories of the fight with Ga-se-jun rushed back. He remembered the magic keyword Kang Yu-sung had taught him to suppress that beast. Is Ga-se-min beautiful? This exact question had once caused Ga-se-jun to completely lose his mind and fall into a trap. Ayuseon had calculated everything. He wanted Minsu to use this very weakness to deal with the leaders in the cell block. On the nursing home rooftop, Kang Yu-sung and Ga-se-min were having a private meeting. Kang Yu-sung approached and handed her a drink as a thank you. "You've worked hard, haven't you?" Ga-se-min smirked and asked if he had used his own money to buy it, but he casually admitted it was essentially a bribe. He thanked her sincerely because, thanks to Ga-se-min's help, his work had become much easier. Ga-se-min leaned against the railing, her eyes looking into the distance toward the prison. She admitted that she didn't do all of this out of kindness, but simply because she couldn't leave her foolish little brother to fend for himself in that hellhole. Kang Yu-sung stood silently by her side. He understood that feeling better than anyone, as both of them were risking everything to protect their wayward younger brothers. They're at that stubborn age where they think they're the kings of the world. Ga Se-min suddenly asked if he had ever heard of the Red Prison, making Kang Yu-song ponder the isolated area, where only those in red uniforms were allowed. He wondered if there was any way to infiltrate that heavily guarded place. Seeing it was getting late, Kang Yu-song urged Ga Se-min to head back, reassuring himself that he had entrusted Ga Se-jun with the task of protecting Minsu, so he could be at ease. Ga Se-min smiled, asserting that Ga Se-jun was actually very gentle and never raised a hand against others without a valid reason. Kang Yu-song looked skeptical, but Ga Se-min kept absolute faith in her younger brother's composure. Ga Se-min was still convinced that her brother would never be the one to start a fight. Don't go around dreaming, life isn't a fairy tale. Kang Yu-song nodded in agreement, thinking neither of them needed to worry because there was no reason for their younger brothers to brawl. But in reality, a brutal chaos was breaking out right at the volunteer site. Instead of facing off, Minsu and Ga Se-jun were standing back to back, madly unleashing blows on the surrounding enemies. The two stood back to back, with eyes blazing with murderous intent, ready to crush anyone who dared to get in their way. The surrounding inmates began to cheer excitedly. They're fighting! Go at it! Lee Minsu and Ga Se-jun are fighting. Lee Minsu realized the battle for the top spot he had been waiting for had finally begun. Lee Minsu smirked in challenge. Are you ready to lose your title? Ga Se-jun growled in response. Shut your mouth and fight. I'll show you the difference between a pro and a brat. Park Tae-ho's henchmen kept pouring oil on the fire, waiting for a bloody purge. Ga Se-jun coldly asserted he would make his opponent regret ever stepping foot in this place. But an unexpected turn occurred when Minsu and Ga Se-jun simultaneously turned to attack Park Tae-ho's lackeys instead of fighting each other. The Sector C soldiers screamed in agony. What the hell is this? Why are they both attacking us? Minsu delivered a decisive blow, declaring that trash needed to be cleared out first. Ga Se-jun, with a steely expression, declared he would make these bastards pay dearly for causing trouble and disrupting the order in his room. In the storage room area, the old officer casually lit a cigarette and asked, "How is it looking?" Unexpectedly, he was bowing and lighting the cigarette for the scarred guy with a groveling look. They laughed slyly. He felt smug, knowing those unruly kids had no idea what was waiting for them. The rat-faced guy reminded the warden to keep a particularly close eye on Liu Minsu, since he was the most unpredictable variable in the entire plan. After getting a fat envelope stuffed with cash from him, the warden immediately acted like a obedient lapdog. Chaos erupted in the nursing home, leaving the guards in a complete panic. One shouted helplessly that only the director could handle this, while another scrambled to report that Ga Se-jun was going berserk and taking everyone down. The situation was so dire that the officers started regretting letting a troublemaker like Ga Se-jun join this trip. Watching from afar, Ga Se-min could only cross his arms and sigh in annoyance at his brother's relentless violent streak. Meanwhile, the guys from Block C were screaming like madmen, ordering their crew to crush Ga Se-jun at all costs to restore their honor. But Ga Se-jun stood firm, like a beast among wolves. With sharp, decisive moves, he took down his targets with such brutality that the crowd around him was terrified. Despite being cornered by 6 guys at once, he didn't flinch. He just got even more savage. How dare you touch Moon Hee-jun? He's one of my guys. But the crowd immediately swarmed the leader of Room A. Ga Se-jun gritted his teeth, cursing himself for getting dragged into such a tiresome, unplanned fight. Seeing his friend getting mobbed, Minsu jumped in to help. After kicking one guy down, he delivered a crushing blow to another's crotch. Ga Se-jun seized the chance to break free and punched the guy holding him right in the face. He started calming down, calculating the blind spots to find an opening for a counterattack. A massive guy swung a crushing fist at Ga Se-jun's face, roaring triumphantly that he had nowhere left to run. In a flash, Ga Se-jun landed a thunderous punch that sent the big guy crashing down with a pained groan. Watching from afar, Minsu realized with a jolt that the beast inside Ga Se-jun had truly awakened. That monster, he's not holding back anymore. Not wanting to be outdone, Minsu's determination ignited. But I've changed too. I'm way stronger than before. He dove into the fight with a powerful punch, proving he wasn't the same weakling he used to be. The two stood back to back in the middle of the circle. Ga Se-jun coldly told him to stay out of his way, while Minsu fired back, telling him not to be a drag. Minsu went ballistic when called Mommy's boy right after saving someone. Ga Se-jun, losing patience, asked if he was done talking yet. They were about to start brawling with each other right over the pile of defeated losers. Finally, Ga Se-jun gave in and declared he'd let Minsu be the leader this time. Suddenly, a giant appeared and kicked Minsu flying. He sneered at them, calling them little brats, and stating they had no chance of causing trouble here. The stranger stepped forward with an aura of authority. Ga Sejun landed a solid kick to his face, but it didn't even faze the guy. The giant smirked, admitting they were decent, but coldly claimed he was on a whole other level. Up above, Park Tae-ho smiled smugly, convinced everything was under control. Just then, a black bag was suddenly thrown over Minsu's head, and his world went black. Taking advantage of the blindness, Park Tae-ho rained down brutal kicks, screaming for him to learn to listen while he was still being kind. He gloated that what he really wanted was a strong subordinate like Ga Se-jun, but Park Tae-ho confidently claimed his guy was many times stronger than Ga Se-jun. He gloated that no matter how strong Ga Se-jun was, he couldn't beat the monster he possessed. Park Tae-ho arrogantly introduced Tu, saying that even though he was ranked D, he had the raw power of a true rank A. Ga Se-jun struggled to defend himself. He realized in horror that the giant was intentionally taking hits just to find an opening for a ruthless counter. A barrage of punches hammered his body, and Ga Se-jun began to fall into a desperate situation. He cursed bitterly, thinking that if this kept up, he'd surely taste the same shameful defeat as before. Ga Se-jun was determined to counterattack immediately to turn the tide, but the reality was cruel. His body seemed to have reached its limit, no longer responding to his brain. Tu's heavy punches kept raining down like a storm, blurring Ga Se-jun's vision and making his head spin. In extreme pain, Ga Se-jun felt the darkness closing in as his opponent completely dominated him with raw physical strength. Ga Se-jun blacked out, haunted by yet another failure. The scene suddenly shifted to the solitary confinement area where Kang Yu-song was watching a beaten Ga Se-jun through the bars. He coldly questioned if Ga Se-jun was just going to accept living as a loser forever. Kang Yu-song insisted Ga Se-jun shouldn't be in such a pathetic state, and offered a weight-filled suggestion to change his future. Ga Se-jun looked up with eyes burning with determination, knowing exactly what he had to do so he wouldn't have any more regrets. Back at the scene, Tu laughed arrogantly, declaring the winner had emerged and Ga Se-jun was now just a loser, incapable of resistance. He mocked his opponent's weakness, saying there was never any difference in class between them anyway. Ga Se-jun lay on the ground, his face bloodied and bruised, yet he struggled to get up, his eyes burning with resolve. "I'll show you exactly what a difference in class is." Seeing his opponent still hadn't given up, Tu roared with excitement. "That's right. Now, crushing you will actually be worth it." He threw a massive punch straight at Ga Se-jun, but was shocked to see it stopped dead. "What the hell? Are you just going to block?" Tu went berserk, raining down a flurry of blows on Ga Se-jun's defensive hands, screaming, "This is so boring. Come on, Ga Se-jun, fight back harder." Ga Se-jun remained silent, weathering the thunderous punches despite Tu's taunts. "You plan on just standing there taking hits forever?" In that moment, memories of his special training flashed back. Yu-sung clearly taught him, "Don't just block. Shift the point of contact." He demonstrated a subtle technique to neutralize the opponent's force. Instead of taking it head-on, learn to redirect that power elsewhere. Back in the present, Ga Se-jun suddenly executed a skillful parry, sending Tu's fist flying harmlessly into the air. Tu gasped in shock. What? Did he just parry that? The scene flashes back to their shower room training session, where Ga Se-jun wonders if shifting his center of gravity can actually minimize damage. Kang Yu-song adjusts his glasses, confirming that it's the key to winning against the big guys. He sternly asks if Ga Se-jun is ready to put it into practice. Tu swings his fists wildly, but Ga Se-jun has already started to read every one of his opponent's moves. He takes a deep breath, his cold eyes locked onto an opening, thinking to himself, "Next is this one." Tu's lightning-fast punch is spectacularly blocked by Ga Se-jun. He coldly declares that the opponent's attack is going nowhere, then immediately unleashes a wind-tearing counterpunch. Tu grunts in shock, realizing he's completely outclassed by Ga Se-jun's skillful technique. Ga Se-jun deftly dodges the next blow, and suddenly lunges in, grabbing the giant by his collar. A brutal strike lands square on his face, leaving Tu screaming in agony. Ga Se-jun asserts that the fight isn't over yet. The lethal punch completely deforms Tu's face. Witnessing his own explosive power, Ga Se-jun is stunned, questioning if he could really become this strong. Kang Yu-song watches from afar, realizing Ga Se-jun has found a way to neutralize his opponent's center of gravity. Ga Se-jun throws a thunderous punch, coldly reminding Tu to stop wasting his energy swinging his arms around. The punch sends the giant reeling backward, collapsing in pain. Ga Se-jun stands firm among the defeated, his gaze full of arrogance. He looks down at his fallen foe, realizing that Tu's massive frame made his center of gravity easy to exploit. Ga-se-jun glances toward his next target. Meanwhile, Minsu is being jumped by the guy in the hoodie. He's still laughing, threatening to call his crew to end this. Inside the black bag, Minsu grits his teeth through the pain. He violently grabs the guy in the hood regardless of his pleas for mercy. Minsu roars, "I'm going to kill you." The crowd is shocked, wondering how he can fight so accurately with his vision blocked. Park Tae-ho completely breaks down, crying and begging, swearing he didn't mean to do it. But Minsu doesn't hold back. He channels all his pent-up rage into a crushing blow, roaring that this is revenge for himself, for his injured knee, and for his grandparents. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The old officer shouts furiously, enraged that the kids would start trouble right at the outdoor volunteer event. Kang Yusong stands nearby, anxiously trying to hide his connection to his younger brother to avoid exposure. Suddenly, he lands a lightning-fast kick aimed straight at Minsu's head and bellows, "This is how you actually fight." Minsu yells in frustration, "You jerk!" Kang Yusong quietly orders Ga-se-jun and Minsu to keep quiet to avoid making things worse. Ga-se-jun coldly explains that the guys from Block C started it when they dared to touch his sister and harass the elderly people here. Kang Yusong is stunned by the real reason behind the brawl. The old officer doesn't want to hear it. He threatens that Kang Yusong will have to write a disciplinary report the moment he returns to the detention center. Just as he turns to leave, Ga-se-min suddenly appears and declares, "I think you should prepare for a trial instead of writing a report." Ga-se-min marches up in her volunteer gear, leaving the old officer shocked and demanding to know who she is. She casually holds up the phone she's using to record, and asserts that she witnessed the whole thing. The old man freezes when he sees the images on the screen of himself taking bribes from the prisoners. His face contorts in fear as he mocks the value of the video evidence. The old officer breaks into a cold sweat, stammering and begging, "Ga-se-min, please stop." She coldly questions him about taking money to turn a blind eye while prisoners tortured the poor elderly folks. In his desperation, he screams, "Give me that!" and lunges to snatch the phone from her hand. But Kang Yusong is fast as lightning, blocking his hand. A miserable scream escapes the officer as his arm is ruthlessly twisted behind his back. Kang Yusong pins the old man to the ground, warning him that his arm is about to snap if he tries to resist. He silently thanks Ga-se-min for her timely help in obtaining ironclad evidence to report these dirty deeds to his superiors. Ga-se-jun and Minsu just stand there in awe of Kang Yusong's decisiveness. He leans close to the old man's ear and growls, asking for the identities of the ones in red uniforms hiding in the shadows. Kang Yusong casually raises his phone, declaring that he's just doing his duty to report the truth. The old man hurriedly promises to look the other way if he just lets it slide this time. But Kang Yusong violently grabs him by the collar and roars. He brings his face close to the old man's, firmly demanding a detailed explanation about the existence of the guys in red. Back at the detention center, the atmosphere is as suffocating and violent as usual. Minsu quietly watches the crowd of prisoners tearing each other apart through the iron fence, realizing that order at this place still hasn't changed. He waves goodbye to everyone before silently following Kang Yusong into a deserted area. Kang Yusong speaks sternly, demanding that he focus and listen because a new training plan is about to begin. The two enter a dark, cramped storage room, completely isolated from the chaos outside. Standing among stacked crates, Minsu looks puzzled, asking if they have to clean this place up. Kang Yusong nonchalantly replies that he's already finished with that. Suddenly, Kang Yusong decisively locks Minsu's hands behind his back with iron cuffs, leaving him shocked and confused about what's happening. He silently picks up a tennis ball and declares that, from now on, this is his new training tool. Without giving Minsu a chance to collect his thoughts, Kang Yusong orders him to find a way to dodge the ball, and then fires it at Minsu at high speed. The younger brother can only widen his eyes in terror at his brother's sudden and powerful attack. Minsu smirks with contempt when he sees the first tennis ball coming. "It's slower than I thought, it's nothing." But immediately after, he's shocked when another ball comes out of nowhere with an impossible trajectory. "Huh? Another one?" The ball hits him square in the face, leaving Minsu stunned. He gasps, realizing, it's gotten faster. Kang Yusong casually holds the balls in his hand, explaining that this is an exercise to train reflexes for unpredictable situations. Minsu yells in frustration. "What the hell kind of instinct is that?" Kang Yusong coldly cuts him off. "All right, quit arguing. Just focus on dodging." The younger brother can only grumble about this unreasonable torture, while still having to grit his teeth and take it. Kang Yusong looks at his brother, deep in thought, and admits that he did win. But he immediately asks a question that stops Minsu in his tracks. "But do you really think you won convincingly?" He analyzed that their three fighting styles were too one-dimensional. While Minsu relied on tactics, Ga Sejun depended on instinct, and Zhang Dobo just banked on raw strength. Kang Yusong asserted that Minsu was merely exploiting his opponent's weaknesses to gain an edge. But what if Ga Sejun also learned how to build a strategy and act methodically? Do you think you can still win? And if you don't train your leg strength to defeat Zhang Dobo, what will the outcome be? The image of Minsu straining to push a massive boulder flashed back, a testament to the grueling training required to bridge the weight class gap. Kang Yusong coldly revealed a shocking truth. Right now, Ga Sejun is learning basic tactics from me. If you two fought right now, you'd definitely lose. Lee Minsu was stunned by the harsh declaration. Realizing he couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a second, Minsu gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. Fine, I'll keep training. I don't want to lose to that jerk ever again. Memories of a late-night drinking session suddenly surfaced, with Kang Yusong sitting opposite an old guard in a quiet diner. He went straight to the point. Let me ask you plainly, what on earth are the red uniforms? The old man took a sip of his drink, admitting he didn't know too much since so many secrets surrounded them. Kang Yusong insisted, I need to know what's dangerous so I can stay away. The old man began to reveal that the red uniforms were a group of prisoners handpicked by the warden. They carried out missions that the guards couldn't handle, and in exchange, they received special privileges. Kang Yusong listened in tension as the old man revealed their true mission, to prevent anyone from being released. Although the facility's goal was juvenile rehabilitation, in reality, there were always those deemed beyond saving. If these people returned to society, it would cause serious political problems for President Han Mansu. Kang Yusong asked about the point system and the parole review process, but the old man claimed it was all just a facade to keep people from leaving. The old man scoffed at Kang Yusong's naivety and asked if he had ever seen anyone leave this place in one piece. That was the role of the red uniforms. To do the dirty work the guards shouldn't. They would target prisoners who had earned enough points or were close to their release dates, then brutally attack them to leave them crippled. The old man finished with a desperate statement. In short, getting out of prison is impossible. Kang Yusong stood stunned, muttering, Impossible? Even if it's impossible, I will definitely make it a reality. Meanwhile, in another area of the prison, Im Jisoo was secretly meeting an intermediary. The guy tapped his fingers on the table nonchalantly and stated, I want to propose a deal. The person across from him asked curiously about the details. This is a list of people I want eliminated. Looking at the names on the list, the intermediary remarked, These are all big names, huh? Park Tae-ho made a lucrative offer. If you can do it, I'll pay you 1,000,000 won for every name crossed off. He believed that the power of money would make anyone succumb. Yet, Im Jisoo's response stunned everyone. I refuse. In the face of Park Tae-ho's shock, Im Jisoo offered a look of pure contempt. He coldly declared that no matter how good the plan was, working under a weakling would only ruin his reputation. Don't you think so? Insulted to his face, Park Tae-ho roared in rage, threatening to show Im Jisoo what death tasted like. He asked why Im Jisoo dared to show up to this meeting without any bodyguards or subordinates. Im Jisoo affirmed that he didn't need help to deal with trash. Immediately, the toughest guys from the divisions began to reveal themselves to surround Im Jisoo. First was An Guk-ju, the boss of Cell C2 with his massive build and tattoos. Next was Han Se-hoon, the leader of Cell C3, eyes filled with murderous intent. One by one, So Dong-in from Cell C1 and Park Tae-ho from Cell B1 also appeared. Park Tae-ho smugly asked if Im Jisoo had started to change his mind after seeing this formidable force. Im Jisoo adjusted his glasses and nonchalantly uttered, Impressive. He admitted that using money to recruit strong fighters wasn't a bad strategy. He looked straight at the crowd surrounding him and let out a challenging question. But do you really think just 4 people are enough? Im Jisoo's arrogance made the atmosphere incredibly tense. Returning to the training at the storage room, Kang Yusong loudly declared, All right, let's start again. Lee Minsu, still handcuffed, took a deep breath to prepare for the next challenge. Dodge! Kang Yusong roared. Minsu dodged frantically, sweat pouring off him under the suffocating pressure. Kang Yusong didn't hold back. He continued to push the speed to the max to force his brother to surpass his own limits. The balls flew in rapid succession from all directions, but Minsu maintained an astonishing level of calm. Kang Yusong watched silently and couldn't help but be surprised by his brother's rapid progress. Struggling at first, but now you're doing pretty well, huh? He realized that even without formal training, Lee Minsu had started to learn how to eliminate unnecessary movements to dodge with extreme precision. Lee Minsu moved flexibly, using only the minimal motions needed to escape the barrage of tennis balls. Survival instinct plus natural talent makes dodging look so simple, right? Minsu asked, drenched in sweat and panting. Is this enough? Kang Yusong was secretly amazed that his brother didn't just know how to dodge, but also how to position himself to gain an advantage. He smiled knowingly. Then let's move to stage 2. Minsu was still confused and asked for clarification when Kang Yusong decisively launched a new shot. Seeing the ball fly low, Minsu quickly jumped, thinking his brother was aiming for his legs. But the ball unexpectedly hit the ground and bounced back up with a bizarre trajectory. It slammed right into Minsu's face, sending him tumbling to the floor. He screamed in pain. That's cheating. What kind of ball bounces like that? Kang Yusong explained calmly. That's the lesson for stage 2. Straight attacks like in the first stage are easy to dodge once you get used to them. But at this level, you have to learn to deal with attacks from many different angles. Kang Yusong asserted that attacks on blind spots are the ultimate challenge even for the pros. Lee Minsu understood the problem, but he couldn't stop grumbling about how annoying it was to be handcuffed. Like it or not, you have to deal with it. Consider it training. Kang Yusong coldly reminded him that his hands were meant for both attack and defense, so he should only use them when he absolutely couldn't dodge or block. Minsu had to accept continuing the session, but he suddenly froze when he saw Ga Se-jun also unexpectedly appear at the training. Ga Se-jun screamed in agony as he strained against the tension of the ropes. Kang Yusong stood and watched, wondering if Ga Se-jun should start training with him too. But looking at Minsu's struggling form under the pressure of the ropes, Kang Yusong kept shaking his head, reminding himself that he still had a long, long way to go. Drenched in sweat, he pushed himself to the absolute limit. Kang Yusong encouraged him just a little further, just one more step. Suddenly, a burst of raw power caused the rope to snap completely. Ga Se-jun lost his balance and hit the floor hard, wincing in pain. Kang Yusong walked slowly toward the two kids, who were sprawled out on the storage room floor after their grueling workout. Training this hard is insane. Doing this much, who knows if they'll actually build any defense, or if they'll just collapse from overexertion. Kang Yusong looked at them and asked, "Both of you said you wanted to become stronger, right?" He made it clear that he was only there to guide them. Whether they actually leveled up or not was entirely dependent on their own effort, not anyone else's. Kang Yusong warned them that this training would be nothing short of a living hell. He stared straight at Minsu and Ga Se-jun, emphasizing, "If you can clear this threshold, your potential will truly explode. If you don't, it'll just remain potential forever." Kang Yusong pointed at them, challenging them. "I wonder, once this hellish training ends, which one of you will be the stronger one?" Minsu and Ga Se-jun glared at each other, their eyes burning with intense competitive spirit. Darkness blanketed the oppressive correctional center. Behind the closed door, the old officer wore a sinister smile as he walked in. He muttered about how the debts must have been settled by now. Officer Shin was stunned by the horrifying scene right before his eyes. The group Park Tae-ho had brought along had been taken down by Ju all by himself. Looking at how relaxed Ju was after the fight, he didn't even break a sweat. He was just in a different league. Park Tae-ho frantically scrambled over, clinging to the old officer's leg and screaming desperately for help. "Save me, Shin!" But instead of protecting him, the old man just looked down coldly and muttered that things had truly spiraled out of control. He casually handed over a phone. "Take this. Didn't you say you needed to evolve?" Witnessing that collusion, the prisoner on the ground realized in horror that the officer he trusted was actually in league with his enemy. The old man kicked Park Tae-ho crazily and roared in a fit of rage. "You piece of trash! Because of you, Kang Yusong has dirt on me. Give me the safe code right now." While Shin was busy interrogating him, Ju casually pressed the phone to his ear. The other end reported that they had taken control of the entire business operation and cleared everything out. Inside the dark room of a warehouse, thick stacks of cash were piled on shelves, alongside illicit cryptocurrency accounts that were slowly being uncovered. The total value hit a massive 200 billion. These guys were making a killing with their illegal businesses. Ju smiled with satisfaction as he heard the report that the revenue statements had been processed. He coldly demanded his own cut, ignoring Shin's presence behind him. His eyes burned with calculation as he stared into the void and ordered his subordinates, "Tell those people that I want to meet them, because the sacrificial lamb is already prepared." Changing scenes, Minsu gasped in shock when he heard the breaking news. "What are you talking about? I can't believe I'm being kicked out of the logistics team so suddenly." A team member sighed and confirmed, "Yeah, that's just how it is." The supervisor explained to Minsu that because the kitchen team had too much staff, they were forced to cut people. Seeing Minsu looking lost, he suggested, "But there's an opening in the construction team. Do you want to give that a try?" Minsu muttered, full of doubt about this new job. He worried whether this sudden change would ruin the plan that Kang Yuseong had painstakingly put together. Seeing him hesitate, the supervisor snapped that he should just say so if he didn't want to. Immediately, Minsu firmly agreed. I'll do it. He tried to reassure himself that this job offered a lot of reward points, so surely no trouble would arise. Minsu secretly realized that being kicked off the kitchen team to move to construction seemed to be part of someone's mysterious plan. The moment he stepped into the massive workshop, an oppressive atmosphere immediately engulfed him. Before Minsu were prisoners with fierce appearances, especially one guy with a bright red letter B on his chest, the symbol of extremely dangerous, violent criminals. Minsu was stunned, wondering if these were really high school students like him. Are these guys really high schoolers? They look middle-aged now. He worried internally if the team leader here was as insane as Jang Dobo. Just then, a calm voice rang out. Intimidating a friend who's here to help us isn't very polite. He kindly handed Minsu a pair of gloves and reminded him, "Here, take these. You'll get hurt working with heavy stuff barehanded." He introduced himself as Lee Kang-min, the construction team leader, but said he could also be called Im Jisoo. Lee Kang-min draped his arm around Minsu's shoulder in a friendly manner, saying that since it was his first time handling the machinery, he should feel free to ask for help. Lee Kang-min patted Minsu on the shoulder warmly. "If you have any problems, just tell me. I'll help you out." Minsu responded excitedly. "I understand, team leader." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the team leader here was truly kind and gentle, unlike that crazy Jang Dobo. Moving to the construction team was definitely a smart decision, but the moment Minsu wasn't looking, Lee Kang-min's gaze suddenly shifted, becoming sharp, cold, and calculating as he stared at the new kid. This guy is a total wolf in sheep's clothing, using kindness to trick a kid into trusting him. In a dark, cold hallway, footsteps echoed steadily, accompanied by complaints about tired legs. A stranger stopped in front of a room and wondered if this was the right place. The area reeked of lonely men. After getting the supervisor's permission since time was limited, the person pushed the door open and didn't forget to leave a playful farewell. It was Park Hyoshin, a special prisoner in a bright red uniform. She winked nonchalantly and announced she was here to find someone. The prisoners below were buzzing in surprise at the appearance of a girl in a men's reformatory, even though some were skeptical because she looked quite a bit like a boy. Immediately, Lee Kang-min ordered all his lackeys to bow down to show their respect. Seeing the crowd groveling like true gangsters, Park Hyoshin laughed with amusement and remarked that these were the most notable faces in this place. What did it take for them to act like this for her? Lee Kang-min stated firmly that without his signal, his subordinates wouldn't hear or see a thing. Park Hyoshin muttered that Lee Kang-min's face didn't look like the one she had met before. Seeing she looked confused, Lee Kang-min smirked and asked if she was disappointed in him. Park Hyoshin calmly replied that she wasn't disappointed, just surprised that someone else had appeared to take his place. He got straight to the point, questioning what on earth a person like her was doing in a dump like this. Park Hyoshin suddenly remembered her true objective and exclaimed with excitement. Park Hyoshin held up 3 fingers to announce that the list of candidates was back to 3 people, which took him by surprise. She explained that because Boram and Ga Se-jun had been disqualified, the current 3 names were Lee Kang-min, Ha Sung-chon from the maintenance team, and finally, Lee Minsu. Hearing that Minsu had been personally nominated by Im Ji-soo, Lee Kang-min started to feel resentful. He told himself that he had been working hard to prove his worth for so long, so why, in their eyes, was he still just another candidate and nothing more? Park Hyoshin laughed sarcastically, asserting that Lee Kang-min hadn't actually proven anything at all. She exposed the brutal truth that every accomplishment he had was only due to the shadow of his brother, Lee Kang-min. Lee Kang-min was shocked, his eyes widening in horror as he realized this stranger knew all about his brother. Park Hyoshin strolled closer, delivering a stinging remark. "Even if there's a tiger standing behind you, a rabbit will always be a rabbit." She leaned in close, called him a cute little bunny, and challenged him to try proving his worth without the tiger's protection. Having his pride wounded by being called a rabbit, Lee Kang-min took off his glasses, revealing a cold, murderous gaze. He growled, asking if taking down Park Hyoshin right here would be enough to prove his ability. Park Hyoshin just sighed in annoyance, rubbing her forehead, never expecting him to fall so easily for such a cheap provocation. She coldly commented that Lee Kang-min was still too green and not at the level required to join the high-ranking elite. Lee Kang-min started to feel uneasy. He realized the person before him didn't seem as ordinary as she first appeared. That's right, she had to be someone special to walk around here with such an air of authority. Suddenly, a chill ran down Lee Kang-min's spine as he looked into Park Hyoshin's terrifying, dark eyes. She questioned him with a menacing tone. "Do I look that weak to you?" Lee Kang-min froze. He realized the pressure radiating from this woman was immense, and she was definitely not beneath his level. Park Hyoshin suddenly smirked, telling him not to overthink it because she just wanted to personally test the abilities of a strong candidate like him. She brought a finger to her lips, issuing one final ultimatum. If you can defeat one of the remaining candidates, I'll take that as the most concrete proof. Park Hyoshin waved goodbye with a playful flourish. So, I'll help you move forward alongside Minsu's tool. See you later, little bunny. She left, leaving Lee Kang-min standing there stunned, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He was left in shock, asking himself, was he really that rattled? Lee Kang-min gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He made up his mind. He just needed to take down one of those two. Back at the workshop, Minsu was busy hammering nails into wooden crates, completely unaware that he was being watched. From behind, Lee Kang-min quietly observed with a calculating gaze, assessing him internally. Lee Minsu. This kid doesn't look like the type who could take down Jung Dobo or Gun. If that's the case, why don't I test him a little? Watching Minsu work diligently, Lee Kang-min started to think that maybe this kid had a knack for carpentry that he hadn't expected. Suddenly, an object flew through the air at blinding speed. Minsu's eyes widened in terror as the hammerhead grazed his face and slammed into the wall behind him with immense force. A hulking prisoner approached, nonchalantly digging his ear and laughing apologetically. Oh, my bad. The hammerhead just sort of flew off. Minsu screamed in rage. What kind of crazy way is that to swing a hammer? The guy kept making excuses, claiming he didn't mean it, leaving Minsu standing there with his arms crossed, fuming at the sheer irresponsibility. Minsu walked away, reminding himself to be careful because everything around him was dangerous. But just as he finished that thought, his foot suddenly caught on a cable stretched across his path. Minsu screamed in panic as he lost his balance and fell forward. He almost face-planted into a board full of sharp, upright nails lying on the floor. The same prisoner from before appeared again, pretending to be frantic as he apologized, claiming the wire was too long and he hadn't expected Lee Minsu to trip. What the hell is going on? Lee Minsu wondered, shocked as dangerous situations kept repeating around him. Looking at the whirring saw, he questioned whether these were just accidents or a setup. He wondered, if it was intentional, why? Suddenly, a rough hand grabbed Lee Minsu's wrist, making him jump in fear. What is he trying to pull now? But the hulking prisoner just coldly reminded him, if you keep doing it like that, you're going to hurt your hand. Minsu muttered a confused, huh? Then he responded, oh, thanks. He felt confused, wondering if he was misjudging the guy's kindness. Stay alert, man. You're inside and you're still that trusting? But right then, two other prisoners approached with sinister smiles. They said they wanted to teach him how to use the table saw and began to surround him, forcing him closer. You have to do it like this. And over here too. Minsu felt uneasy as they pressed down on his shoulders. Wait, you don't have to help that much. The horrific truth emerged as they began to use their strength to shove Minsu's hands toward the whirring saw blade. Minsu's eyes widened in terror as he realized their malicious intent. What the hell are you guys doing? If they kept pushing like that. The devilish gang screamed maniacally with faces twisted in excitement. They violently used all their strength to pin Minsu's hands down, pushing them straight toward the screeching saw blade. Minsu struggled desperately as he realized the evil intentions of the people around him, sweat pouring down his face in that heart-stopping moment. Right at that second, a mysterious hand suddenly pulled the circuit breaker, plunging the entire workshop into darkness. The crowd stirred in confusion. What's going on? A power outage? Damn it, it's broken again. Just a few seconds later, the lights flickered back on, leaving everyone in shock. Lee Minsu looked down at the floor and couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the bullies from earlier lying flat out, their faces twisted as if they had fallen into a deep, heavy sleep. He asked in bewilderment, "Hey, you guys can't sleep here." Feeling dozens of hostile eyes fixated on him, Lee Minsu panicked and pointed at himself, trying to plead his innocence in a flurry of confusion. "This isn't me. I didn't hit them." The atmosphere in the workshop turned thick with tension as Minsu realized he had fallen into an elaborately staged trap. He thought bitterly, this really was just like a trap. Despite trying to help, now Minsu was being framed for assaulting fellow prisoners right in front of everyone. Faced with the approach of those hulking guys radiating killing intent, he hesitated between fighting back or enduring it to avoid getting demerit points. Finally, Minsu clenched his red gloves. There was no other choice left. Watching the prisoners surrounding him with dark intentions, Minsu immediately screamed for help, calling out to the guards. But instead of intervening, the guards standing outside acted as if they didn't hear a thing. Minsu kept shouting in desperation, but the two officers nearby just nonchalantly held their coffee mugs, even happily chatting about how the weather today was. So beautiful. as if they didn't hear a sound coming from the workshop. Minsu was stunned, realizing the guards were playing deaf on purpose to throw him to the wolves. The guy coldly exposed the truth. All the guards here had been bought off and were on the same side as them. Minsu's eyes darkened, as he realized he was completely trapped in this deadly setup. At the same time, in another quiet area, Ga Sejun was exhausted, sweat pouring down, panting hard after his grueling training. Worried that time was slipping away, Kang Yu-sung, who was standing nearby, reminded them both to head back immediately, because if the workshop cleanup took too long, it would make others suspicious. But Ga Sejun still pleaded to do just one more set. Kang Yu-sung was quite surprised by the sudden persistence of the Room A leader. Ga Sejun gritted his teeth, poured all his strength into the exercise, and determined that this time, he absolutely had to pass level 1. He secretly beat himself up, knowing that Minsu had easily cleared this level long ago. Ga Sejun told himself he absolutely must not fall behind, and he definitely couldn't afford to lose to Minsu again. Back at the workshop, Minsu began using the sharp reflexes Kang Yu-sung had trained him in. He frantically dodged attacks from every direction, holding his own while surrounded by dozens of inmates who were lunging to tear him apart. Lee Kang-min watched silently, thinking that Minsu had more skill than he looked, but he was puzzled as to why he only kept dodging. The truth was, Minsu was holding back to avoid trouble, just wanting to rack up volunteer points and leave quietly. Lee Kang-min saw right through Minsu, knowing he was holding back out of fear of penalty points. He craftily told the guards to go take a smoke break, promising he'd clean up the workshop himself. The guards left, trusting their team leader. Seeing the barrier was gone, Minsu knew it was time to act. A hulking guy charged at him, yelling that he really needed a lesson. His lackeys joined in, threatening his life with crude insults. No longer needing to hold back, Minsu unleashed a decisive counterattack, taking down the bald guy with an elbow strike to the face. Another one saw that and immediately rushed in, wanting to avenge his buddy, but Minsu quickly leaned back to dodge. In a flash, he used the momentum to plant one hand on the ground for leverage, then shifted his entire weight and launched a kick that sent the guy flying, howling in agony. Lee Kang-min admitted that Minsu taking down Ga Se-jun and Jang Dobo definitely wasn't just luck. Minsu growled, asking if he was the one who orchestrated this pathetic scheme. He felt resentful, wondering what he had ever done to deserve this. Lee Kang-min unexpectedly revealed that he was also a candidate, just like Minsu. Faced with the question about the candidate title, Minsu only cared about his volunteer points. Fighting isn't as important as points right now. Park Hyoshin's taunts about him being nothing but a bunny without his brother's protection really struck a nerve with Lee Kang-min's pride. He slowly took off his glasses, his face clearly showing annoyance at being compared to someone who didn't know anything about the candidate system like Minsu. At first, Lee Kang-min only intended to use his lackeys to clean up his opponent, but now, his rage had overwhelmed his reason. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Forget it, I'll finish you off myself." Seeing that his opponent had shown his true colors, Minsu tilted his head in confusion, but quickly caught on to the situation. He nonchalantly wiped the dirt off his face, mocking him, saying if he wanted to fight, he should have just said so from the start. Minsu figured Lee Kang-min had wasted way too much energy on these useless traps just to test him. He wore a carefree smirk while showing the middle finger to his opponent, growling and telling him to cut out the cheap, petty games. "The old feint and strike routine is getting old, man. Just get over here and bring it, you jerk." In the construction area, the crowd of inmates began to stir, witnessing the confrontation. Someone turned to Lee Chang-hee and asked, "Isn't that guy in your room?" Immediately, Lee Kang-min lunged with a fist that cut through the wind, leaving Minsu stunned. "He's so fast. I barely had enough to dodge that." Lee Kang-min attacked relentlessly like a predator pouncing on its prey, pressing him close and not giving Minsu a single second to rest. He struggled to dodge. Shocked, he wondered if this jerk had ever trained in boxing, because his punches were so sharp. He must know something if he's daring enough to talk this much trash. Minsu realized he couldn't keep defending forever, but he couldn't just keep dodging either. "Fine then, I'll." He quickly shifted his footwork, spotted an opening, and lunged in with a decisive punch. But Lee Kang-min nonchalantly caught his fist in his palm, to his utter shock. He smirked mockingly. "Huh? You're pretty good at dodging, but it looks like you never learned how to actually throw a punch. Huh?" Lee Kang-min unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast punches at Minsu's face, forcing him to just brace for the impact. He smirked while striking. "Is this how you fought the others, too?" Lee Kang-min started to feel disappointed, thinking maybe Ga Se-jun and Jang Dobo weren't actually that strong if they lost to someone like Minsu. Even while being overpowered, Minsu kept observing and inwardly cheered when he saw an opening. "That's it. I've been waiting for this moment. But just as Minsu was about to counter, Lee Kang-min suddenly changed the trajectory with an extremely powerful elbow strike that caught him completely off guard. Minsu gasped in shock. What was that? An elbow strike? He realized bitterly that he had no choice but to keep dodging the opponent's lethal blows to stay alive. Minsu figured his current attacks were completely useless against this jerk. He decided to keep dodging until he wore him out, looking for a fatal opening. Just as he saw an opening in Lee Kang-min's chest, Minsu put everything into a decisive blow, but immediately realized it was a trap. Lee Kang-min suddenly unleashed a kick that Minsu had to struggle to block. He was stunned, wondering why he was using kicks while boxing. Minsu suddenly realized he had been dead wrong about his opponent. Lee Kang-min didn't just know how to throw punches. He suddenly unleashed another kick that caught him off guard. Minsu thought in terror, no way, he's not a boxer. He's a kickboxer? Damn. This is bad. I might actually end up a stiff if I'm not careful. Just as Lee Kang-min was about to deliver the finishing blow, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his leg with masterful precision. Kang Yusong had appeared right on time, stopping the construction team leader's bone-crushing kick with one hand. Lee Kang-min gasped in total shock. What the hell is this? Kang Yusong stood tall, blocking the space between the two of them, and coldly declared, "The match ends right here." Lee Kang-min eyes the stranger, blocking his path with suspicion. "Who is this officer?" Kang Yusong growls, his voice sharp and threatening. "If you two keep fighting, I'm throwing both of you into solitary confinement." Lee Kang-min quickly realizes this is the new officer in charge of the construction crew, but he still doesn't understand when the guy snuck in here. Kang Yusong asks back defiantly, "What? You got a problem with that?" He turns to scold the other officers for slacking off, forcing them to make pathetic excuses about just slipping away for a smoke. Kang Yusong decisively orders, "Let it go for today. It's late, let's wrap this up." Lee Kang-min grits his teeth in frustration because his chance to take down Minsu slipped away at the very last second. Just a little more, and he would have knocked Minsu out cold. Watching the back of Minsu as Kang Yusong leads him away, Lee Kang-min mutters in resentment, "Next time, I'm definitely catching you." At the infirmary, Kang Yusong carefully bandages his younger brother's wounds, looking at the blood-soaked cotton balls discarded at his feet. He asks softly, "Why weren't you angry?" Wiping blood off his nose, Lee Minsu mumbles, "I thought you'd be mad because I was fighting again." Kang Yusong replies thoughtfully, "I still don't know the real reason why. Why did you transfer to the construction crew?" Minsu explains that they told him the kitchen crew was cutting staff. Kang Yusong immediately senses something is wrong because he never received any such order. He begins to suspect that someone is targeting Minsu, just like how he was forced into the kitchen crew before. Lee Minsu hangs his head, admitting his helplessness. "He was just like you. I couldn't land a single hit, and I couldn't even dodge." Kang Yusong explains that this opponent is a professional kickboxer. Unlike Gase Jun or Jang Dobo, this guy can't be beaten with mere tricks or tactics. He asserts that Minsu has no choice but to improve his own raw strength. With no other options, Kang Yusong decides to begin the third phase of training immediately. He declares he will personally supervise Minsu at the construction crew until the training is over. While Kang Yusong secretly investigates the mastermind, he demands that Minsu focus entirely on building strength. You have to prepare for a head-on collision with the enemy. How are you going to fight without any fundamentals? At the quiet workshop, Lee Kang-min is secretly calculating. He is satisfied that the guy in the red uniform successfully put Minsu in his crosshairs. But Kang Yusong's appearance is a major obstacle. For weeks, the sergeant's close supervision has made it impossible for him to act. Even after stealing the personal files, Lee Kang-min still cannot find Kang Yusong's true identity. Lee Kang-min sits silently in the shadows, his face displaying a dangerous, calculating expression. He quietly opens a drawer, takes out a hidden mobile phone, and makes a secret call. As soon as the other end picks up, he speaks in a low voice. "Hey, it's me." Lee Kang-min warns the other party not to let anyone know about this, then gives a firm order. "There's a job I need you to do for me. You guys are in prison, yet you're using phones like free men, huh?" Meanwhile, on a bustling street as night falls, Kang Yusong is waiting with an impatient look on his face. He keeps checking his watch and mutters, "She should be here by now." From a distance, a familiar figure slowly approaches him. It is Gase Min. She appears beautiful, but a bit tired. As soon as they meet, she speaks up. "Sorry, I'm a bit late." Kang Yusong calmly replies that he anticipated that, so he intentionally left 30 minutes late anyway. Gase Min playfully challenges him. "You want to make a bet?" This makes Kang Yusong strike back, declaring that next time he'll be 40 minutes late. Ga Se-min laughs brightly and settles it by saying that if that's the case, she'll be 2 hours late to retaliate. Yet, the two of them have no idea that their every move is being closely watched from behind. A click sound rings out as a photo of Kang Yusong and Ga Se-min together is captured through the lens of a stranger's phone. He immediately reports via phone with a triumphant tone. "Yes, sir, I think we've found him." The mysterious person stares at the phone screen, firmly convinced that he has found the target's fatal weakness, just as his superior ordered. In the quiet city night, Kang Yusong and Ga Se-min are still engrossed in their conversation, completely unaware they are being targeted. From inside a car parked nearby, Lee Kang-min's henchmen are tracking their every move. They keep whispering to each other. What the hell are they talking about? One guy clicks his tongue in jealousy. Isn't it obvious? It's just a love game. It's ridiculous that while we have to tail someone all day, he gets to have fun with a pretty girl late at night. It's humiliating to be forced to watch their PDA. The conversation ends. Ga Se-min waves goodbye in a charming way. "I'll call you later." Watching her back, Kang Yusong can only mock her in his heart. What nonsense. But as soon as Ga Se-min walks into the empty alley, a black van suddenly speeds up and blocks her path. Two strange men decisively jump out of the van. One guy smirks. "Thanks for walking into this alley yourself." Ga Se-min turns back, stunned, her eyes clearly showing surprise. What is this? Surrounded by three large men in the dark alley, Ga Se-min remains strangely calm. She coldly remarks, "Well, for a stalker, this seems like a crowd." One guy, puffing on a cigarette, growls an order. "You're coming with us for a bit." Not showing a hint of fear, Ga Se-min smirks in agreement but doesn't forget to make a firm request. "Fine, but first, can you put that cigarette out? I'm trying to quit." The atmosphere suddenly shifts to the suffocating supervisor's office, where the sound of coffee pouring echoes steadily along with a calculating question. "How has Kang Yusong been lately?" "So, he's interested in our brother's private life, huh?" Officer Shin reports solemnly to the director about EU's unusual behavior. The old man insists the young sergeant is too obsessed and overly concerned with Lee Minsu. Even when Minsu transferred to the construction crew, Kang Yusong's expression wasn't normal, and he frequently appears in that area to supervise. He even asked me about the Red Reform class. Hearing this, the director stops pouring coffee, his eyes narrowing dangerously. The director smirks, revealing that Minsu's transfer to the construction crew was actually to observe Kang Yusong's reaction. He admits that part of this decision came from a request by the special group, but the ultimate goal was because Kang Yusong is just too suspicious. Strangely, the sergeant's file is the only one blocked from the military network. All existing information is based solely on his intake papers. The director was certain there was a secret behind Kang Yusong's identity, so he hired someone to run a background check and vowed to keep a close eye on him until he got answers. Officer Guang curiously asked why the director and that special team were so interested in Lee Minsu. The director took a slow sip of his coffee, flashed a cryptic smile, and replied coldly, "Because he looks just like someone the very person we're looking for." Meanwhile, in the showers, Minsu sat deep in thought under the cold water. 2 weeks had passed since the fight with Lee Kang-min, and he still couldn't stop beating himself up over that defeat. Even though he was training hard, Minsu realized his old tricks were useless against a professional fighter. To face someone like Lee Kang-min, he had to win with pure, real skill, and to do that, he told himself he had to master the third level of the training. In the middle of the men's shower, an awkward incident occurred when a bar of soap suddenly slipped from Moon Hee-jun's hand. Minsu realized in a panic that dropping soap in the men's shower was a legendary, dangerous trap. But before it could even hit the floor, Minsu snatched it out of the air. Moon Hee-jun took the soap, stunned by the obvious change in Minsu. "Thanks, man. But how did you do that? Your body looks way stronger than before." Back in the locker room, whispers began to spread about the unusual absence of their regular supervisor. "Looks like Supervisor Kang isn't coming today. I asked around, and they said he suddenly took leave." Lee Minsu worried about his training schedule. "So, what about our practice?" Instead of training, the group was ordered to clean the storage warehouse. Just then, an inmate from the construction team approached Minsu with a dead serious expression. "Hey, Lee Minsu, can we talk in private for a second?" Minsu asked, confused. "Why are you being so serious all of a sudden?" He revealed he wanted to discuss the dark secrets inside the construction team. Minsu asked, "Are you the one who cut the power to save me from that hell?" Looking at Minsu's still indifferent face, he lowered his voice to warn him. "You still don't understand how terrifying Lee Kang-min really is." "Really?" Suddenly, the guy casually dropped his pants right in front of him, making Lee Minsu scream in shock. "What the hell? Why are you dropping your pants right here?" Lee Minsu's eyes widened in horror. As he saw the deformed, crisscrossed scars covering the man's legs, he bitterly admitted he used to be a best friend and a loyal underling under Lee Kang-min, the infamous leader of the MZ gang who once ruled the Daehyeonhan district. Just because he made one mistake and went against his boss, he ended up in this tragic state. He warned him, trembling, "If Lee Kang-min were just good at fighting, I wouldn't stop you. But that guy is truly, chillingly cruel." He recalled the cruelty of his old boss, a man ready to crush anyone's bones with a hammer if they betrayed him, just to carry out the most brutal revenge. "Don't go to the construction team anymore. You could end up crippled or kicked out of the rehabilitation program." Minsu nodded to reassure him. "All right, I won't go if the supervisor isn't there. I'm looking for other volunteer work anyway." But deep down, Minsu was calculating something else. "But if it's necessary, for my brother's plan and my own, I might have to fight again." Meanwhile, at a secret location, the lackeys were reporting their mission status to Lee Kang-min over the phone. "We've got her, and we're taking her to the hideout now." The black van sped down the avenue. Another guy in the car continued to receive orders. "Just make sure that guy doesn't make it back to the rehabilitation program today." When asked about the girl's fate afterward, a cold-blooded answer echoed. "Handle her however you want." The guy in the back smirked pervertedly. "Heh, looks like we're gonna have a real party tonight." Ga Se-min, whose hands and feet were tied, lay motionless on the back seat. She mentally pieced everything together. Lee Kang-min, the rehabilitation program, this was completely different from what she had planned. She realized these people were likely the lackeys of someone powerful hiding within the prison. Their goal seemed to be stalling for time and preventing Kang Yu-sung from interfering in an important event. Memories of the argument between her and Kang Yu-sung flashed back, when he vehemently opposed this reckless plan. "You're going to be the bait? That's too dangerous." Kang Yu-sung insisted they had been followed the whole time, and the target was definitely one of them. He suspected the person behind it might be the dark force running the rehabilitation program, or the very person who framed Minsu. The clues could even lead to those involved with the mysterious red rehabilitation class behind the forbidden door. She stressed that this was their only chance to expose the dark secrets in the prison, and asked if he really wanted to miss it. He worriedly admitted that if he were the target, it would be fine, but he couldn't bear it if it were her. A man shouldn't let a woman take the heat that was hard to accept. Faced with Kang Yu-sung's anxiety, Ga Se-min remained calm. She held up the tracker in her hand and asserted, "I'm not worried. If I'm the one being targeted, you'll come to save me, right?" Back to reality. The van carrying Ga Se-min was speeding into a dark tunnel toward the execution site. Suddenly, a high-displacement motorcycle went tearing down the road at a terrifying speed. Kang Yu-sung, in full protective gear, his eyes burning with fury and determination through his visor, gritted his teeth. "Hold on, Ga Se-min. I'm coming to save you right now." At the same time, elsewhere, Lee Kang-min stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought, after receiving a request for a private meeting. "I never expected you to ask for a private meeting like this," Lee Chang-hee said sternly, giving his advice. "Just ignore Lee Minsu." He explained that he wasn't sure why Minsu was being targeted, but he was just some guy trying to take over the workshop. Before Lee Kang-min's skepticism, Lee Chang-hee insisted that even though he used to be a member of the construction team, he was no longer a subordinate like before. "I'm asking this as your childhood friend." Memories of their elementary school days suddenly returned, back when Lee Kang-min and Lee Chang-hee were the closest of friends. They used to play together and run down the streets without a single worry. But after they left elementary school, life pushed them down two completely different paths. While Lee Kang-min plunged into his brother's business, Lee Chang-hee had to shoulder the responsibility of caring for his sick mother. Because of their personal circumstances, the two drifted apart, each choosing their own way to survive. As soon as he reached high school, Lee Chang-hee got his driver's license early and started delivering to make ends meet. He diligently took each bag of food from the kind shop owner and then rushed off to complete his tasks. After learning about his situation, the kind owners of the delivery shop didn't hesitate to lend him a motorbike. Lee Chang-hee bowed his head in gratitude. "I'll ride carefully, thank you so much." Thanks to that grueling delivery work, Lee Chang-hee was able to pay the medical bills for his mother, who was critically ill. One day, he stopped in front of an old, crumbling brick building and thought to himself, "People actually order food to a place like this? What kind of people live here? Isn't it way too dangerous, man?" Lee Chang-hee stepped inside timidly and asked, I'm here to deliver food. Where should I put it?" Before him was a dark room, thick with the scent of danger, filled with rough-looking men gathering together. Feeling uneasy, Lee Chang-hee hurriedly placed the bag on the table. "I'll just leave it here and bolt before I get caught." But as soon as he turned his back, A cold voice rang out from behind him. "Are you Lee Chung-hee?" He jumped, startled. "Huh?" The person who called his name was none other than Lee Kang-min. Lee Chung-hee gasped. Lee Kang-min? It was his old classmate from elementary school, but now, he could barely recognize him because his aura had changed completely. Lee Kang-min was draped in luxury brand clothing, especially the sparkling gold watch on his wrist. Lee Chang-hee couldn't help but wonder, what the hell has he been doing to make that kind of money? Lee Kang-min asked nonchalantly, "What have you been up to lately?" Lee Chang-hee stammered, I'm still delivering food." He continued by asking if his mother was still seriously ill. Lee Chang-hee confirmed it sadly. "Yes." Lee Kang-min looked at his old friend with calculating eyes, then smirked with a sinister grin. "So, do you want to make some easy money?" Immediately after, Lee Kang-min showed Lee Chang-hee a photo of a bowl of noodles on his phone screen, accompanied by a mocking one-star review. "Thanks for the extra protein," the review read. He smugly praised him. "You've got a knack for writing. If you keep this up, you'll make a fortune." Lee Chang-hee wondered if this could really generate money, but Lee Kang-min insisted that if he followed his way, money would come pouring in. Soon after, the cruelty of the plan was revealed when a restaurant owner knelt at Lee Kang-min's feet, weeping and begging in desperation. "I'm sorry. I'll give you the money. Please just delete those reviews. My business is failing because of them." Lee Kang-min sat casually in his chair, coldly setting a price of 5 million won to remove the malicious reviews. When the notification buzzed that 5 million won had been transferred to his account, Lee Chang-hee was shocked to realize this was his first month's salary, earned just from a few malicious comments. He told himself, "If I keep making money like this, I can pay off all my mother's hospital bills." Oh man, these filthy little games that kids think are so clever. But the price of dirty money soon arrived in the form of a tragedy. A rumor surfaced, and bitter whispers echoed throughout the funeral. Mr. Kim committed suicide. They say he was blackmailed over a bug in his food until he went bankrupt, and he finally chose a negative way out. Lee Chang-hee stood frozen in the sorrowful atmosphere, hearing people curse the one who toyed with food as trash lower than animals, and his heart tightened. Those memories became a terrifying obsession. Lee Chang-hee drowned himself in alcohol, surrounded by guilt, bugs, reviews, blackmail, everything he had done under Lee Kang-min's command. It felt as if he were the one who had killed that man. When he painfully mentioned wanting to confess since an innocent person had died, Lee Kang-min just coldly adjusted his glasses and asked back emotionlessly, "Confess?" He stared straight at Lee Chang-hee, questioning if he really felt guilty when they were both already knee-deep in this mess. This jerk. He doesn't want him to turn back now. Lee Kang-min choked Lee Chang-hee, scoffing at his old friend's ridiculous compassion. He insisted that if he truly felt guilty, he never would have started these dirty jobs in the first place. He pointed a sharp pen at Lee Chang-hee's face, threatening that he would never forgive any act of betrayal. Lee Chang-hee could only tremble and beg in absolute terror. Without a hint of mercy, Lee Kang-min decisively stabbed the sharp object into Lee Chang-hee's leg, making him scream in agony. He coldly warned Lee Chang-hee to stop spouting nonsense if he didn't want him to really lose his temper. Just then, a massive figure strode in. It was Lee Kang-won, the head of the notorious MZ criminal gang in the East Daehyun region, and also Lee Kang-min's older brother. Lee Kang-min was stunned to see his brother appear so suddenly without notice. Lee Kang-won spoke coldly, announcing that the police had started sniffing around because of the large-scale blackmail cases and the serious incident leading to the victim's death. He dumped all the responsibility on his younger brother and decided to turn Lee Chang-hee into a scapegoat to take the fall for the organization. Lee Chang-hee collapsed, only able to weep in despair as he realized he had been completely betrayed and was about to face prison time. Yet, Lee Kang-won smirked, asserting that Lee Chang-hee alone was not enough to end the case. He coldly ordered his own brother to turn himself in as well, because as a minor, Lee Kang-min would receive a much lighter sentence than an adult. In the end, both Lee Kang-min and Lee Chang-hee were thrown into a juvenile detention center with a bright red A branded on their chests, officially starting their journey of survival in a living hell. Is this the first time since that day that we've sat face to face like this? Lee Kang-min opened the tense conversation with Lee Chang-hee. He admitted that both of them were looking for each other because of Lee Minsu, and that he himself had tried to stop Lee Kang-won and Kang Yu-sung from interfering to find an opportunity to approach the misguided younger brother. Lee Chang-hee asked suspiciously about his old friend's true intentions, but was immediately pinned to the table by two of Lee Kang-min's henchmen from behind. He wanted to punish Lee Chang-hee for daring to attempt to help Lee Minsu. He smirked, explaining why he had to take on the role of a troublesome manager at this construction site. With a large pair of bolt cutters in his hand, Lee Kang-min coldly stated that in this harsh environment, once you're injured or become a tool, no one will bother to doubt or keep an eye on you anymore. He brought the blades of the cutters close to the victim's finger as a cruel threat. With eyes burning with calculation, Lee Kang-min was certain that this plan would force Minsu to come find him on her own. At an isolated, abandoned warehouse, a black van was already parked. The henchman reported over the phone that they had brought Min to the gathering point. She was tied hand and foot, sitting motionless among the ruins, but she radiated a terrifying calmness that made even the kidnappers feel uneasy. The underlings smoked and whispered about the hostage's overly calm attitude. They had sent a threatening text to Force. "You have to come to this address alone before 12 o'clock, or your girl will be in danger." Staring at the phone screen filled with threatening messages, Kang Yu-sung coolly adjusted his glasses with an icy expression. He calmly declared, "Don't rush me. I'm already here." Without a hint of hesitation, he walked across the vacant lot, heading straight for the open warehouse door to face the trap that had been laid for him. He's still going through with this whole knight in shining armor act. "The guy's coming here, right?" one of the henchmen asked, inside the dilapidated warehouse. He triumphantly insisted that any man worth his salt would surely rush here immediately upon learning his girlfriend had been kidnapped. The gang miscalculated, thinking that even at his fastest, it would take him at least 2 to 3 hours to track them down. They casually lit cigarettes and sneered, thinking they still had plenty of time to kill before their opponent arrived. Inside the warehouse, Ga-se-min was tightly bound, but her calm demeanor left the bullies feeling puzzled. "What's wrong with this girl? She's been kidnapped, and she's not even trembling." One man stepped closer, eyeing her with a lecherous gaze, and cracked a joke. "Are you actually enjoying this? You look even prettier tied up like that." He roughly reached out to touch her face, goading her to have some fun with them while they waited for her boyfriend to arrive. "Just be a good girl, and we won't hurt you." Before he could finish his sentence, a massive impact slammed into his face, sending the bully flying backward. A motorcycle helmet flew through the air at breakneck speed, triggering a dramatic raid that left the gang screaming in panic. "What the hell is this?" The guy who'd been hit lay writhing on the ground, groaning in pain as he realized what had just attacked him was a helmet. Through the swirling dust, a towering figure stepped in with an aura of pure murder. It was none other than Kang Yu-sung. The henchmen were stunned by this sudden appearance. Damn it, how did this bastard get here so fast? They suspected that perhaps Kang Yu-sung had been tailing them from the start, without their knowledge. Despite the shock, the group quickly surrounded him and shouted provocatively, "You got here fast, but look at the situation. What do you think you can do all by yourself?" Kang Yu-sung didn't bother to reply. He coldly tightened his black gloves, his sharp gaze fixed ahead, and issued his declaration of war. "I can do plenty. I'll show you right now there are too many enemies." Kang Yu-sung silently assessed the situation as he stood trapped in the thick ring of enemies. He knew clearly that if the fight dragged on, he would be the one to burn out first. So, Kang Yu-sung decided not to hold back and instead executed a blitz strategy. He immediately lunged into the crowd, landing decisive blows that made the enemies fall one by one. Kang Yu-sung's strikes were precise and powerful. He systematically took them down with vicious, pinpoint attacks. Even as he started to feel short of breath under the suffocating pressure, Kang Yu-sung told himself that no matter how hard it got, he must absolutely never bow his head. He poured all his strength into a lightning-fast uppercut aimed at his opponent's chin. Suddenly, someone from behind yelled, "His back is exposed, you idiot!" and launched a dangerous kick. But Kang Yu-sung was faster. He ducked to dodge the attack and suddenly grabbed the guy's leg. The bully screamed in a panic for him to let go, but Kang Yu-sung coolly retaliated, making the guy howl in sheer agony. "Arg, my leg." Witnessing that brutality, the rest of the gang froze, wondering what kind of monster this prison guard really was. Usually, anyone thrown into a 1 versus 10 situation would fall into a panic, but Kang Yu-sung fought with the terrifying composure of a seasoned warrior. Every one of his steps was decisive and fluid, allowing him to seize control of the battlefield. They were fighting him like eggs, hitting a stone. They were falling like flies. The henchmen began to realize a horrifying truth. Kang Yu-sung seemed to be playing with them. Standard tactics were completely useless against someone with his elite level of skill. Kang Yu-sung roughly grabbed one by the face and slammed him onto the floor with a bone-jarring thud. Seeing their comrades falling, one after another, one guy frantically drew a knife and charged, screaming in desperation that this was the only way to end it. Yet, Kang Yu-sung remained terrifyingly calm. In a flash, he caught the wrist of his opponent, who was brandishing the weapon, and delivered a punch with the force of 1,000 pounds, completely subduing him. Watching silently from the corner of the room, Ga Se-min quietly admitted she had been worried about the numbers game. But the reality before her proved that Kang Yu-sung was completely dominating the entire area with overwhelming strength. Watching each bully get taken down so easily, Ga Se-min couldn't help but marvel. Lee Kang-won, Kang Yu-sung, you really are a monster, she smirked, silently giving him 10 extra points for such an impressive and cool performance. Meanwhile, at the prison training yard, the reflex training session with tennis balls had just wrapped up in complete exhaustion. Lee Minsu sprawled out on the floor, gasping for air in total exhaustion. I'm dying here. He glanced at Ga Se-jun, who was also lying there, gasping for air, and teased, Hey, are you tired too? Don't pretend you're not. Ga Se-jun tried to maintain a cold, grumpy facade, insisting he wasn't tired at all, and telling Minsu not to bother him. Minsu burst into hearty laughter because he could clearly hear the other guys panting. He triumphantly declared he'd consider himself having passed level 2 of today's training. Ga Se-jun responded with disdain, saying Minsu should try lying more convincingly, and asserted that someone who was only at level 2 couldn't possibly understand the horrifying challenges waiting ahead. While Minsu and Ga Se-jun were sitting on the warehouse floor resting after their training, a guard suddenly burst through the door. The old man roared in fury, shouting at the two of them. Why weren't they cleaning the warehouse instead of being lazy? It's exhausting as hell, but the moment you take a second to rest, the supervisor catches you. How unlucky can I be? Lee Minsu calmly replied that he was just resting for a bit because he was too tired. Suddenly, the guard threw a white cloth bundle toward him and coldly told him, Catch this. Minsu blankly caught the strange object, not understanding what was happening. The guard revealed that it was a gift sent by Lee Chang-hee. As soon as he opened the bundle, Minsu's face twisted in horror. Ga Se-jun, sitting nearby, also realized something was wrong when he saw Minsu freeze, sweat pouring down like rain. Inside was a bloodied finger belonging to Lee Chang-hee, along with a warning from Lee Kang-min. He threatened that if Minsu didn't show up within the next hour, he would continue to prepare other horrific gifts. Minsu was stunned to realize this was a direct declaration of war from the leader of the construction team. At the same time, at the warehouse, Kang Yu-sung used a knife to cleanly cut the ropes, binding Ga Se-min. Once free, Ga Se-min immediately started grumbling about how he arrived so late that her wrists were hurting beyond belief. Kang Yu-sung nervously explained that he had tried to take care of those henchmen as quickly as possible, offering a sincere apology. But she kept teasing him, saying he looked like he was actually having a blast getting physical like that. Looking around the scene with dozens of kidnappers lying scattered on the floor, he still insisted that he had been in a huge rush to come and save her. Ga Se-min sighed softly, deciding to take Kang Yu-sung's word for it. However, her face suddenly turned dead serious as she realized a terrifying truth. She declared that they had both been played, because the goal of these people wasn't to kidnap her at all, but to keep Kang Yu-sung away from the gang detention center. Kang Yu-sung was shocked, asking what she meant. Ga Se-min pulled out her phone, analyzing that Lee Kang-min could only target Minsu once Kang Yu-sung wasn't there to protect him. Kang Yu-sung fell silent, deep in thought. He realized they never intended to approach the cell. That meant as long as Minsu reached the third stage of his training, things would probably be fine. Not necessarily, she countered. What if they're doing it behind your back without you knowing? Kang Yu-sung admitted to Ga Se-min that he had suspected his younger brother's schemes for a while, which is why he'd been keeping a close eye on things. Meanwhile, on a metal staircase, Lee Kang-won strolled down with a look of pure arrogance. He admitted his hands were itching because he rarely encountered an opponent worthy of his time, and he was sure Kang Yu-sung felt the same way standing before someone like him. Lee Kang-won smirked, claiming that the reason for the fight didn't even matter anymore. He flatly issued a challenge. What do you say? Shall we have a go? He was Lee Kang-won, the leader of the MZ gang that ruled the powerful Gangdong district. Back at the prison, Lee Chang-hee was in a miserable state, with Lee Kang-min stepping on his still unhealed wounds. Surrounded by a crowd of prisoners, Lee Kang-min roared with excitement as he saw his opponent completely subdued beneath his feet. He looked down at Lee Chang-hee with an expression full of mockery, asking if fighting him was really too much for him to handle. A surge of rage made Minsu's face twist into something more terrifying than ever before. His eyes bulged, burning with killing intent as he roared, "Get your filthy foot off him right now." He suddenly lunged, throwing a punch full of pure resentment toward the gang leader. "You bastard." But Lee Kang-min dodged it easily. He silently judged that Minsu's attacks were still too clumsy and lacked the impact he had imagined. Lee Kang-min countered with a punch, confident he could end the fight in a flash. But Minsu easily neutralized the blow in an instant. Even the gang leader was stunned to see Minsu deflect his counterattack so skillfully. He was astonished, wondering how he could react so fast in such a split second. Even though he spotted an opening, Lee Kang-min remained extremely cautious, suspecting it might be a trap. He aimed to finish it with an elbow strike, but Minsu was faster, executing a subtle feint that caught him completely off guard. Lee Kang-min was stunned to realize that Minsu seemed to have secretly studied and grasped all of his moves beforehand. He figured that in this situation, his opponent wouldn't be able to dodge, and he threw his decisive blow. Lee Kang-min pivoted to launch a lightning-fast kick, but once again, Minsu blocked it, leaving Lee Kang-min shocked as he admitted, "Looks like you've been training pretty hard." Lee Kang-min was stunned to realize Minsu had blocked his kick before it even landed. The fellow prisoners around them began to buzz with amazement at his incredible improvement. Wow, that kid is way stronger than he was last time. It was hard to believe Lee Kang-min's kick was that fast. Even so, one guy mocked that Minsu hadn't actually landed a real hit yet. But Lee Kang-min, with his cold gaze, realized Minsu's true objective wasn't that simple. The crowd asked in confusion, "What?" It turned out that Lee Minsu had allowed himself to be hit, just to find an opening to rescue Lee Chong-hee from Lee Kang-min's grip. Lee Chong-hee struggled to sit up, whispering a word of thanks. "Ugh, thanks." Lee Kang-min smirked, asking if this had been his plan all along. Minsu stood tall, burning with fighting spirit, and clearly declared, "Let's start for real now. I can only focus on fighting once I've saved my friend." The original reason for this fight no longer mattered. In the quiet space, heavy footsteps echoed rhythmically on the stairs. A man with an arrogant look and a murderous smile appeared. He loudly issued a challenge. "What do you say? Want to fight?" It was Lee Kang-won, the leader of the MZ gang, that dominated the powerful Gangdong district. Facing him, Kang Yu-song immediately felt an immense pressure radiating from his opponent. He thought to himself, "This guy is seriously strong." Kang Yu-song's gaze became cautious as he realized the person in front of him was on a completely different level than the thugs he had faced before. Seeing Kang Yu-song's pensive expression, Lee Kang-won smirked provocatively. "Why the long face? Don't want to fight?" Kang Yu-song was still preoccupied with calculating this guy's connection to the organization. He really wanted to avoid an unnecessary clash right now. But Lee Kang-won had no intention of letting him leave peacefully. He glanced at Ga Se-min and let out a ruthless threat. "Then let her go in your place," he growled, insisting that Kang Yu-song would pay a heavy price for daring to stir up trouble here. Immediately, Lee Kang-won lunged forward with terrifying speed. The sensation in the tip of his foot felt incredibly real. However, Kang Yu-song's confidence was quickly crushed when his kick was blocked with ease. Lee Kang-won nonchalantly used his hand to parry the blow and offered a mocking compliment. "Not bad," Kang Yu-song thought to himself in shock. "I got blocked." He realized this opponent wasn't just stronger than expected, but also extremely quick at reading the flow of the fight. Kang Yu-song gritted his teeth, telling himself he needed to go all out and attack more aggressively if he wanted to win, so he unleashed a second kick. To his surprise, his opponent didn't just block it easily, but countered with a massive punch to his stomach, making him let out a groan of pain. Kang Yu-song buckled, his hands digging into the ground to keep his balance after the impact. Lee Kang-won nonchalantly brushed himself off and smirked. "Was that a direct hit? If it had really connected, your spine would be shattered by now." He strode over, gloating as he asked, "What's the matter? That punch hurt, didn't it?" Kang Yu-song clutched his side, gritting his teeth against the stinging pain. "Damn it. I think my ribs are cracked." Kang Yu-song pulled himself up, telling himself that if he kept dragging this out, the pain would only get worse. He poured everything he had into a lunging attack, determined to end the fight as quickly as possible. A loud, bone-jarring crash echoed as Kang Yu-song unleashed his fist to block the incoming attack. Lee Kang-won's eyes widened in shock. "You blocked that with just your bare fist?" The flurry of strikes was deflected effortlessly. Kang Yu-song realized with a jolt that his opponent was deliberately parrying every single one of his punches. He worriedly wondered to himself, "Is this guy just toying with my attacks? Are you messing with me?" Lee Kang-won stared coldly into his eyes, dripping with arrogance. "Got any more tricks? This is getting boring." Kang Yu-song gritted his teeth. Just as he prepared his next move, Kang-won was one step ahead, stomping hard on his foot and sneering with contempt. Too predictable. He'd already figured out Kang Yu-song's patterns. "Damn it. I was going easy on you, but I guess that's all you've got. You people. So textbook, so unoriginal, and so damn predictable." With that, he slammed Kang Yu-song into the ground, leaving the young sergeant completely helpless. Towering over him, Lee Kang-won looked down with a superior gaze, silently wondering, what kind of upbringing had this warden gone through to have such amateurish fighting skills? For Kang, fighting wasn't a choice. It was a primal instinct for survival from the moment he was born. He was raised by a mother who lived for booze and men, a woman who never showed a shred of maternal love. Constant hunger forced Lee Kangwon to grow up in a world of brawls just to stay alive. To keep from starving, he had to use force to steal. He realized early on that getting beaten up was far more bearable than an empty stomach. Lee Kangwon learned how to face those stronger than him, and no matter how tough they were, the sweet satisfaction of victory was the most addictive drug of all. After surviving hundreds of life-or-death battles, he grew increasingly strong and ruthless. From dark, gritty alleys to bustling boulevards, his territory kept expanding, area by area. Eventually, he climbed to the top, becoming the leader of a notorious gang that dominated the entire East Gang district. Back in the present, Lee Kangwon stood tall amidst the rubble, coolly admitting, "I'll give you credit for your technique. Not bad for someone who only knows how to study." But he immediately curled his lip with a bitter, sarcastic jab. "But you're too by the book. You nerds are all exactly the same." Kang Yuseong lay motionless, completely overwhelmed by the gang leader's brutal combat prowess. Lee Kangwon looked down at the pathetic sight and sighed in frustration. What a buzzkill. He strolled toward Ga Se-min, wondering if he should find a new source of entertainment instead. Seeing the burning fury in her eyes, he smirked, noting that her glare wasn't half bad, even if she wasn't his type. Seeing Ga Se-min start to tremble in terror, Lee Kangwon delightedly stated that it was exactly that expression that made things truly fun. But Ga Se-min wasn't looking at him, she was looking at someone behind him. Kang Yuseong calmly adjusted his glasses, nonchalantly admitting that his previous attacks had been far too simplistic. He explained it was his teacher's order, that when dealing with civilians, following the basic steps was enough. Kang Yuseong looked up with razor-sharp eyes, realizing the opponent in front of him was definitely no small fry. Behind his lenses, Kang Yuseong's eyes burned with a wild fighting spirit as he made his declaration. "Because of that, I'm going all out against you. Those guys with glasses are always dangerous," he thought. He was supposed to be finished, yet he's still standing. At the same time, elsewhere, the assistant in the orange life vest cheered excitedly while hoisting a giant fish. "What a spectacular catch. I've never seen a fish this big out at sea." Standing nearby, Congressman Kang, dressed in his fishing gear, couldn't stop showering him with praise. "You're incredible. I've never seen anyone haul in a catch like that on a boat trip." The assistant sighed, telling the congressman there was no need for such formalities, especially since he had also hauled in an impressive prize of his own. In the vast expanse of the sea, the assistant pensively confessed that at first, he had hoped Kang Yuseong would just give up halfway. That was why he arranged for him to skip the normal officer route and apply directly to the Special Forces NCO position. Congressman Kang smirked, believing that if you're a real man, you should at least be able to handle that much. He reminisced about the brutal Special Forces NCO training, where 2 out of every 5 recruits would drop out. It was a hellish series of days, filled with running drills without a shirt, parachute jumps, night infiltrations, mountain marches, and grueling survival training. Usually, only those with top-tier physical conditioning even dared to sign up. But Kang Yuseong not only survived, he went beyond. He graduated at the top of his class in every subject and completely shattered every existing record in the Special Forces. He asserted that to be his son, one needed more than just a sharp mind. They had to possess a body of immense strength. That was exactly why he deployed his strongest warrior into the juvenile prison, to investigate and drag the incumbent president's reputation through the mud, to force him out of his seat. Hearing this, the assistant's expression shifted. He realized with a jolt that the person the congressman was talking about was none other than Kang Yuseong. And the mentor who personally trained Kang Yuseong was Jun So-jun, a former, brutal North Korean operative. Kang Yuseong stood there silently, recalling his master's teaching that one should only use basic techniques when facing civilians. But looking directly at the gang leader in front of him, he stated coldly, "But I guess I can consider you not a civilian, right?" Kang Yuseong stated firmly, "So, I'm going to face you with every ounce of my strength." Instantly, a terrifying, murderous aura radiated from him, making Kang realize with a shock that the warden's entire demeanor had changed. Kang Yuseong stepped forward with icy, cold eyes. Lee Kangwon lunged forward like a madman, challenging him to see what he could possibly change. He swung an attack, but Kang Yuseong dodged it with refined grace and suddenly unleashed a vicious uppercut. Lee Kangwon was stunned, admitting that Kang Yuseong's speed was now on another level. Despite being heavily wounded with blood streaming down his face, Lee Kangwon wore a twisted smile, admitting that this fight was becoming incredibly fun. He realized with a shock that Kang Yusong's reaction time had undergone a complete transformation, making it impossible for him to dodge as easily as before. Kang Yusong lunged forward, landing a punch that caused the bones in Lee Kangwon's arm to crack instantly. The gang leader roared in agony and horror. "You think you can stop me with just one arm?" But his incoming fist was blocked by Kang Yusong's elbow. He was shocked to realize Kang Yusong had completely read his punches. In absolute agony, the gang leader was sent flying, secretly stunned by the young warden's battle-hardened experience. Kang Yusong didn't give his opponent a chance to breathe, following up with a crushing kick to his body. Lee Kangwon was horrified to realize he had never faced someone with such unorthodox combat skills. He endured a brutal barrage of hits, screaming in complete helplessness. Lee Kangwon frantically wondered where in the hell Sion had learned such crazy techniques. Yet, it was clear that what he had been taught was far from ordinary martial arts. The relentless, decisive blows left Kang completely crushed. Kang Yusong deeply understood that fighting isn't just about defeating the opponent. The true purpose of his skills was how to eliminate the target as quickly and efficiently as possible. Kang Yusong unleashed a final, devastating blow, leaving the gang leader completely collapsed under the overwhelming power. At the same time, elsewhere, the crowd of inmates couldn't help but be amazed. They buzzed with speculation, shocked that Minsu was resilient enough to force the construction team captain to use his leg strike so early. Just as a kick aimed straight for his ribs came in, Minsu decisively blocked it and cheered inwardly. "I blocked it!" But Lee Kangmin immediately followed up with a punch that left Minsu dizzy and groaning. He gritted his teeth, realizing the bastard was intentionally stringing moves together to stop him from dodging or defending. Lee Kangmin's movements were so fast and decisive that Minsu was pushed entirely on the defensive. He felt like nothing more than a punching bag for the guy to blow off some steam. The relentless storm of attacks from both sides left Minsu with no choice but to brace himself in total helplessness. Lee Kangmin wore a sinister, triumphant smile. He confidently declared, "Ha ha, this is the finisher." He swung his leg, preparing a high kick to end the fight right then and there. Lee Kangmin's kick slammed down, and the surrounding crowd was certain it was all over. They claimed no one had ever stood back up after that lethal high kick from the captain. But immediately after, even Lee Kangmin froze with a look of suspicion. The terrifying truth was revealed. Minsu's hand had caught his leg out of nowhere. He looked up with a cold, threatening gaze and growled, "I was actually getting worried you weren't going to throw that one." Minsu radiated a chilling aura, firmly stating he had been waiting for that high kick for a long time. This was the brutal reflex training that Kang Yusong had painstakingly drilled into him, forcing his younger brother to reach the limits of his focus. Kang Yusong had been throwing balls continuously while clearly teaching him the secrets of combat. You need to know which blows to dodge and which ones to take. He wanted Minsu to understand that in a real fight, dodging everything is impossible, so you must know how to sacrifice to create an opening. Back in reality, amidst the surrounding crowd, Minsu applied that blood-learned lesson perfectly to read his opponent. He decisively gripped Lee Kangmin's leg the moment he launched his signature high kick. Minsu's face showed a wild, triumphant look. He growled, "I've been waiting for this high kick for a long, long time." Lee Kangmin's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe his kick had been countered so easily. With hands like pincers, Minsu squeezed his opponent's leg and silently recited the mantra, "Sacrifice the flesh, to take the bone." He poured all his resentment and power into a punch straight to Lee Kangmin's knee, causing the construction team captain to scream in extreme pain before being completely subdued. The extremely powerful impacts aimed straight at the knee made Lee Kangmin scream in absolute agony. He collapsed, clutching his leg in shock. "You bastard. My knee. Don't you dare fall." Lee Kangwon hadn't even reacted before he took another hit from Minsu. Outside the workshop, Kang Yusong sat on the ground, his face bruised after the death match. Ga Se-min reached out, holding his face in distress. She thought to herself, "What is this?" His face was already a mess, and now it's even worse. She choked up, scolding him. "You're overdoing it." Kang Yusong looked at her blankly and asked softly, "Are you crying?" Ga Se-min couldn't hold back her sobbing. She hurried to embrace him tightly to hide her vulnerability. "Don't look at me," she shouted in heartbreak. "You could have finished this faster. There was no need to let yourself get beaten up like this." Kang Yusong only managed a soft apology. "I'm sorry." Looking at his opponent lying motionless, Kang Yusong secretly admitted, but he wasn't an easy opponent. He knew clearly that if the guy hadn't let his guard down, the result might have been different. Kang Yusong recalled the decisive moment. If he hadn't broken his arm from the start, the one who lost might have been him. Kang Yusong was supporting Ga Se-min when suddenly the heavy iron door swung open, making them both look over. A group of strangers strode into the warehouse. Kang Yusong frowned and questioned. How did you know the way here? One of the lackeys smugly held up a phone, smirking as he revealed that he had managed to call for reinforcements while Kang Yusong was busy being cozy with his lady. But before he could finish, a hand placed itself on his head and suddenly smashed it into the ground. It was Lee Kang-won. It was shocking that even after his arm was broken, he could still stand. Even though his body was exhausted, he forced himself up and roared orders at his lackeys. This is a fight between me and this bastard. Who gave you permission to interfere, huh? Lee Kang-won radiated a chilling, murderous intent, threatening to tear apart anyone who dared to stick their hands into his fight. Faced with their boss's authority, the entire gang bowed their heads in unison. Yes, boss. Yes, boss. We'll just sit and wait here. The underlings rushed over anxiously to help Lee Kang-won up, as he looked to be in terrible condition. Kang Yusong suddenly spoke up, demanding everyone stop. Despite his crushing defeat, Lee Kang-won still wore a defiant smile and asserted, I lost this time, but next time we'll definitely fight again. He crazily declared he would challenge him 10 more times, even 1,000 more, until he finally won. Yet, Kang Yusong only looked straight at his opponent with cold eyes and decisively delivered the final blow. No, it's best if we never meet again. While Kang Yusong and Ga Se-min stood amidst the ruined warehouse at the Gang Reform Center, the atmosphere in the construction workshop was also becoming extremely tense. The crowd of prisoners began to stir, whispers of astonishment echoing everywhere. Don't tell me, Lee Kang-min is losing? Ever since his signature kick was countered by Minsu, Lee Kang-min had completely fallen onto the defensive, unable to find his rhythm in the fight. Minsu relentlessly closed the distance, unleashing punches aimed directly at his opponent's weak points. Heavy blows rained down, leaving the construction team captain defenseless and forced to just hunker down and take it. A clean, decisive punch slammed into Lee Kang-min, sending him flying backward, collapsing onto the floor as everyone watching looked on in shock. Minsu loomed over his defeated opponent, staring down with cold, piercing eyes as he bluntly ordered him to get up. It's not over yet. Lying there, gasping for air, Lee Kang-min's eyes suddenly went wild when he spotted a screwdriver within arm's reach. He frantically grabbed the sharp weapon and screamed in pure resentment. You bastard! But just as he was about to launch a vicious attack, a hand moved like lightning, clamping down on his wrist to stop him. The person who interfered was none other than Lee Chang-hee, leaving Lee Kang-min completely stunned. Taking advantage of the fact that Lee Kang-min was distracted, Minsu unleashed a flurry of wild punches, venting all the frustration and bitterness he'd been holding in for so long. Watching Minsu's outburst, the crowd of inmates stood frozen in disbelief, seeing Lee Kang-min being completely overwhelmed. Minsu kept raining down blows on Lee Kang-min, leaving the guy shell-shocked and wondering, how in the hell did these two become so close? Lee Kang-min finally realized the harsh truth and cried out in desperation, no way, there's no way I can lose, right? Another punch from Minsu sent him flying backward, while the inmates stood around just watching, not daring to lift a finger. Lee Kang-min crashed hard into a pile of gear, looking pathetic. He sat on the floor, frantically questioning how he could hold on to his candidacy as everything began slipping through his fingers. Just as Lee Minsu rushed over to call out to Lee Chang-hee, Lee Kang-min suddenly let out a manic laugh. The wild laughter echoed throughout the workshop like a man who'd completely lost his mind. Lee Kang-min screamed at the crowd, accusing Lee Chang-hee of cowardly interfering in his fight. You guys saw it, right? That bastard Lee Chang-hee messed with my fight. He desperately tried to incite the other inmates, insisting that if he fell, they would all be forced to live a miserable life in this place. His cunning words successfully stirred up their rage, causing the crowd to begin screaming for the head of the man who broke the rules. Minsu stood all alone, surrounded by dozens of inmates seething with murderous intent. The sheer number of them put Minsu in a dangerous spot. The Section C thugs were screaming like madmen. Grab him! Hold him down! They rushed forward, grabbing and locking his arms, leaving Lee Minsu completely powerless. One guy roared with triumph. Gotcha now, you little rat. The brutal punches continued to land, leaving him to just grit his teeth in excruciating pain. Damn it, they're actually ganging up on me? Who can win against that? Just when things were looking grim, a punch slammed straight into the face of the guy holding Minsu, sending him flying backward in an instant. Minsu looked up in shock. Wait, that's Ga Se-jun, Ga Se-jun asked coldly. Did you just ask for help? Minsu couldn't believe that the leader of Cell A had actually shown up to bail him out at the perfect moment. Ga Se-jun's presence completely shifted the tide of the fight. He dove into the crowd like a beast, unleashing devastating strikes that made the enemies drop one by one, accompanied by terrifying screams. The atmosphere in the workshop shifted in an instant, becoming cold and heavy just because of his arrival. Ga Sejun stood tall among those he'd defeated, his cold eyes ready to crush anyone daring to get in his way. Heavy footsteps sounded, followed by murmurs of shock from the crowd. "He's here." It was Deputy Captain Kim Jong-hwan, the former construction team captain, walking up with a cocky look on his face. He tilted his chin and asked, "Hey, you're looking for someone, right?" Lee Kang-min, kneeling on the ground, smirked back calculatingly. "In this situation, who else would I be looking for but you?" Unexpectedly, Lee Kang-min had also found an ally. The battle was back to square one. Suddenly, Ga Se-jun lunged forward, shocking the crowd. "Is he really aiming straight for the captain?" Kim Jong-hwan roared with excitement. "It's been a while since I've had a chance to warm up, come and get it." He launched a wild attack, but Ga Se-jun dodged artfully in the blink of an eye. Kim Jong-hwan was stunned to see his opponent moving so fluidly. "What? He's moving with the rhythm of my hands?" In a split second, Ga Se-jun disappeared from his sight, leaving the deputy captain frantically scanning the area in terror. "He's fast. Is he to the side?" Ga Se-jun suddenly appeared from a blind spot, delivering a massive, bone-crushing punch straight to his opponent's face. The decisive blow sent Kim Jong-hwan flying backward, and he collapsed instantly to the shock of everyone watching. The mob of inmates stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. "What? Kim Jong-hwan got taken out in one hit? So much for all that big talk." Watching that overwhelming power, Lee Kang-min broke into a cold sweat. He trembled, questioning in terror Ga Se-jun. Since when did he get this strong? Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Lee Kang-min hurriedly shouted, "Stop! I don't know why you're trying to save Lee Minsu, but from now on, you'd better listen to me." He smirked, revealing his pathetic nature, and threatened that his lackeys were holding Ga Se-jun's sister hostage. Lee Minsu gasped. "What?" Ga Se-jun gritted his teeth in anger, his hands clenching as he learned his sister was in danger because of a piece of trash. Lee Kang-min casually held up his phone and taunted him. "Whether you want to believe it or not, this is the truth." Lee Kang-min raised the phone, and on the screen, Ga Se-min was clearly shown with her hands and feet tied. He asked triumphantly, "Your sister's name is Ga Se-min, right?" Lee Kang-min continued to mock the close relationship between the two and admitted he had taken her hostage to create pressure. He smirked calculatingly when he realized Kang Yu-song wasn't there, and then pressed him on where that guard was currently hiding. Lee Kang-min laughed gleefully, imagining Kang Yu-seong being brutally beaten by his lackeys while trying to save Ga Se-jun's sister. But before the insults could even finish, a punch from Minsu slammed into his face, sending him flying backward. Lee Minsu roared in anger, exposing the true face of a man who always acted kind in front of others, but was actually a cunning, low-life piece of trash. Even after being knocked down, Lee Kang-min stubbornly challenged whether Minsu could ruin their plans all on his own. He screamed like a madman, ordering Ga Se-jun, "Ga Se-jun, if you want to save your sister, kill that bastard right now." But contrary to his expectations, Ga Se-jun and Minsu just looked at each other, shared a knowing smile, and gave each other a firm high five right in front of the enemy. Both of them stood tall, having clearly seen through the entire divide-and-conquer plot this group had set up. Ga Se-jun looked down at the defeated man kneeling on the ground and sarcastically asked if he really thought his sister was all alone. Kang-min was shocked, sweating bullets as he saw Ga Se-jun completely ignore the threat to his sister's life. He screamed frantically, repeating his demand to kill Minsu. But Ga Se-jun just coldly replied that while his sister is beautiful, she can perfectly take care of herself. And above all, she has protection by her side, so he has no reason to worry at all. Ga Se-jun stood towering over the trembling Lee Kang-min. "If you dare touch my sister, or the kids in my room, I'll make you pay a heavy price." Lee Kang-min screamed in panicked desperation. Wait. Just then, the captain's phone, which had fallen on the ground, rang. A hand quickly answered. On the other end was the calm voice of Kang Yu-seong. "Hey brother, are you finished over there?" Minsu informed his brother. "It's all done on this side too. Ga Se-min is completely fine. But for the crime of kidnapping Ga Se-jun's sister, Lee Kang-min is getting the beating of his life." Kang Yu-song was stunned and could only stammer, "Oh, of course. See you at school tomorrow then." Kang Yu-song hung up the phone decisively. Kang Yu-song adjusted his helmet slightly. He pondered, "I just heard your brother's voice. He sounds really angry, like he's being bothered." The engine roared as both of them sped off on the large displacement motorcycle. Ga Se-min asked about their destination, but Kang Yu-song just casually replied that the weather today was a bit chilly, and asked if his injury was okay. She softly called out, "Hey Kang Yu-song, how about this? Come over to my place and see my cat." Luring an innocent guy into a cat den, or is it a trap? As soon as he stepped into the house, Kang Yusong was drawn to the adorable golden cat purring away. He sat on the floor, affectionately stroking it while Ga Se-min was busy in the kitchen. She smiled softly. "Thanks for saving me earlier. I'll cook something for you." Happening to see an old photo on the shelf, Kang Yusong curiously asked if it was a family photo. Ga Se-min lowered her voice and explained the past, saying Ga Se-jun used to know how to play the piano, and the man in the photo was their deadbeat father. Her face showed clear resentment when mentioning him. Soon after, the hot dish was ready on the table. Ga Se-min warned him threateningly, "It's done. Even if it tastes terrible, you have to eat it and say it's delicious." Ga Se-min brought the food out and didn't forget to mention all the effort she put in. However, Kang Yusong just wanted to lie down and rest a bit with the cat on his chest before having to return to school, leaving Ga Se-min only able to stand and watch, whispering to herself, "Ugh, fine. Can you believe this? I finally lured this block of wood home, and this is how it goes." Seeing him sleeping on the floor, Ga Se-min went to the room to get a blanket to cover him. After thinking for a moment, she lay down and gently hugged him from behind. "Hey, it's lunchtime. What are you two doing? That's so unsightly. When you see a handsome guy, you have to seize the moment. Who cares about food right now?" That brief peace quickly faded, making way for the cruel reality at the detention center. Ga Se-jun walked over slowly, coldly calling Minsu's name. Minsu looked up with tired eyes and whispered, "Oh, Ga Se-jun." Ga Se-jun gently rubbed his head, admitting he was exhausted after giving his all in the recent battle. Just then, Lee Chong-hee suddenly unwrapped the bandage on his hand. Surprisingly, his hand wasn't injured at all. Then whose finger was it that Minsu received earlier? Rewinding a few hours back, when Lee Chong-hee was about to have a finger cut off by Lee Kang-min, Officer Shin appeared just in time to stop it. In the infirmary, another horrific truth was revealed through dry, cutting sounds. A fake finger was deliberately cut off a model hand and fell to the floor. Officer Shin smirked triumphantly. He believed this ruse would fool everyone watching. Officer Shin knelt by the medical kit, muttering that he shouldn't have started this dangerous game and had to end everything before the warden discovered the truth. Holding a syringe, he tormented himself for being just a pawn caught in a whirlpool of crime. At the infirmary, another guard was shocked when he opened the box and saw the fake arm with the missing finger. He shouted excitedly, thinking he had found proof to punish Lee Minsu. Meanwhile, Minsu was having his real hand bandaged by a nurse and received a reminder that he was truly lucky his hand hadn't been completely crushed. The nurse bandaging Minsu's wound sighed with relief, confirming he was incredibly lucky the injury hadn't reached the bone. Otherwise, this hand would have been useless. Minsu quietly thanked her and sat silently in the infirmary. He shuddered, remembering the moment the hammer grazed his face, thinking to himself that if that had landed, he would be in big trouble. While he was agonizing over the fear of having to stay here for the rest of his life, the bed next to him suddenly made a noise. Reaching out to pull back the curtain, Minsu was startled and bewildered. His eyes widened when he realized the person in the bed next to him was Park Tae-ho, the guy who bullied the elderly at the nursing home. Now, he was bandaged from head to toe like a mummy. This guy groaned, admitting he brought trouble upon himself by daring to challenge Lee Kang-min, and didn't forget to thank Minsu for taking revenge for him. Minsu coldly stated he didn't act because he wanted to help him. He got straight to the point. "Tell me, what the hell are the red uniforms?" The injured guy smirked mischievously, setting a condition that Minsu must become his subordinate before he would reveal it. Without a hint of mercy, Minsu immediately took a feather and started tickling the soles of Park Tae-ho's feet, making him sweat from holding back his laughter. Under the brutal torture, the guy could only beg and promise to spill the whole truth. He began to reveal that the red uniforms were reserved for high-priority targets, people that society absolutely never wanted to allow back into the world. This was a group of prisoners under the direct and top-secret management of the facility's warden. Instead of normal rehabilitation, they were assigned a dark mission called exit management. For those prisoners striving to accumulate points for freedom, the Red Army would appear to create difficult situations, forcing them to violate discipline and receive penalty points. If those tricks didn't work, they would resort to much more brutal methods. The injured guy looked at Minsu with a haunting gaze, repeating the rumors that at this correction center, no one could leave in one piece. For those who had accumulated enough points or were close to being released, the Red Army would step in to crush their bones or turn them into broken, mentally disabled people. The ultimate goal was to ensure that once they got out, they would no longer have the ability to cause any trouble for society. Lee Minsu stood frozen as the guy delivered the final, chilling statement that he himself was the primary target marked for the next purge. In an isolated, luxurious room, the guys from the Red Army are just chilling, watching everything go down on CCTV. Im-ji-soo coolly observes that things are getting pretty chaotic, but the guy with the messy black hair next to him doesn't seem to care at all. He's locked onto the screen, deadpanning, "I'm more interested in Lee Minsu." When Im-ji-soo reminds him that Minsu is the same monster who took down both Jang Dobo and Ga Se-jun, the guy's still skeptical. Is he really that strong? Im-ji-soo just smirks, acting like Minsu is nothing more than an interesting little toy. That only gets the black-haired guy more hyped, wanting to test out this rising rookie's skills himself through the high-tech surveillance gear. Do these guys get VIP suites in prison or what? Meanwhile, the vibe at the detention center has completely shifted after that massive brawl. Lee Kang-min, the one who started it, got tossed into solitary confinement to pay the price. Word of Minsu's rep has spread, and the other inmates are definitely treating him differently now. Minsu realizes his new status as he stands in front of his crew and calls out, clear and loud, "All right, let's get today's work done without any accidents." The crowd shouts back in unison, "Yes, sir." Lee Minsu has officially become the new leader of the construction class, strutting through the hall while the rest of the inmates watch him with a mix of awe and fear. Walking down the hall, Minsu can't help but ask, "I didn't expect you guys to actually follow me and sign up for the construction class." His prison buddies excitedly reply that working under a leader like him is way more fun. Plus, just rotting in their cells is boring as hell. They start buzzing about the fight that just happened. Some are still doubting if Minsu really took down Lee Kang-min. Another guy cuts in, "I heard Ga Se-jun did it." Ga Se-jun just coldly corrects him, saying he only landed the final blow. Suddenly, a sharp, booming voice shatters the mood. "Stop right there." An old prison guard blocks their path, roaring with rage because the inmates dared to gather and make a scene. Kang Yusong rushes over to smooth things over, explaining they just got back from volunteer work, but the old man immediately snaps at him about not saluting his superior. Kang Yusong scrambles to stand at attention and salute. I'm sorry, sir. I apologize." Sergeant Lee Kang-won, Kang Yusong reporting. But instead of letting it slide, the old man suddenly swings his cane and smacks Kang Yusong hard right in front of all the inmates. Lee Minsu screams internally, "Brother!" The old officer growls, asking if that's any way for a sergeant to greet a superior, accusing Kang Yusong of disrupting the order of the reformatory. He roars orders for everyone to get back to their posts, threatening to punish anyone who dares to disobey. The old officer stands there like a wall, cane in hand, looking at Kang Yusong with pure contempt, demanding absolute discipline. Minsu and his friends are frozen, watching Kang Yusong get beaten down. The old man coldly announces that the director is waiting, then loudly proclaims his twisted ideal. The deputy director just wants to help you pieces of trash become human again. With that, he turns his back and walks away, leaving Kang Yusong struggling to get back on his feet in the cold hallway. Back at the director's office, the old man snaps into a sharp, loyal military salute. "Colonel, reporting." The director calmly asks about what just happened. The guy insists everything has been handled properly, but immediately expresses concern about the state of the inmate block. "I heard that place has been completely tainted. I'm going to start whipping that place into shape immediately." The director is surprised, asking if Kang Yusong needs more time off since he just got back. But the old man just grips his cane even tighter. He claims that his only happiness is being the one to personally turn this trash back into human beings. Inside the classroom, the atmosphere is suffocating as the inmates struggle with complex literary concepts about settings and problem solving. Amidst the piles of books, one student is so exhausted he can't fight off the sleep and lets his head hit the desk. Immediately, a chair is hurled with massive force, smashing right into the desk of the guy who fell asleep with a deafening crash. The deputy director glares, roaring menacingly, "If you don't want to stay trash forever, don't you dare sleep in my class." The victim just trembles, stuttering out an apology in absolute terror as he stares at the old man's face, twisted with rage. The guy's cruelty extends to the kitchen, too. Just because he didn't like how the meal was prepared, he dumped the entire pot of soup over Jang Dobo's head. Since this deputy director showed up, life in the reformatory has gone downhill fast. In the cells, the teens are forced to kneel, in a stiff, mechanical posture, for hours until lights out. The humiliation hits its peak when the guards' shouting echoes through the halls, forcing everyone to make pig-like grunting noises whenever they walk by. When moving through the halls, the inmates are forced to march in perfect formation. But for Lee Minsu, something even worse is waiting. If the training sessions before were just meant to entertain the guards, now everything has turned into a total nightmare. The drills under the deputy director are basically a living hell. In the middle of a downpour, Minsu and his buddies are forced to lie face down in the muddy puddles doing push-ups. The guards scream like maniacs, "Heads down! You runts! Don't you dare lift your heads!" Lee Minsu struggles to breathe as the dirty mud rises up to his nose. He curses in pure resentment. Damn it, the water's hitting my nose. I have to breathe through my mouth. A kid next to him can't take it anymore, coughing and sputtering, apologizing because the mud got in his nose. Immediately, the guards nearby lose it, screaming, "Who told you to lift your head, huh?" I said heads down, you piece of crap. They beat the kid brutally, shoving his face deep into the muddy water without an ounce of mercy. If you can't do it yourself, I'll help you. The sound of splashing water mixed with the victim's pathetic whimpering makes the whole scene incredibly brutal. Seeing such an inhumane sight, Minsu can't hold back anymore. He shouts out in fury, "Stop it right now." Ignoring the danger, Minsu lunges forward, shoving a guard away, and rushes to help Moon Hee-jun, who is gasping for air. Kang Yu-song stands there. He understands that this impulsive move by his younger brother isn't going to end well. Lee Minsu yells in frustration, "This isn't right. No matter what, you could have killed him." Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, Kang Yu-song steps in, blocking the way and bowing his head. "I apologize, Deputy Director. I will personally teach them a lesson they won't forget. So please, don't trouble yourself." The Deputy Director looks at Kang Yu-song with cold, suspicious eyes and asks, "Oh? So these brats are under your command? Fine, then I'll leave them to you to handle." The Vice Warden stepped forward, looming large, and pointed at Minsu with a challenging demand. "I'm curious to see how you usually deal with these brats. Show me right here, right now." Kang Yu-song and Minsu stood facing each other under the cold, pouring rain. Now the two brothers were trapped in this wretched situation, all thanks to that bastard Vice Warden. Damn it. The Vice Warden glared at them through the downpour, sternly reiterating his curiosity about how the young sergeant disciplined uncontrollable prisoners. Seeing them standing still, the Vice Warden began to lose patience, sarcastically asking if he was hesitating just because he was being watched. Kang Yu-song quickly reassured the old man that he was just calculating the most effective way to discipline him. He firmly gripped the baton and declared, "I will show you my method." Without a hint of mercy, Kang Yu-song swung the baton in a direct strike at Minsu. Minsu collapsed into the mud. Kang Yu-song loomed over him and shouted for him to get up immediately. His brother struggled to get back on his feet, gasping out that he was just about to do that. But Kang Yu-song was faster, delivering a brutal kick straight into Minsu. After the beating, Minsu was taken to the washroom to clean off the mud. Kang Yu-song looked at his brother, sitting blankly on the bench, and reminded him, "If you keep acting like this, you'd better just go back inside. How long are you going to sit there?" Minsu lowered his head, lost in thought. "I'm thinking. I've been thinking a lot." He remembered the times his brother would always step up to protect him at any cost, even accepting being beaten by enemies until he had tape on his face. When Kang Yu-song laughed it off, saying, "That's nothing, don't worry, I'll find a way to protect you guys from this." Minsu had shouted in frustration, "That's exactly the problem. Why do you keep trying to protect us like that? Your role is a warden, not my babysitter. You said you'd get us out of here. This place, where they swallow you whole, is easy to enter, but hard to leave." Minsu looked his brother straight in the eyes and firmly stated, "To do that, you and I must completely forget the truth. We are brothers, I am a prisoner, and you are a warden. So, promise me, if the situation forces you to punish me again, act like a real warden, not like a brother." Under the hallway lights, the two brothers performed a definitive pinky swear to affirm their resolve. Returning to the scene under the heavy rain, Kang Yu-song was screaming frantically to put on a show for the Vice Warden. "You collapsed after just one hit? Get up now." But deep down, he was pleading desperately, "Don't get up. Please, don't get up. Minsu, just stay down." Despite his brother's secret plea, Lee Minsu gritted his teeth against the pain. He struggled to rise from the mud and challenged him. "I've taken that hit, and it was nothing special." Under the pouring rain, Minsu struggled to stand up from the mud. But Kang Yu-song didn't let him catch his breath. To play his part perfectly in front of the Vice Warden, Kang Yu-song launched a kick straight at his brother, making Minsu collapse once more, lying motionless in the cold yard. Kang Yu-song loomed over him, looking down at his brother's lifeless form, and asked coldly, "Nothing special, you say?" He raised his baton frantically, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Is this still not special enough? But at that split second, a hand flashed out and stopped him. The Vice Warden spoke up to stop him. "That's enough. That's plenty." Kang Yu-song kept his face filled with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth, insisting he wanted to teach this brat a lesson so he would never dare to cause trouble again. The Vice Warden smirked. He admitted he understood Kang Yu-song's feelings, but didn't forget to remind him that if Minsu broke his neck, all educational efforts would be meaningless. Kang Yusong quickly intervened, suggesting Minsu be taken for treatment first, fearing that if he died, it would be a huge burden on the facility. Under the ceaseless rain, all the prisoners still had to maintain humiliating, torturous postures in the middle of the yard. At the same time, in the warden's office, a knock on the door broke the silence. The guard brought in the detailed background file of Sergeant Lee Kangwon, Kang Yusong, just as requested. The warden casually flipped through the document, his eyes narrowing with suspicion as he saw the information processed faster than expected. He began to dig into the secrets hidden within the file to find a weakness in the young sergeant. Unexpectedly looking at the file, Kang Yusong was shocked, wondering if the horrible things appearing before his eyes were truly real. In his delirium, while being carried on his brother's back, distant childhood memories flooded Minsu's mind. It was the time before they both entered the orphanage, when Minsu was still a small child, often sheltered, and carried everywhere by his brother on his skinny back. It had been so long since Minsu felt that warmth. He realized his brother's back had now become much bigger and stronger than before. Waking up from his unconscious state, Minsu shouted in a panic, "Huh? What is this? Why am I on your back?" Kang Yusong glanced back and asked, "You're awake?" But Minsu didn't stop struggling and demanded he be put down immediately. In the empty hallway, Kang Yusong remained firm, holding his brother tight. He softened his voice, saying they were almost there, and he just wanted to keep this posture for a little longer. Noticing his brother's shoulders shaking, Lee Minsu hesitated and asked, "Brother, are you crying?" Kang Yusong immediately brushed it off, scolding him and asking if he was looking to die by saying such things. Lee Minsu bowed his head, sincerely apologizing for dragging his brother into this mess because of him. Kang Yusong bitterly reminded him that he was the one who had beaten him so painfully, but Minsu understood he did that only to protect him from the eyes of the enemy. He knew the road ahead would be difficult, but Minsu desperately hoped they would never, ever give up on each other. Kang Yusong's eyes blurred behind his glasses, moved by his brother's resilience. In a place that treats human lives like grass, devoid of any affection, they could only care for each other in secret. It's so painful. Everyone. Minsu's eyes burned with a resolve stronger than ever. At any cost, I will definitely escape this hellhole. Standing before the cold steel door of the restricted area, Kang Yusong suddenly noticed an unusual change. The guards who usually stood strict watch here had suddenly disappeared without a trace, making him suspicious, wondering if some incident had just occurred. He was certain that all the dark secrets about the Red Army and the conspiracies hidden within this facility were behind that door. Images of the victims brutally tortured kept haunting his mind. The Red Army and all the dark secrets of this facility were hidden behind that door. The images of those brutally tortured victims, left broken and disabled, kept haunting his mind. The urge to find the truth at any cost was driving him. If he didn't find it soon, his younger brother might be taken out by these people. He stepped forward decisively, telling himself he had to infiltrate the place to expose everything. But just as he was about to act, Kang Yusong froze, sensing an unexpected presence. It was the deputy warden. Kang Yusong was shocked, wondering what that cruel old man was doing here at this hour. He watched in silence as the man used a key card to unlock the door, leading to the high-voltage restricted area. A question gnawed at him. Was this man the one pulling the strings behind all those mysterious red uniforms? Suddenly, the deputy warden stopped and smirked, a sinister smile as if he'd known Kang Yusong was there all along. He asked softly, "Are you that curious about what's inside?" Kang Yusong stood frozen, having been caught, while the scarred old man offered a chilling invitation. "Well then, shall we go in together?" Kang Yusong trudged after the deputy warden down the quiet hallway, his heart heavy with suspicion, not understanding why the man was dragging him into this. The heavy iron door creaked open with a piercing screech, revealing a mysterious space beyond. Stepping inside, Kang Yusong was stunned to see nothing but a strangely large and empty room. The deputy warden stood still for a long time, chin in hand, lost in mysterious thought. He muttered to himself, wondering if the warden had secretly beaten him to the punch. Turning to look at Kang Yusong, he coldly asked if his curiosity had finally been satisfied. He issued a stern warning, telling him not to dig any deeper because this place was extremely dangerous. Kang Yusong asked in bewilderment, "Is this a warning? Why are you showing me this?" The deputy warden narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of calculation, and made a claim about him. "You must be someone special, the enemy who forced you to lay a hand on your own brother." Kang Yusong went numb, his eyes widening in terror as he realized his biggest secret had been exposed. The deputy warden continued with a sarcastic lesson. If he had already descended into hell, he at least needed to know how to pose as a demon. He warned that if Kang Yusong didn't know how to hide his true self, he would surely be exposed and destroyed in this wretched place soon. Finishing his conversation with the deputy warden, he returned to his daily shift. IU asked about the sudden appearance of the deputy warden after his long absence. A guard next to him explained that since he was new, he didn't know. The guy had just been in court for bribery charges. Kang Yusong was stunned. Bribery? The guard revealed that there had been reports of him taking money from a prisoner's parents, but he had just been acquitted and allowed to return to his post. Rumor had it that this was actually a plot by the warden, who always viewed the deputy as a direct rival for power. Witnessing the intense confrontation between the two powerful men, Kang Yusong silently questioned this hostile relationship, but he told himself it was still too early to jump to any conclusions. Suddenly, a chaotic brawl broke out in the hallway, grabbing Kang Yusong's attention. A prisoner shouted furiously, "You bastard! How dare you stare at me and laugh?" The other guy didn't hold back either, hurling insults and challenging him to get lost. As the situation escalated, Minsu stepped toward the fray. He calmly intervened. "It's work hours. Save it for later." Irritated by the interruption, the prisoner threw a punch at Minsu and yelled, "Back off! Who do you think you are, trying to play class president here?" He arrogantly boasted about his past, claiming he used to stab people on the outside to threaten him. Minsu replied coldly that he didn't care about the guy's past, then suddenly landed a punch that shut the loudmouth up immediately. "Coming in here and bragging about your past. If you're in shackles, you just get a taste of fists and boots, pal." Minsu stood tall, looking down at the defeated man, and warned him coldly, "I'll let it slide this time because you're a rookie. Focus on your work during shift hours." The rookie was shaking now, sweating bullets. He stuttered in fear. "I'm sorry. I'll focus on the work." Lee Minsu ordered his team clearly, "All right, let's get back to work, everyone." The prisoners responded in unison with high energy. "Yes, team leader." Watching from afar, a guard admitted with relief that since Minsu started managing the construction team, their jobs had become much easier because they didn't have to intervene directly. Kang Yusong nodded silently. He realized his brother had truly changed since that fateful day, and promised himself he would never give up on him. Taking hits for so long, he finally knows when to be tough and when to let things go. Kang Yusong was also determined to create opportunities for Minsu to earn reward points faster. The meeting in the command office took place in an incredibly tense atmosphere. IU announced the mission clearly. The next community support site was a village heavily damaged by floods. The guards were discussing expanding the rehabilitation program, focusing on civil engineering, maintenance, and cooking classes. However, the deputy warden expressed concern. What if the prisoners escape? Who will take responsibility for that? But the head warden immediately reassured him that the volunteer work at the nursing home previously had gone very smoothly without any incidents. They agreed to set up a strict inmate selection system based on the guards' recommendations. IU pushed up his glasses and affirmed that if this community support project succeeded, it would be a golden opportunity to promote the positive image of the rehabilitation center to the public. The warden nodded, satisfied with his careful preparation. "Good. Well prepared. Proceed as planned." Immediately after, he ordered all staff to leave the room, keeping only Kang Yusong behind for a private discussion. The other guards walked out silently. In the quiet room, Kang Yusong stood stiffly, trying to maintain a calm expression, and asked softly, "Yes, warden. Did you have something you wanted to tell me?" The warden suddenly stepped closer, reached out to adjust Kang Yusong's tie, and whispered, "Your tie is crooked." Kang Yusong stumbled over his reply, thanking him, while cold sweat began to pour under the pressure of this unusual proximity. The man mused, revealing he had always wondered why an elite like Kang Yusong would choose to come to this wretched place. But now, he had found the answer. Kang Yusong asked what he meant, only to freeze when the warden smirked, and confirmed that the real reason was because of his father. The warden flashed a sinister smile, casually exposing Kang Yusong's true identity. "Isn't that Assemblyman Lee Kangwon Manti? The president's sworn rival, the one who founded this very facility." He smirked, wondering if he should treat a distinguished son like him with special care. The stern director coldly decided that he would be exempt from community service this time around. Moments later, the heavy prison gates creaked open. The prisoner transport buses rolled away from the facility, slow and somber, to begin the volunteer journey. On the bus, Minsu looked around anxiously and whispered to Ga Sejun, "Have you seen my brother?" Ga Sejun couldn't help but wonder himself, noticing the absence of their familiar guard among the convoy. "I don't see him. Doesn't look like he's on our bus," he pondered, guessing that Kang Yusong might be on another vehicle they couldn't see. While scanning the area, Ga Sejun noticed a stranger sitting next to Minsu and asked out of curiosity, "Hey, who's that guy?" Minsu glanced at the person resting their head on his shoulder and sighed helplessly. Ugh, him? I have no idea who he is. He couldn't help but think to himself with a sense of dread. How could a complete stranger with gray hair be sleeping so soundly on his shoulder like this? At the scene of the village that had just been hit by a massive flood, Zhang Dobo and his logistics team were ready at their posts. Gripping a large ladle in his hand, the captain was fired up, asking his subordinates where they should start to prepare a meal to boost everyone's energy. Meanwhile, the labor crew took their first steps into the thick, knee-deep sludge. The team encouraged each other to dive right in and finish this tough task quickly. The atmosphere suddenly felt intense, like a real battleground. Minsu led the group of prisoners, shouting out orders as his friends cheered with determination. In that moment, they weren't facing off against any gangs, but were locked in a grueling war against the mud. Shouts echoed through the area as they urged each other on to move sewage and clear the debris. The record-breaking flood, caused by days of torrential rain, had turned the place into a desolate ruin. The entire village was submerged, in a sea of murky brown mud, making movement and rescue efforts incredibly difficult. A prisoner gasped in shock at the sight of electrical equipment so badly damaged it was practically useless. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Dobo's logistics team kept working tirelessly. The call to come and have some hot soup rang out, meant to lift the spirits of those who were exhausted. In another corner, the technical crew worked hard to replace fuses and check circuit boards, hoping to restore power for the villagers. In stark contrast to the hustle and bustle, Im-Jisoo sat there yawning, looking completely bored. Perched on a staircase, he grumbled to himself about why he even had to be in this dump. He wondered if he should just wrap things up quickly so he could leave. Watching Minsu working hard to clear the mud, Im-Jisoo silently noted that this kid acted nothing like he had imagined. His gaze turned sharp, full of calculation, as he questioned if this was really the target he needed to be after. Minsu was completely unaware of the surveillance. Minsu was tiredly holding a steamed bun in his hand. He looked at the food and doubted it to himself. Is this even edible? The whole team of prisoners was taking a quick break, sitting on the ground, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation after hours of back-breaking work under the scorching sun. But their peace was quickly shattered by an argument between a guard and a villager. What do you mean? A guard was desperately trying to convince a stubborn old man to evacuate because the ground had weakened after the heavy rain. Yet, the old man aggressively brushed him off, insisting that the house he'd lived in for decades was still solid. Even though the guard had urgently invited him to move to a temporary shelter, the old man screamed with fury about the inconvenience of it all. He pointed at the prisoners and roared maliciously, "And now I'm supposed to trust those guys? They just stole my wallet, what else are they going to do?" The deputy director strolled over, coldly questioning if the old man was absolutely sure that these kids were the ones who took his wallet. The old man frantically insisted that his wallet had vanished in the blink of an eye, right after he'd set it aside to tidy up. He adamantly claimed the culprit was none other than these kids. Then, he suddenly pointed at Ga Se-jun, who was trudging along carrying a crate, and shouted, "It's him!" That long-haired guy took it. The old man lunged forward like a madman, roughly grabbing Ga Se-jun by the collar to demand it back. He screamed in total rage, "Give me back my wallet, you thief!" Facing the blatant accusation, Ga Se-jun kept his face cold and firmly denied it. "I didn't take it." The old man's frenzy didn't stop. He shrieked with prejudice that criminals could never change. Watching from afar, the deputy director thought to himself that this was exactly why the kids didn't want to do community service. He came to a bitter realization that no matter how many good deeds they did, once they were labeled as criminals, society would always see them as garbage. So, whatever you do, don't ever cross the line and get your hands dirty, brothers. The old man didn't stop shouting in Ga Se-jun's face, his hand gripping the boy's collar aggressively. In everyone's eyes, you little punks are all just criminals. You went to reform school because you're a thief, right? Should I just chop your hand off so you learn your lesson? Just then, Huan spoke up to cut him off. "Excuse me, are you looking for a brown wallet?" The old man spun around and barked. "Who are you?" "You stole it, didn't you?" He replied calmly. "I saw it fall on the ground earlier, so I left it at the supermarket." Hearing that, the old man let go in shock. Even though he knew he was wrong, he still tried to yell to save face. "I'm not saying you're right. I mean, what if I lost even a penny? You can never trust a word from these despicable criminals." Ga Se-jun walked away, saying bitterly, "Things never change." Moon Hee-jun scratched his head and replied, "I was just telling the truth." Suddenly, a kind old lady approached with a bowl of corn in her hands. She kindly told him, "Eat this, and don't pay any mind to that old man." Seeing the two kids looking confused, she explained, "He's been like that ever since some kids on a motorcycle hit his leg. Ga Se-jun took the corn and started eating. The old lady smiled and asked, "So, is it good?" Ga Se-jun nodded gently and replied sincerely, "Yes, it's very good." The peaceful scene of the volunteer work faded, giving way to the stifling air inside the office. In the waiting room filled with computers, Kang Yu-song was wearing headphones, focused on the screen. He sighed tiredly. Was he really demoted to a place like this? Kang Yu-song told himself that he'd be found out sooner or later, because the truth about him being a powerful assemblyman's son was too big a shadow, and it wasn't easy to hide. He could still remember the director's words vividly. "Isn't your father Assemblyman Lee Kangwon Manti, the president's political rival, who founded this very place?" The old man insisted that a powerful father like his would never misjudge his own precious son, and he flatly declared that he would be exempted from community service duty this time. Kang Yu-song was stunned, struggling to stay calm as he questioned him. "Does the fact that I'm a congressman's son matter? Are you two implying that I have some other motive?" The warden just gave a sinister laugh, claiming he only wanted to nip any trouble in the bud before anything could happen. Returning to his office, he quietly pieced everything together. That means the old man still doesn't know that he and Minsu are brothers. Yet, the memory of the deputy warden's cryptic words came flooding back. The enemy had forced him to strike his own younger brother. Kang Yu-song was shaken, wondering to himself, that old man, does he actually know? Kang Yu-song's eyes burned with suspicion, realizing he was trapped between the overlapping schemes of the prison leaders. Under the pouring rain, the deputy warden stood on the balcony overlooking the village, his eyes cold and calculating. "I must find out the truth. What exactly is he planning?" As soon as the guard reported that all the kids had gathered, the old man checked coldly. "Did you check the GPS signals?" After receiving confirmation that everything was normal and there were no errors, he resolutely returned to his interrupted plan. It was raining harder and harder. The deputy warden shouted orders to the whole team. "The rain is getting heavier. Today we're moving to the temporary shelter." He didn't forget to issue a harsh threat aimed at the soaked prisoners. "We are monitoring everything via GPS. So don't even think about pulling any stunts." The prisoners chanted their obedience and trudged through the rain, while the old man watched gloomily, secretly praying that no incidents would occur on the way. But just then, a horrific sound erupted as an entire mountainside suddenly collapsed. A flash landslide hit, leaving the prisoners frozen in terror. Lee Minsu was shocked to realize it was the old man's house from earlier. The old man was struggling frantically, screaming at the guards to let him go so he could dive into the ruins, disregarding the warning that a second landslide was imminent. "My wife is still in there." The old man's heart-wrenching cry left Ga Se-jun stunned when he realized the kind old woman with disabled legs was still trapped in the collapsing house. The deputy warden frantically ordered the rescue team to be called and told the kids to back off as mud and dirt kept sliding down, threatening to swallow everything in an instant. Amidst the chaos, Ga Se-jun quietly bent down and resolutely tightened his shoelaces. Lee Minsu realized his reckless intention. "Huh? Hey Ga Se-jun, don't tell me you're planning to." Without a word in response, Ga Se-jun immediately bolted toward the house located in the dangerous landslide zone, ignoring everyone's screams to stop. Ga Se-jun didn't look back. In his mind, he only had a singular, worried thought about his own reckless action. Inside, mud and bricks began pouring down like a waterfall from cracks in the ceiling. Ga Se-jun kicked the door open, shouting, "Grandma!" Amidst the dusty ruins, he searched frantically. "Where is she?" While searching, Ga Se-jun suddenly froze when he heard a sharp, dry cracking sound from above. He looked up, horrified, as the entire ceiling structure began to collapse right before his eyes. Outside, the old man could only scream in despair. "Honey!" The old man was struggling madly while surrounded by 2 police officers. He screamed through tears. "Let me go! My wife is still in there." The officer urged him to stop. "You can't. You'll be in danger too." "Sir, the devastating landslide has washed away the house, while a frail old person who cannot move on her own is still inside." Ga Se-jun stood stunned, sweat mixing with rain as it streamed down his face when he saw a massive concrete block fall just inches from where he stood. But suddenly, Minsu appeared beside him out of nowhere. Ga Se-jun demanded, "Why did you come in here?" Minsu dusted himself off and retorted crossly, "An idiot was rushing to his death. So, as the team leader, I have to protect him." Ga Se-jun brushed it off. "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and find the grandma." They both searched frantically through the dusty ruins. Ga Se-jun pointed to a hidden corner. "That's the only spot we haven't looked at yet." Finally, they found the grandma lying unconscious under the piles of rubble. Lee Minsu and Ga Se-jun put all their strength into clearing the debris to save her. Lee Minsu called out worriedly, "Grandma, wake up." Ga Se-jun checked for a pulse and breathed a sigh of relief. confirming she was still breathing. But before the joy could settle, terrifying cracking sounds erupted from above. The entire ceiling structure, having nothing left to support it, came crashing down, burying all three of them in a cloud of dust and rubble. Witnessing the horrific scene from outside, the prisoners screamed in despair. The ceiling collapsed. Minsu and Ga Sejun are still inside. Amidst the panic, a rough, powerful hand grabbed the edge of the collapsed roof. Immediately after, another massive prisoner with braided hair rushed over to help. Both of them strained with all their might. Blue veins popped out on their muscles as they roared in total exertion. Under the torrential rain, the two giants were giving everything they had to lift the rubble, opening a path to survival for their brothers trapped inside. Witnessing Jang Dobo's brave act, the underlings in the kitchen team couldn't just sit still. They shouted in support, "Our captain is charging in. We have to help out." Even the maintenance team was stirred. The lead guy shouted, "It would be shameful if the maintenance team were cowards right now, wouldn't it?" Everyone responded in unison. That's right. Dozens of prisoners exerted all their strength, shouting, "On three, lift together." A small gap suddenly appeared in the rubble. Urgent voices rang out dramatically. "There's an opening! Right now!" Minsu and Ga Sejun quickly seized the chance, shouting, "Run!" They scrambled out with the grandma just seconds before the entire structure of the house collapsed completely behind them. The prisoners stood looking at the ruins, completely stunned. Some couldn't believe their eyes, having witnessed a house collapse like that. They looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they had all just narrowly escaped the hand of death. The sound of ambulance sirens echoed throughout the devastated village amidst the heavy rain. The old man rushed to the stretcher, crying and shaking her. "Honey, wake up, honey." The old woman groggily opened her eyes, stunned and wondering how she could have survived when she thought she was facing death. Seeing his wife safe and sound, the old man could only hold her hand tightly. Observing from afar, the guard timidly asked the deputy warden if he intended to punish the kids for acting on their own. The deputy warden silently watched Minsu and Ga Sejun sitting on the ground by the ambulance, his face full of contemplation. The warden remarked quietly that while he was away, the kids here seemed to have undergone a noticeable change. He insisted this shift didn't come from any adult's management. Rather, it all started the moment Lee Minsu appeared. Watching Minsu's firm expression in the rain, the warden mused that perhaps the ones truly capable of changing these kids aren't us adults after all. The next day, the sky cleared up with strange clarity. The community support mission continued among the village ruins. The only difference was the addition of the Volunteer Women's Association. Even the villagers' gazes toward the kids had softened. They warmly served food to the inmates. "Eat up. If it's not enough, just let us know." An old woman even scolded the warden when he tried to stop her. "Why are you being so strict? You have to let the kids eat some watermelon to get their strength back." As she fed the warden, she kindly asked about his difficult work. From the radio, news broke that the chairman of the Shugsung group was absent from court yet again due to a chronic illness. Im Ji-soo clicked his tongue in disgust, thinking to himself that the adults were the real problem, and they were the ones who should be in reformatory. Hearing the villagers calling him to eat watermelon, he startled and replied awkwardly. Suddenly, a glass of cold fruit juice was held out in front of him. "Ga Se-min, here, have some juice while wearing that apron." Ga Se-jun, who was resting under a tree, looked up in surprise and asked when she had arrived. Ga Se-min teased that her younger brother had lost his ability to be surprised. Ga Se-jun admitted he had predicted she would come because Kang Yu-sung didn't show up. Ga Se-min asked softly, "Aren't you the type who absolutely hates old people?" Ga Se-jun pondered and admitted, "That hasn't changed, but I couldn't just walk past an old lady who treated me kindly." Hearing that honest confession, Ga Se-min smiled approvingly. "Well done. But little brother, from now on, don't rush into dangerous places like that again." As night fell, the whole group gathered to rest at the local gym. Looking at the long rows of inmates already fast asleep, Minsu prayed silently that no more incidents would occur. "Man, working out in the field is more dangerous than fighting in prison. Brothers." In the middle of the night, Minsu suddenly woke up due to a biological call. He muttered, "Ugh, really need to use the bathroom." He scrambled up, intending to handle it quickly and go back to sleep. But Lee Minsu froze when he looked at the spot next to him. "Huh? Where's Moon Hee-jun? Did he go to the bathroom too?" Outside, in the quiet night, rustling sounds came from the roadside bushes. A shadow was frantically pushing through the dense foliage. It was Moon Hee-jun. He was running for his life, his face twisted in terror, his breath coming in ragged gasps, as if something incredibly frightening were chasing right behind him. In the dark of the night, Moon Hee-jun found a donation bin for old clothes by the road. He He hurriedly rummaged through it, swapping his prison uniform for a floral-patterned pajama set and a wool scarf to disguise himself. Heading out to the main road, he saw a woman walking by and spoke up timidly. "Excuse me." When she turned around, Moon Hee-jun asked urgently, "How can I get to Shugsung Hospital?" Seeing the boy's bizarre appearance in the dead of night, she felt uneasy, secretly pitying what looked like a poor beggar. "He's pretty good at disguising himself, isn't he?" She enthusiastically pointed to the road ahead. "Just catch that approaching bus. It's about a 30-minute ride." Moon Hee-jun bowed politely. "Thank you, ma'am." But even after the bus stopped and drove away, Moon Hee-jun remained rooted at the empty station. He searched his pockets in a panic, then stood stunned as he realized a bitter truth. "What am I supposed to do now? I don't have money for the bus." Standing alone in the night, Moon Hee-jun gritted his teeth, telling himself he had to get money no matter what. Meanwhile, in the control room, IU was glued to the monitoring screen. Constant beeping sounded as warnings flared because the GPS signal of Moon Hee-jun was gradually moving out of the community service area. IU calculated quietly. He hadn't gone too far yet. "I already asked Shin to stall until tomorrow morning, so I still have a little time." He started to worry because even if he left right now, it would be a 4-hour drive. And Shin absolutely could not abandon his post. Do they think escaping is that easy? They're still in the palm of our hand. With no other choice, Kang Yu-song had to make a call for help. He sighed. "I'm sorry, but you're the only one I can rely on right now. Ga Se-min, please go find Moon Hee-jun and bring him back for me." Receiving the request, Ga Se-min immediately put on her protective gear and started her large displacement motorcycle, ready to head out into the night. Seeing Ga Se-jun standing there silently with the intention of coming along, she asked in surprise, "What? You're coming too?" Ga Se-jun walked over coldly, cutting his sister off decisively. "Just be quiet, and let's go." Sitting behind his sister, Ga Se-jun stared pensively into the night, his heart filled with reflections on his past mistakes. "It's only me, not my sister Ga Se-min, who owes Moon Hee-jun." He realized bitterly that he still owed them a confession. He had never had the chance to apologize. Meanwhile, at roadside eateries, the news was reporting that the chairman of the Shugsung group, Han Mansu, was absent from court once again. The people were furious, clicking their tongues in contempt. Tisk, tisk. The rich are always the worst. He's clearly faking it to avoid the trial. Where I live, they pull the mental illness card, or claim some terminal disease, and then just go off to rest comfortably. In another corner of the street, Moon Hee-jun was struggling, kneeling on the ground to look for loose change under a vending machine. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, I'm still short by 1,251 for the bus fare." Just as he hit a dead end, a bald man with a perverted smile suddenly approached and asked, "You need money? Want me to give you some pocket money?" Moon Hee-jun looked up innocently, full of hope. "Ah, are you really going to give me money?" The man smirked, replying with a hidden agenda. "Of course, in exchange you'll be my secret friend." Moon Hee-jun asked blankly, "What's a secret friend?" The disgusting man began to explain his twisted definition. "A secret friend is someone who goes over there and has some fun with me." As he spoke, he pointed toward the dark, empty alley ahead. Moon Hee-jun started to feel uneasy. He timidly refused, saying that place didn't look like a place for fun at all. Ignoring the boy's hesitation, the old man closed in, his face twisted with base desire. "Come on, let's go over there and have some fun." Realizing the sinister intent, Moon Hee-jun screamed in terror and ran for his life. "No, no, no, I'm not that kind of kid. You've got the wrong person." The old man could only call out in regret as his prey slipped away a narrow miss that nearly ruined everything. Moon Hee-jun scrambled into another alley, breathing hard, completely exhausted. He leaned against the wall, whispering in despair, "I'm so hungry. I'm so thirsty. I can't run anymore." Is it already 1:30 in the morning? Suddenly, the sound of snoring caught his attention. At the base of the wall, a homeless man was fast asleep with a small bowl of change next to him. A dark thought flashed through Moon Hee-jun's mind. "I just need 1,250 more. If I take it, he'll probably be fine." He stood trembling before the bowl of coins, his hands reaching out, then pulling back, paralyzed by his own conscience. He realized in shock that he absolutely could not do something this low. Meanwhile, Ga Se-jun and Ga Se-min were scouring the night in search of him. Ga Se-jun peered into the gap beneath a vending machine and asked if Moon Hee-jun was hiding in there, leading Ga Se-min to grumble that it was far too small for a person to fit. Ga Se-jun nonchalantly replied that with the kid's small frame, it was entirely possible. But Ga Se-min immediately told him to shut up so she could focus on tracking the GPS signal. She announced that Kang Yusong had just called, and it seemed the target had moved slightly, but was still nearby. Ga Se-jun stood with his arms crossed, pestering his sister for a cigarette since he hadn't smoked in a while, but she replied coolly that it was just candy she'd already quit. Ga Se-jun was shocked, considering she was the one who dragged him into this life. He pressed her for the reason she'd suddenly quit. She nonchalantly revealed she wanted to kiss someone who didn't smoke. Ga Se-jun froze for a few seconds before blowing up, demanding to know who the hell this non-smoking bastard was. Ignoring her brother's rage, Ga Se-min just urged him to focus on finding Moon Hee-jun instead of worrying about irrelevant nonsense. Ga Se-jun's frustrated shouting echoed through the empty street. "Who is it? Who's that bastard? If you keep yelling like that, how are we supposed to find him?" Back in the dark alley, Moon Hee-jun was trying to hold his arm together. He trembled, battling his own thoughts, and told himself he absolutely could not steal someone else's money. He firmly turned away to find another path, but suddenly, a raspy voice called out, "Take it." Moon Hee-jun froze, his eyes widening, and he stammered, "Sir, aren't you sleeping?" The homeless man looked at him listlessly, and kindly said that if he needed money, he should just take what was in the bowl. Moon Hee-jun waved his hands in panic. "No, I'm sorry." But the homeless man gently encouraged him. "You must be having a harder time than me. Looking at you, I can tell you've got your own troubles." The old man opened his palm, filled with small change and a single bill, and generously told him he could just pay him back 10 times the amount later, that's all. Moon Hee-jun choked up with emotion, his hands shaking as he accepted the life-saving cash. "Thank you, sir." Meanwhile, Ga Se-jun and Ga Se-min had arrived at that very alley. Ga Se-jun insisted that the last location signal was exactly here. If he had money, he probably ran off already. There's nothing left to find. Looking around the quiet alley, Ga Se-min was confused. There's no one here. Did he move again? Suddenly, desperate screams erupted from the dark corner. "No! Stop! I won't give it to you!" Ga Se-jun froze, suspicious. Huh? Ahead, a group of young thugs was mercilessly beating the homeless man from earlier to steal his remaining coins. They were screaming, demanding money for cigarettes and alcohol, mocking him, saying that since the money was just begged for, he had to share it with them. Ga Se-min coldly prepared to leave, thinking Moon Hee-jun wasn't there and wanting no part in meddling. "I told you, let's go," Ga Se-min urged. But Ga Se-jun suddenly stopped, noticing something unexpected. Right in the middle of the chaos, Moon Hee-jun suddenly lunged out, hugging the old man tight to shield him from the brutal kicks. "Stop it! Don't bully him anymore." The thugs flew into a rage, grabbing his hair and raining blows down on the poor boy. Ga Se-min was shocked to realize it was Moon Hee-jun, the one they had been searching for all this time. Finally, after all their efforts in the silent night, they had found their target. Moon Hee-jun had appeared. He held the old man tight, screaming in pain. "Stop! Don't bully him anymore." A thug grabbed his hair, cursing viciously. "What the hell is this beggar doing? You're dirtying my new clothes." He raised his fist to finish the kid off. Moon Hee-jun could only let out a confused, "Huh?" as the fist lunged toward him. Suddenly, Ga Se-jun appeared, catching the punch in midair, coldly commanding, "Stop bullying people and get lost." He looked at the trash with eyes full of killing intent, promising them pain far beyond anything they could imagine. The thugs initially tried to act tough. Does this bastard think he can look at us like trash? But immediately after, faced with Ga Se-jun's overwhelming power, they knelt and apologized in humiliation. "We're the real trash. We're sorry." Moon Hee-jun crawled over to the old man to check on him. "Sir, are you okay?" The old man, despite his bloodied face, managed a smile and said he was fine because he was used to being beaten every day, and thanked the boy sincerely for saving his life. Ga Se-min walked over and said gently, "I don't know what you're doing here, but let's go back." Moon Hee-jun worriedly told himself that if the whole group left right now, no one would notice their absence. Under the quiet night, the group moved silently away from the abandoned building to return before dawn. Kang Yusong was shocked, pressing the phone to his ear, breaking into a sweat as he heard the news. "What do you mean? You found him but can't come back right away?" Ga Se-min calmly explained that she needed to stop by the hospital for a moment and urgently asked for more time. She firmly promised to return as soon as possible, then she and Ga Se-jun sped off into the night. Kang Yusong stood silently in the operations room, sighing helplessly. "All right then." But a bigger problem arose, making Kang Yusong restless. Through the window, he watched in horror as the director's jeep started its engine, preparing to leave. The director waved happily. "Sergeant Lee Kang-won, I'm heading out to check on something. Keep an eye on the rehabilitation camp, all right?" Kang Yusong stood frozen as the car disappeared. He realized the man was heading straight for the community service area, where the prisoners were secretly slipping away. At the hospital, two large motorcycles screeched to a halt in front of the main entrance. Ga Se-jun and Moon Hee-jun stepped into the elevator in a tense atmosphere. Ga Se-jun asked curiously, "So your dad is staying in this hospital? Which floor?" Moon Hee-jun replied timidly, "It's the 16th floor." Upon hearing that number, Ga Se-jun froze for a second before firmly pressing the button. Ga Se-min couldn't help but be amazed when he realized this was the VIP area. Whoa, Moon Hee-jun's family must be loaded, right? They booked an entire VIP floor. Moon Hee-jun stammered, revealing the unbelievable truth that this hospital, along with a whole chain of major medical centers, belonged to his father. Geez, so, are you some rich kid who went down the wrong path or something? Ga Se-jun looked at the boy suspiciously. Is your dad a doctor? Moon Hee-jun hurriedly denied it, explaining that his father wasn't a doctor, but merely owned the hospitals. Ga Se-jun coldly told him to lie within reason, because Moon Hee-jun's bad habits seemed to be resurfacing. He brought up the times Moon Hee-jun used to brag that the entire LM2 world and the Lot Tower belonged to his family, leaving the boy to just smile awkwardly in embarrassment. A chime signaled that the elevator had reached the 16th floor. Ga Se-jun silently stepped out, not forgetting to drop a warning that if he kept lying, no one would ever trust him again, leaving Moon Hee-jun to just mumble an apology. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Ga Se-jun stepped out, but instantly froze at the unbelievable sight before him. Two rows of tall, black-suited bodyguards stood solemnly, lined up along the hospital corridor, as if they were welcoming a very important person. Ga Se-jun was shocked, wondering if the group had gone to the wrong floor. Even though he had initially made up his mind to protect Moon Hee-jun, in the face of such an imposing display, Ga Se-jun couldn't help but feel so tense that his hands were trembling. He was about to tell Moon Hee-jun to turn back, thinking they were in the wrong place, but the terrifying truth was revealed when the entire group of bodyguards bowed in unison to greet them. "Young master, you have arrived." Ga Se-jun and Ga Se-min stood there, stunned. They were shocked to realize that the weak kid Moon Hee-jun they knew actually possessed such an illustrious background. With a resolute gaze unlike his usual self, Moon Hee-jun clearly demanded, "Please, let me see my father." Meanwhile, at the command center, the GPS signal on the computer screen kept blinking, confirming that Moon Hee-jun's location was indeed at the central hospital. Kang Yu-seong looked at the navigation map on his phone, silently calculating the distance. It was quite far to the community service area, a trip of over 2.5 hours. He realized he only had about 2 hours left before the director showed up and discovered the prisoners were missing. Kang Yu-seong was anxious, pacing back and forth. He knew there was absolutely no way to get the group back in time. Kang Yu-seong desperately tried every way to delay the director's journey at all costs. At the same time, the director's jeep was still speeding along a deserted boulevard in the dark. The driver spoke up timidly. "Director, I think we're going to be a little late." The director, exhaling a cloud of smoke, suddenly frowned and asked if there had been any accidents on the road. The driver could only signal for him to look ahead with a worried expression. Under the streetlights, the national flag fluttered beside the giant cannons of tanks that were trudging along, completely blocking the entire path. The director was shocked at the sight of a military drill, taking place in the middle of the street without any prior notice. He screamed in a rage, demanding they find another route immediately, and the driver hurriedly reported that there was one final alternative route. It turned out the reason for the parade tonight was that he had called in a favor from his powerful adoptive father. "Yes, thank you, father. I'm sorry for this unreasonable request. I'll be in touch later." Kang Yu-seong hung up the phone, his eyes turning sharp and calculating. "Now, let's try the next method." Meanwhile, the director's car hit another snag on the detour. The driver reported shakily, "Director, I think we're going to be a little late." The old man shouted in a fury. "Why? We already avoided the military drill area." His only reply was the sight of a cyclist casually gliding right in front of the car. It wasn't just one person, an entire professional cycling team had suddenly appeared, riding side by side and occupying the only road leading to the village. The driver helplessly blurted out, "There's no other way but this road. What are we supposed to do?" Meanwhile, at the hospital, Moon Hee-jun stood in front of his father's room, and horrifying memories of the past suddenly flooded back. Those were the days he had to witness. People obsessively following the gang to beat up other children, not hesitating to do cruel things that crossed all human boundaries, and even taking someone's life. His father, a man holding absolute power capable of manipulating both politics and business, coldly asserted that covering up this crime was impossible. "If you do something wrong, you must be punished." Moon Hee-jun could only hold his head and sob in extreme confusion. "But father, I still don't understand." Young Moon Hee-jun stood silently, staring at the corpse at the bottom of the stairs. his mind completely shattered by his family's brutal injustice. He told himself that being punished for committing a crime was only natural. But why did all the blame have to fall on a child like him? While the real culprit, his brother, who had actually committed the crime, was smiling smugly, nonchalantly draping his arm around him, as if nothing had happened, making Moon Hee-jun furious to the point of insanity. He wailed in absolute bitter rage, "Why? Why is it me who has to be punished and not my brother?" In the suffocating atmosphere of a wealthy household, dinner time never felt warm for Moon Hee-jun. He quietly observed the cruel discrimination within his own home. According to the rigid rules, the grandfather, the father, and the eldest grandson were always the ones prioritized to eat first at the sumptuous banquet table. Meanwhile, Moon Hee-jun and his sister could only crouch in a corner, waiting for the leftovers like unwanted extras. It's crazy how these rich people live like it's the feudal era. The favoritism reached its peak when the grandfather kindly asked the eldest grandson about the taste of the fish. But when facing Moon Hee-jun and his sister, the old man would bark orders at them like they were servants. If they didn't do exactly as he pleased, he was ready to lash out with his hands and feet. He shouted at the boy for being disrespectful, forcing him to personally pour water to serve his brother and show absolute deference. The atmosphere became even more chaotic when the grandfather constantly berated the daughter-in-law for letting the eldest grandson's soup get cold, turning the meal into a scene of oppression and blind obedience. For Moon Hee-jun and his sister, this house was no different than a living hell they always craved to escape. The unprovoked beatings from his brother became a terrifying trauma in his childhood memories. He would crazily vent his anger on Moon Hee-jun for ridiculous reasons, like the fact that Moon Hee-jun dared to eat something delicious, or even blaming the boy because he had to study so hard. Seeing her younger brother being bullied, his sister couldn't take it anymore and slapped the brat. Even though Moon Hee-jun wasn't bullied after that, the consequences of striking the grandfather's precious grandson came swiftly. That day, his sister was locked in the storage shed and left to starve for an entire day and night. Moon Hee-jun worriedly urged his sister to take her medicine and eat properly to get well soon. The two siblings clung to each other to survive the adversity. As time passed, they both studied like crazy, hoping to escape their family's clutches. While Moon Hee-jun buried himself in his studies despite his pain, that eldest grandson sank deeper into a life of crime as he grew up. He led a gang that committed brutal assaults and inhuman acts. Even when caught by the police, he just smirked arrogantly, defying the authorities and believing his grandfather would use his power to clear away all his trouble. Such a spoiled, rotten brat, he belongs in prison. One day, his sister ran to show their grandfather and father her university acceptance letter, beaming with joy. The old man laughed and praised her, but then immediately snatched the paper away and spoke cruelly. There were more important things. He forced her to give up her dreams to serve her brother's career path. She could only helplessly submit to the family's harsh arrangements. From that day on, Moon Hee-jun's sister changed completely. Driven to the edge, she threw herself into the middle of the street, seeking death. Yet, in that rotten family, no one cared that she was lying there, barely breathing in a hospital bed hooked up to all kinds of life support machines. Witnessing his sister's tragedy, Moon Hee-jun lost all hope in those so-called family members, who treated each other worse than strangers. A few days later, during another assault on a classmate, the eldest grandson kicked the poor student down the stairs, resulting in a tragic end. Moon Hee-jun, who happened to be passing by, witnessed the whole thing, but that scum of a brother remained indifferent after taking a life. To cover up his grandson's crime, the powerful old man used his connections to bury the case. The brother leaned into Moon Hee-jun's ear and whispered a spine-chilling threat. "Just do as I say, and you'll be out of there soon enough." In the end, Moon Hee-jun sullenly entered the reformatory wearing uniform number H523, taking the blame for the perpetrator. In that living hell, Moon Hee-jun was constantly tortured by the other inmates. That bastard is lying again. He bit his lip, enduring every humiliation, silently asking himself if this was the price to pay for failing to protect his sister. Moon Hee-jun choked back tears. "I'll accept the punishment because I couldn't protect you. But shouldn't his brother pay for the crimes he actually committed?" Back in the present, Moon Hee-jun's father stood by the window, speaking coldly and casually. "All of this is for the family. A small sacrifice will bring the greatest benefits to our business." He harshly demanded that the child of a concubine, like Moon Hee-jun, stay silent and endure it there a while longer. Witnessing such extreme cruelty, Ga Se-jun retorted with contempt, "Can you really say such shameless things?" He turned away and walked off, realizing that this old man no longer deserved to be called a human being. Ga Se-jun told Moon Hee-jun not to worry too much, but he insisted that he still had one important matter to resolve before returning to the prison. "Let's go. Your time at the hospital is finally up." Moon Hee-jun replied quietly and left with the group. Suddenly, they ran into the chairman and Moon Hee-jun's brother, who were waiting. Moon Hee-jun exclaimed in shock, "Grandfather!" As night fell, it enveloped the gloomy reformatory. The deputy director was walking along the hallway when he accidentally overheard the two prisoners talking. "Are you sure? This is the last time you'll get to see him." The creaking of the electric fan echoed in the silence. A prisoner looked at his friend working hard to fix the fan and couldn't help but ask, "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to fix that fan like your life depends on it?" The other replied calmly that he wanted to show respect to their boss. He revealed his dream after being released was to find a job at an auto repair shop. He quietly hoped for a bright future, where he could start a new life with his brother. His friend asked excitedly, "So, if I get out of prison first, you'll definitely come find me at that repair shop, right?" He smiled, promising to keep his word. Then the two worked diligently, imagining a future where they could turn their lives around after release. The deputy director stood silently at the door. He looked at the two kids with a pained expression, because he knew no one had ever left this hellhole alive. Meanwhile, in the dark hallway, Paro stealthily watched and informed his contact at the workshop that everything was ready. He smirked calculatingly, preparing to execute his dark plan. At the hospital, two bodyguards were standing guard in front of the VIP room. Moon Hee-jun was shocked to face his exhausted father and his brother, Hong Hyuk. The brother claimed with contempt that once someone is a criminal, they are trash forever and will never receive any protection from the family. He laughed tauntingly, believing that once someone's reputation is tainted, Moon Hee-jun's honor is worthless. The brother turned to look at Ga Se-min with a perverse gaze and made lewd comments about her appearance. He casually draped his arm around Ga Se-min, wanting to play around because he felt attracted to her bold style. Seeing those filthy hands touch his sister, the killing intent from Ga Se-jun erupted to its limit. Without a word of warning, Ga Se-min threw a punch that sent the eldest grandson flying backward, to the horror of everyone watching. The chairman and the father stood frozen, eyes wide at the sudden violence in the hospital room. She commented coldly, "It seems you didn't learn anything decent at school other than using your fists to solve problems." Her eyes darkened, burning with extreme rage, and her cold gaze aimed straight at the person who had just insulted her. "You want to die?" the old man screamed frantically. "How dare you touch my precious grandson?" Ga Se-min smirked mockingly. "Your grandson? Huh, how ridiculous. Are you blind? Didn't you see this bastard just try to mess with me?" The old man pointed and shouted in anger. "I wasn't going to intervene, because this is another family's business. But do you not have parents to teach you? I don't know how this kind of brat was raised." Ga Se-min replied calmly with a defiant tone. "Well, my parents divorced early, so I graduated from homeschooling long ago." If she had learned anything, she looked straight at the old man and declaring that they are brothers who shouldn't be fighting. They need to share and show each other consideration. Moon Hee-jun stood there, stunned by Ga Se-min's sharp, firm words. She coolly delivered the final blow, suggesting that the old man's precious son had clearly missed that lesson. The old man screamed furiously at his son. "Son, what in the hell is that BTH talking about? I can't hear her clearly, do something about it." The old man pointed commandingly at the kids, ordering, "I'll pretend I didn't see you lot here. Get lost while I'm still asking nicely." But Moon Hee-jun's older brother had no intention of stopping. He gritted his teeth, muttering, "Get lost, my foot." He frantically grabbed a long iron bar and, with all his might, swung a lethal blow straight at Ga Se-min's head. Ga Se-jun gasped in horror, his eyes widening as he screamed out in despair. "Sister!" Instead of stopping him, the old man cheered excitedly. "That's it! Great job! My nephew teach that BTCH a lesson." The iron bar whistled through the air, coming down right at Ga Se-min's face while the crazy old man watched in glee. Meanwhile, in the rehabilitation area, two inmates were working. One of them needed to use the restroom, so he stepped out first. Seizing the opportunity, a mysterious figure snuck into the room and picked up a wrench from the floor. The inmate, assuming it was his friend returning, didn't pay any attention, completely unaware that danger was looming. Without giving his target a chance to react, the attacker smashed the wrench straight into the poor guy's head. At the hospital, two bodyguards stood strict watch in front of a closed VIP room door. Moon Hee-jun's older brother stared in shock, his eyes widening as he screamed in absolute terror, witnessing what was inside. "What the hell is this?" Moon Hee-jun bravely stepped in to shield Ga Se-jun. "I won't step aside. I don't want to see anyone around me get hurt anymore." His fiery, rebellious gaze only served to enrage his older brother. "Damn it! What's with that rebellious look? It seems I need to re-educate you." Just as his brother prepared to strike, Ga Se-jun roared, "Stop!" A sudden, sharp slap landed right across the scumbag's face, leaving him dazed. But it wasn't Gase-jun who dealt the blow, it was their powerful father. The old man bellowed in extreme rage. His son, Moon Hee-jun, stood frozen, only able to gasp in total shock. The old man maniacally rained down fiery slaps upon his eldest son's face. "What in the hell do you think you're doing?" he screamed, questioning if this was everything he had taught him all these years. The brother fell to his knees in shock. He couldn't believe the father, who had never once spoken a harsh word to him, would be this cruel. "Father, did you just hit me? You've never hit me, not even once. How can you hit your eldest son like this?" The old man coldly ordered him to stop immediately. He declared that he had endured more than enough. In pain, he recalled losing his eldest daughter because of this man, and even letting his youngest, Moon Hee-jun, go to a reformatory to take the fall for him. The father bitterly admitted that he was terribly wrong to believe the promise that his eldest son would mature over time. He looked at the cruel reality and realized the price of that blind faith was too high. Standing before his poor youngest son, he bowed his head in apology. "Please, forgive this father. I will definitely fix your brother's mistakes by any means necessary, and I will get you out of this reformatory soon." Behind them, the old man still didn't stop shouting at the son, causing the chaos. The old man screamed like a madman. "Do you even know what that means?" He glared, shouting, "Who gave you permission to do that?" He called out to see if anyone was there. Immediately, hulking bodyguards appeared. "Yes, sir." He pointed and ordered, "Capture all those who mocked my eldest grandson." The men in black decisively moved to surround Gase-jun and the Gase-min sisters in the quiet hallway of the reformatory. Im Ji-soo walked nonchalantly, wondering, "Do you really think you can leave this building?" He smirked, believing that returning after leaving was just common sense, since the world outside was just fine without them. Im Ji-soo casually dragged a corpse across the floor, silently deciding that Ha Seung-chon was also a target, so he had to finish him off quickly and go to sleep. He trudged away, pulling the body around a corner in the dark hallway. Hearing a strange noise, a guard came to check, not realizing that the culprit hadn't left but was hiding in a dark corner, waiting for the next prey. At the same time, Minsu was in the bathroom, taking care of business. Minsu worriedly calculated that if things got worse, he would have to find a way to stall for time at any cost. Suddenly, Ha Seung-chon from the maintenance team remarked that he looked like he was carrying a heavy burden. Recognizing an acquaintance, Minsu silently wondered what this guy was up to, approaching him like that. Ha Seung-chon offered to help if Minsu was in trouble, leaving him stunned and asking why. Standing together in the restroom, Ha Seung-chon quietly admitted that he had previously misunderstood Minsu. He explained that because Minsu was a candidate for the red uniform, he had thought he was a bad person. Ha Seung-chon washed his hands while confessing it was just a personal bias, curiously asking if Minsu hated that haunting red uniform. He spoke in a low voice, asserting that he absolutely never wanted to return to the dark days of his past ever again. Looking into the mirror, Ha Seung-chon realized that being chosen as a candidate was really just being a pawn, so they could force them to slaughter each other as they pleased. He promised to help Minsu anytime, as long as it didn't involve using violence to solve problems. Minsu could only respond awkwardly, secretly wishing this guy wouldn't chat while he was in the bathroom, as he felt it was incredibly annoying. Back in the room where the incident occurred, a heavy wrench fell to the floor. It turned out, the unfortunate guard who had just been attacked was none other than Shin. Going back in time, the vice director slowly lit a cigarette, the flickering flame highlighting the scars on his aged face. Old Shin softly asked, "Didn't you quit smoking?" He replied bitterly, "You'd smoke again too if you had to go through an unfair trial." Suddenly, the vice director changed the subject and asked straight out, "More importantly, have you found Moon Hee-jun yet?" Old Shin gasped, "You knew already?" He scoffed, saying that with the way Shin was screaming over the phone, no one could miss it. He warned that if the director found out, he would use the excuse of negligence to put pressure on him. The vice director advised that the best thing to do now was to act as if nothing had ever happened. However, the sound of a helicopter engine suddenly roared through the night sky. Officer Shin looked up in a panic at the descending helicopter. "That's the director's helicopter. Has he returned already?" He frantically grabbed the radio to prepare to deal with the emergency situation. Immediately, a staged awards ceremony was organized to polish their image. The warden held a camera and urged them, "Come on, don't move, smile." The camera shutter clicked repeatedly, capturing the fake, humanizing moments. Two men excitedly held up a sign for a 5 million world reward and shouted slogans. "Come on, everyone, let's keep up the good rehabilitation." Right after, they took a photo of the deputy director standing next to Minsu, who was holding a sign for 50 reward points. The underlings didn't stop with their flattery. As expected, the photo looks great because the models are just that amazing. The director calmly reviewed the results. Man, he looks good in that photo. Minsu looked at the sign in his hand, thrilled, and asked to be sure. Oh, are you really giving us 50 reward points? He couldn't hide his excitement. This is even more than what we get for volunteering. The director gave a sinister smile and replied nonchalantly, 50 points is still too little for saving a human life, you know. Thanks to you, the promotional material for the press will look excellent. He patted Minsu on the shoulder encouragingly. Not many points left until your parole review, right? Keep up the good work. Minsu beamed. Yes, thank you, sir. But right after, the director's eyes suddenly turned icy, filled with cruel thoughts. Of course, that was an impossible dream. Darkness engulfed the quiet hallways of the detention facility. The deputy director stood silently in the corridor, staring at his phone screen with a bad feeling. If they don't get back soon, real trouble is going to start. At the shelter, the chief guard started losing his patience, not seeing enough people yet. He growled. Why aren't they here yet? I've been waiting here for quite a while. Minsu quickly explained that he had been waiting for a while, and Ga Se-jun was currently in the restroom. Seeing the subordinate wonder if he had lost track of the kids, the deputy director coldly stated he didn't need that anymore. Amidst the tension, Ga Se-jun brought Moon Hee-jun back. The two apologized for being late, making Minsu breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, they had returned before anything happened. Going back to the time when they were still trapped at Ruksung Hospital, the atmosphere was just as heated. Moon Hee-jun's father was frantically blocking the black-clad bodyguards. He shouted, demanding they all stop, and questioned why they dared to ignore his orders to follow someone else's. The chairman glared at his son, who dared to defy him, and roared, You all want to get fired, don't you? Faced with the two men's fury, the bodyguards broke into a cold sweat, stammering that they were forced to follow the superior's directives. This only made the chairman even more enraged. He screamed that he was the one who put his son in that seat. He didn't stop insulting his son, who was trying to act powerful in front of him. The old man turned to his son and yelled in indignation, How dare you disobey me? Witnessing his father's insane stubbornness, Moon Hee-jun's father couldn't hold it back anymore and shouted, Please, please, just stop. The chairman was shocked, eyes bulging as he looked at his trembling son. He muttered in confusion, Why are you acting like this, my son? Despite the fierce opposition, the old man stubbornly justified everything as a sacrifice for the future of the eldest grandson. The tragic truth about the Quin Kui family was gradually revealed through a series of tragedies. Just to protect the eldest brother who always caused trouble, the chairman heartlessly sold out his own grandchildren. The pain reached a breaking point when the eldest daughter of the family was left in a vegetative state, and the youngest child, Moon Hee-jun, was thrown into a detention center to take the fall for his brother's mistakes. The father screamed in agony and resentment. They are your grandchildren too. They are my precious children. The old man insisted firmly that the other children would eventually understand this decision. Because the ultimate goal was for the eldest son to inherit the family, the father could no longer tolerate his father's cruelty. He decisively ordered the bodyguards to drag the chairman out immediately. The old man struggled frantically, screaming for his son to let go and demanding they protect the eldest son at all costs. The father coldly ordered his subordinates never to let the old man out without his permission. Turning to look at Moon Hee-jun, he promised in a firm voice, Moon Hee-jun, Dad will find a way to get you out of there. Realizing time was running out, Ga Se-jun and Sign urged the group to leave quickly. Before saying goodbye, Dad is so happy to see you're still healthy. Back at the detention center, a commemorative photo was taken to mark the meaningful reward moment. Minsu asked softly, I don't know what happened, but is the issue resolved now? Moon Hee-jun bowed his head, sincerely apologizing for the trouble he had caused. Seeing his friend still sad, Minsu suddenly put an arm around his shoulder in a friendly, encouraging way. It's okay. It's good that you're back. Why the long face? Let's accumulate lots of reward points together and make sure we get out of this place. Moon Hee-jun smiled brightly and replied, Yeah, but at that very moment, while the fake reward photos were still being taken, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed, sending Minsu and Moon Hee-jun running frantically down the hall. Minsu was certain the sound came from that direction and quickly identified the suspicious room. Inside, Ga Se-jung Cheon was screaming in pain and shock. Why? Why? He couldn't believe why his brother had to end up in such a horrific situation. Before Minsu's eyes was a gruesome scene with two people lying motionless, including Shin, who had a severe head injury. The deputy director walked in, coldly ordering everyone to clear the way. He knelt beside the bloodied body of the officer and demanded to know what happened, his face full of murderous intent. Ga Se-jung Cheon frantically held onto the hand that was fading. He shouted in resentment, asking who was cruel enough to do such a thing. In a daze, Tai Guo Thao revealed the culprit was someone with long hair. Gase Jung Chon stood frozen. Long hair? Minsu suddenly had a terrible feeling when he realized this description pointed directly at the only person present at the scene, Gase Jun. The warden coldly ordered Gase Jun to step aside so the medical staff could work, then demanded, "Inmate 523, what did you see? Tell the truth." Just as the situation reached its peak, Moon Hee-jun suddenly rushed over. "Gase Jun didn't do it. Gase Jun was with me at the time." But Gase Jun suddenly reached out to stop Moon Hee-jun and coldly ordered, "Stop it." Moon Hee-jun looked at his brother in shock, not understanding why Gase Jun wanted him to stay silent right now. The prison guard narrowed his eyes in suspicion, wondering if Gase Jun was intentionally covering up an escape attempt or some other twisted plot. Amidst the thick, suffocating atmosphere of distrust, Minsu suddenly roared, breaking the stalemate. "The long-haired guy from the construction team isn't Gase Jun." Lee Minsu insisted firmly that he had seen someone else on the bus headed to the volunteer site. "There was another kid with long hair sitting next to me. His name was..." Right, it was Park Hyoshin. The guard immediately pulled out his phone to check the inmate roster, but his expression quickly twisted in shock. He stammered out a mind-blowing truth. There was no one else with long hair on the volunteer list, and there wasn't even an inmate named Park Hyoshin. Minsu screamed frantically, trying to explain that the real culprit was definitely sitting right next to him, but the guards just threatened that he'd be in serious trouble if he kept trying to protect his friend. The deputy warden watched, lost in thought, wondering if this was all a trap set up from the very beginning. Overcome with rage, Gase Jungchan lunged forward to throw a punch, but was immediately pinned down by the guards. He struggled wildly, screaming at them to let him go. Gase Jungchon felt a burning injustice for Taegu, a man who was about to be released, who always worked hard and never caused any trouble. He couldn't accept that such a good man had to suffer such horrific injuries. Seum Chan's gut-wrenching scream echoed through the corridor. Why did it have to be Taegu? The ambulance siren wailed as it sped away, carrying the victim who was in critical condition. The next morning, the volunteer trip ended on a somber note as the prison bus trudged back to the detention center. As soon as they returned, Gase Jun was immediately thrown into solitary confinement. He sat silently in the darkness, refusing to say a single word about the truth behind the brutal attack. The heavy iron door slammed shut, leaving Gase Jun alone, with secrets that remained unsolved. The dry, dull thud of a head banging against the wall echoed throughout the gloomy, solitary wing. In the dark, Haum Cheon had also been thrown into solitary after the shocking brawl. He sat huddled between four cold walls, his eyes burning with hatred as he muttered in a frenzy, "I'm going to kill you, Gase Jun." Meanwhile, at the hospital, updates on maintenance team leader Park Taegu started coming in. Luckily, Taegu had passed the critical stage and was no longer in life-threatening danger. Refers to previous, but a cruel reality hit when the doctors announced peripheral nerve damage in his left arm. The injuries were so severe that Taegu would almost certainly lose the ability to use his hand normally ever again. This was a painful tragedy, especially since he was already scheduled for parole and was supposed to leave the facility soon. The scene suddenly shifted to a solemn ceremony under a clear blue sky. It was a military funeral, with full honors for a fallen soldier. His mother collapsed beside the grave, sobbing her son's name in utter despair. The funeral for the officer was attended by the warden and deputy warden Kang Yu-seong, who stood by in a sharp suit. The gaze behind his glasses still held a lingering sadness and an unreadable pensiveness. Kang Yu-seong walked silently with the group, but he couldn't help looking back at the gravestones with a troubled expression. Heavy footsteps echoed in the quiet space. The deputy warden leaned against the cold brick wall and suddenly collapsed in total, exhausted helplessness. His shoulders shook as he kept murmuring a late apology. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." At the woodshop, Minsu was busy working as the saw screamed, but his mind was drowning in dark thoughts. He remembered the moments they had relied on each other and realized bitterly that in this situation, escaping this hellhole seemed like an impossibility. Park Tae-ho appeared behind him, casually stating that one look was enough to know what Minsu was worried about. He exposed a brutal rule that had existed for a long time. Those who were about to earn enough points for freedom were usually purged and turned into cripples right before their release date. Tae-ho insisted that the only person in this world with the power to wipe the record of someone like Park Hyoshin was none other than the warden, and that led to only one conclusion. Minsu spat out in anger, "It's the red uniforms." In the restricted area heavily guarded by armed men, those who wore the red of death had officially returned. They were casually playing games, enjoying the freedom after a long time of hiding to avoid the deputy warden's scrutiny. In the middle of the fun, Im Ji-soo took a cold sip of liquor, her eyes calculating as she declared it was time to decisively pick the next name for the candidate list. The dark-haired guy, glued to the game screen, wondered who other than Lee Minsu was worth their attention. He mentioned that Ha Seung-chun had flatly refused to cooperate, which was why they had to find a way to eliminate that stubborn guy. Another person suddenly wore a sinister smile, revealing a twisted plan. Use the fury of Suum Chun, after seeing his leader crippled, to let him take care of Minsu, forcing the two strongest guys to slaughter each other in a fight to the death. The sound of scissors snipping echoed as Park Hyoshin coldly cut off the long hair he had worked so hard to grow. He clicked his tongue in regret. What a shame to waste all that time growing it out. Shedding his clothes to reveal a haunting long scar on his back, Park Hyoshin silently put on the gray uniform of a regular prisoner. With a completely new look, he smirked and declared, "Now, shall we start the plan?" At the maintenance team area, Ha Seung-chun was working when Park Hyoshin suddenly approached him. "Hey, can you help me out for a second?" Seeing the cunning look on the newcomer, Ga Se-jung-cheon irritably warned him, "Don't look at me with those eyes." Park Hyoshin casually brushed it off, saying he just joined the team and wanted to ask for a small favor. Standing under the car, he suddenly pressed for confirmation. "Are you Ha Seung-cheon, the maintenance team leader?" As soon as Seung-cheon nodded, Park Hyoshin immediately dropped a dangerous warning. "You should watch your back. Lee Minsu is coming for you." "Hey, playing the diversion game isn't cool, man." He began to unleash psychological warfare, reminding him how Minsu had taken down the kitchen and construction teams as soon as he arrived. "I heard the maintenance team is the next target." He viciously laid out a fake conspiracy, claiming that Minsu was intentionally trying to take over all the teams per the warden's orders, and Seung-chan was the final obstacle that had to be cleared. When Seung-chan grew suspicious about why he was revealing this secret, Park Hyoshin just flashed a cryptic, sinister smirk. "I hate Lee Minsu too, and I think you're the only one who can stop him. I just want to lend you a hand." The iron door swung wide open, and Lee Minsu stepped into the maintenance team's area under the guard's escort. Immediately, the air turned thick with hostility as dozens of pairs of eyes, filled with murderous intent, locked onto him. The crowd started to close in, isolating Minsu in a circle of raging fury. They bombarded him with questions, completely unhinged. "So you're Lee Minsu, the punk targeting the maintenance team?" Another guy shouted, oozing with defiance. "You think we're just gonna sit here and watch you mess with our team leader?" It was game over. The little deer had walked straight into the hunter's trap. Minsu roared, insisting he didn't volunteer for this and had been set up by someone just to get dumped into the maintenance team. But he suddenly froze when he caught a smug grin from a short-haired guy standing nearby. Sensing something was off, Minsu lunged, grabbed the guy by the collar, and yelled, "Gotcha!" He screamed his accusations, claiming this guy was the one who framed team leader Tai-gu from the construction crew. Even while pinned, Park Hyoshin just smirked, daring him. "You gonna hit me?" Haon stepped in immediately. He roughly shoved Minsu's hand away, insisting this guy didn't even have long hair and wasn't part of the construction crew like Minsu claimed. Ga Se-jungon coldly ordered Minsu to shut his mouth and crawl into a corner so he wouldn't interfere with the work, or else he'd personally settle the score with him later. Pushed by Seung-chun, the maintenance team scrambled to get to work and finish the task as quickly as possible. The scene suddenly shifted to a scorching asphalt road where the harsh summer sun was baking everything. A cicada was writhing on the pavement before a foot in sandals mercilessly crushed it. Amidst the bustling crowd, a woman with tangled black hair and a weary face trudged along, dragging a red suitcase. She slinked toward the massive landfill, completely cut off from the city's hustle, and suddenly let out a crazed laugh. The suitcase shook violently, revealing an eye watching through the zipper gap before a giant crane hook snatched it up into the air. Im Jisoo watched coldly, his mind occupied only by the brutal law of survival. If you're useless, you get thrown away. If you're a burden, you get thrown away. If you're weak, you get thrown away. Long story short, if you have no value, you're getting tossed. In the yard, the guard shouted an order for an emergency gathering, threatening the inmates not to cause any trouble. In the ranks, Minsu recalled his survival philosophy, and suddenly, he charged at his opponent and roared, "Didn't you say you'd keep your promise from the bathroom back then?" Memories flooded back of the guy's commitment. "Whatever, as long as it doesn't involve fighting, I'll help you out anytime. Remember?" But reality was the complete opposite. He dove into the brawl while Ju watched, thoroughly entertained. Wondering who would be the last one standing, little did anyone expect that just as both sides were about to throw down, the situation took a wild turn. They all suddenly turned and landed a flurry of punches straight into Park Hyoshin's face, teaching him a lesson for being a snake who throws stones and hides his hands. That's the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, Please hit the like button to support Guyu's channel. Thanks, and goodbye everyone.